Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing another unboxing video. Today we're doing an unboxing for the Godzilla Kong, the New Empire, Shimo. That's right, this is the standard version, not the special version that comes in the 2-pack. We don't have a large knife today because, well, for one thing, I think we actually got rid of them all. No, actually... Yeah, this knife is not going to be able to puncture through that. Not to worry, ladies and gentlemen, because I've got a knife. Really hoping I might actually end up stabbing. Come on. Do I really have to go get a pair of scissors? I don't even have scissors right now. They're packed away somewhere. Oh, screw this. Never mind. It looks like I had to go get the pair of scissors. They were kind of sticky because there was hot glue on them, I think. So, yeah, that's definitely hot glue. So, finally, we can... I hate these little... These are new. These weren't on the previous Godzilla Monsterverse figures. What is wrong with this thing? Did Playmates, like, amp up? Oh, you know what, actually. Let's see if I can just open this up right here. I'm struggling to open up a kid's toy. I am so embarrassed. But, how am I gonna get this one out? So, let's just open up the tail. Put that off to the side. Whoa! Man, finally, that's one leg. And that's two. So let's put Shimo off to the side. Come down here, grab the tail, and let's take out the Frostbite blast. And, oh great, it's sealed off. I hate these clear plastic cases. It feels like Playmates almost wants this to be like closed box, but knows that kids want to play with it, so they gotta keep it open, I suppose. And great, it made me tear up the frickin' box. Whatever. Let's get this stupid thing in. Sometimes you gotta get rough in order to get the things you want. Not literally, don't actually follow my advice. I have horrible advice sometimes. So, opening up the mouth. Ooh, that looks really cool. I like that. I like this a lot. Cool new addition to the collection. Hopefully we'll get the other ones soon. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept Him as the Lord and Savior today. Spread the gospel. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. God bless. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing a review of the Playmates Shimo with Frostbite. This is the standard release from the single 6-inch variety packs. And I do want to just say that I'm not going to be that guy that tags spoilers in this video because unlike Mechagodzilla, I don't really think Shimo was like fully intended to be a spoiler monster. I mean, this is a discussion like entirely up for debate, but honestly, it seemed like Warner Brothers and Legendary had different views for Shimo. Warner Brothers wanted to keep this secret, but Legendary did not. Because keep in mind, Legendary handles all the toys and merch. Warner Brothers does all the marketing. So I feel like what happened was maybe they released the trailer, then the Playmates figure dropped, and then they were like, oh wait, Shimo's already revealed. Why don't we just show her in the trailer? And then boom. So unlike Mechagodzilla, where they both unanimously decide to agree to keep it secret, Shimo is obviously not a secret anymore, and probably never was. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Playmates figure. So before this actual review kicks off, I need to discuss that I am not reviewing this when the movie comes out.
I'm reviewing this right now a week ahead because, well, I just got the figure and I personally feel like it should be just kind of done and over with now. So let's go ahead and just kind of take a look at it. So we're not going to be discussing movie accuracy because the only things we have are a few renders of the film and a few shots in the trailers. So that's not really enough to really signify how accurate this Shimo is. If I had to say it's accurate, in terms of the sculpt, it is very much accurate to the movie and is pretty much a one-to-one thing of what we see in the film. Paint job, on the other hand, maybe not so much, but let's go ahead and get into it. The sculpt and paint, much like all previous Playmates figures, the sculpt is made of a variety of different plastics and vinyls. The head is made of a harder plastic, with the jaw being, I think it's also made of hard plastic, but from here to here, basically the crown, it's made of a much more softer plastic. And how I know this is because this plastic and this plastic, they're basically the same thing. But you can kind of see, it's very kind of hard to see, but you can kind of see one. There's a seam line that goes right there and a bit of a color difference. See how this white right here is different to the white on the forehead? I will say the paint on the face leaves a bit to be desired. I was a bit disappointed with how the eyes are painted, just being basic blue dots instead of like maybe some sort of like fancy. I'd give this I'd give this Titan wolf eyes. That would look so good, especially for a creature that walks on all fours like a wolf. This had the perfect chance to become a wolf Titan, especially because like it's an ice-based Titan. Oh, what could have been? But instead they opted to go for a much more turtle-like face, which I mean, hey, turtles are cool. But I mean, if you're gonna add a turtle face to one of your Titans, can you at least include a turtle Titan? Gamera. Anywho, so the eyes kind of suck, but the mouth, it's not fully painted, but it's a bit better painted than most of the Godzilla figures out there, and Kong figures, I should add. The teeth are actually really well done. They're individually sculpted, at least what teeth are there, and they're probably the most well painted of any of the Monsterverse figures. Although the tongue is half painted, I mean, not really much to really write home about, and the mouth is just solid white. And closing up the mouth, we kind of get a bit more detail more towards the neck. And then from my biggest complaint personally about the figure is that this entire torso, from the tip of the tail to the base of the neck, or the base of the neck to the base of the tail, it just, it's so shallow. Like, even the bottom has some actual pretty good detail with like the ridges on the stomach, and it kind of makes it look really reptilian. I mean, that's what Shimo is, a reptile. But the sides really don't have much detail. You can faintly see a little line going around to the hip area, but really, I feel like some extra paint could easily have brought this thing a long way. I think the 2-pack kind of tried its best with a bit of paint application, but really, I feel like it could have used more than this. But what definitely kind of amps up it a little bit is the limbs, and particularly the front and back limbs. The front limbs are really well done, and I like how long they are too, so you give a bit of a reach advantage, maybe that over Godzilla. Maybe not so much Kong, because Kong does have a lot of long limbs, although proportionally speaking, probably way bigger. But what is also pretty cool is the fact that they are also sculpted so that they are also like, you can put them on the floor, but spoilers for the articulation, but you can actually stand this gal up. But that being also said, the sculpting on the claws, really good here. I like how it has obviously four toes, as again, most reptiles do. But again, I really wish there was kind of more paint or more dry brushing to bring out some of the finer details, especially on the side. And the same thing goes with the legs. Really well sculpted, not so much painted. Also on the bottom, really not much aside from that bar thing. But still, it looks rather nice for what is there. But again, I really wish there was some more there's some more paint variety. But here's the color that I feel like a lot of people are going to be buying this for: the blue spikes. Wow, do these things look cool. They're kind of like indigo. They're not purple. I've seen a lot of people say that they're purple. They're not purple. They are most definitely blue. I know blue when I see it. It's my favorite color. Why would I not know what blue is? But as you can see, it is translucent, so it's like a full translucent piece from here to here. Here as well, if you count this, although there is a row of white spikes that are not painted. Again, I really feel like they could have painted that, but say that be. And the tail is not translucent, but it is sprayed in the same color. This is how you do color matching. Because this blue and this blue look near identical. Like, I know there's still a shade difference, but it's still there. And you can kind of like, it's got like a nice spray, and it's almost got like some sort of like illuminating effect, I want to say, for lack of a better word. And it kind of goes all the way to the tip of the tail where it's like pitchforks. I know this is literally a Thagomizer, but I still like pitchforks better, so it's a pitchfork for me. But this will do some serious damage to any Titan or any person that gets caught in the way. And it is sculpted at like an angle, so I guess it is a bit better when it comes to like more dynamic poses. So say if you're going square one-on-one with Godzilla or Skar King or Kong or whoever, because I definitely think that I definitely do believe that, like, as far as like movie discussions go, I definitely do think Skar King and Shimo are not friends per se, but Skar King, it has Shimo under the control of the little crystal that you find under at the end of his whip. Although the Playmates figure I don't think has it. I've seen the Skar King figure in person. I know what it looks like, but still, the sculpted and painted details again, same thing on the body. Really nicely done. Nothing really much on the other side to write home about, but what is here, mine's got a little tiny little paint scuff, but that was like out of the box, and there's either this or nothing, so it was this from the get-go. But for what is here, again, looks really rock solid. I love this thing. But that's really all I have to say about the sculpt and paint. I think like overall from like a presentation type standpoint, it's not the best Playmates has done, but it's a major step up in the sculpt and paint department. So, next segment is articulation. So, what do we have? The jaw. Really well done, honestly. I will say it is a bit weird of how it's cut. I know it's like at the jaw, but there's some clearance room, which obviously, kind of gives the impression of, oh, that's just where the sculpt was, but it almost feels like the hinge should be here instead of just back here. But, I mean, it's still there. And can actually open up really wide. Like, look at that. You could fit, like, 15 million cheeseburgers in that mouth. The head, major improvement, honestly, compared to the other releases, because it's actually on a hinge. We have not seen a hinge on a figure, I think, since the Kong Skull Island figure. And it can go this far down, this far up, and can actually rotate side to side. That is really cool. I definitely think that, like, if we got more movement like this on the figures, especially like the Godzilla, then it would have been way better. And especially a major improvement is the shoulders. Is that they brought these back. The swivel hinges, which Mechagodzilla's legs were so good and the shoulders were so good on that figure, so I'm really happy they brought these back. So it allows for some really nice range of motion. You can kind of go out like that far up, in about that far in, and can actually do a full complete 360. And even if you couldn't do basic rotation, the hinge has you covered. And honestly, it's really cool. And we also got some like little swivels at the paws, I guess, the feet. Nothing in midway to the torso. I wouldn't expect to, since the spines do lock everything into place. However, we do have some leg movement. So unlike the shoulders, however, they're on basic swivels, which I think is a bit of a downgrade. But I mean, hey, how are you going to stand this thing up? Did I just say stand this thing up? Well, we'll get back to that in a sec. Well, it can kick forward about that far, go backwards about that far, and this foot can also rotate, same with the other side. And the tail has one singular ball joint that can go up about that far, down about that far, can go to the left about that far, and go to the right about that far. So one singular ball joint movement, nice squeaky noise. And the tail does not have any additional movement, although since it is at an angle, you can get it to kind of like raise up, go like this, maybe like getting ready to pounce or something, tuck the tail between Shimo's legs, go to the side like that, or maybe have it whip it off to the other side. It's really all up to you. So how you stand it up has never been easier. Move the legs up like this, and make sure that the tail is tucked in flat in proportion to the feet. Next, you want to just put Shimu's arms at her side, and then putting the camera a bit up. All you just gotta do is look Shimu forward, and boom, you got your Shimo standing completely upright. It looks stupid. It looks stupid, yes. Especially because, like, Shimu's got that posture of bending backward. So it really looks like Shimo hasn't moved her back in, like, who knows how many years. Or who knows how many centuries, should I say. But this is honestly still really cool on its own merit. So, honestly, in terms of posability, you're not going to get anything like NECA, Monster Arts, or Haya, but you are going to get a major improvement over what Playmates has been recently putting out as far as the Godzilla line is concerned. Because the Godzillas have always been known to be rather limiting when it comes to movement, but the Kongs have always been rather movable. So to see a lizard-like figure really give it all, like, you might as well just add some hinges at the elbows and the knees, and boom, you basically got what the other gods or the Kong figures have. And it's honestly really cool. So articulation, honestly, gets a really good pass from me. Now, as far as accessories go, it is Shimo with the Frostbite, and unfortunately, Shimo did not come with the Frostbite. Just kidding. Shimo comes with this tiny little Frostbite blast, which it is rather small, which just to like put in perspective of how small it actually is, it's a little shorter than the Mechagodzilla Proton Scream from the Battle Mechagodzilla. And honestly, I don't really like the size of it. I mean, it still looks great. It's got like a bit of impact, kind of like shooting out, and then it's got like the crystal-like formation. Obviously, it's not crystal, but it looks like a crystal. Which, I mean, this movie seems to be pretty much all four crystals anyway, given its theme. I wonder what purpose the crystals will serve in the plot, because so far we haven't really seen anything as far as like plot goes, aside from Shimo being getting controlled by a crystal. But it's made in a translucent blue plastic, which I'm just gonna grab it. It's not the same blue as the Heat Ray Godzilla from GVK. I don't own the GXK Heat Ray Godzilla, and I don't really plan on picking that one up just because I already own the other two, and I don't need a third one. Literally, the only exception I make is the Hong Kong Battle Kong Godzilla because, hey, fancy colors. But enough rambling. How you put this in has never been easier. You open up the mouth, and you'll look up to the top of the mouth, and you'll see a little concave there. You want to align it there, and boom. You just close up the jaw like that, and you got your Shimo firing the beam. Again, it looks small. I wish it was longer. But then again, kids probably will be messing with this thing, so it's probably best it's small. But then again, this is the only readily available Shimo figure on the market that's like 6 inches. But speaking of size, why don't we move on to size comparisons? For some size comparisons, here she is next to the Playmates, the NECA Godzilla 2014, and the Bandai Movie Monster Series Shin Godzilla, two cult classic Godzilla figures, in I'm guessing everyone's opinion. And I will be doing the size comparisons for Shimo, like this, and standing upright, so let's see. And standing upright, you can definitely see, well, at least let's give a better comparison, that Shimo towers above both of them, which is kind of a surprise, even though Shimo's like supposed to be like way bigger than Godzilla is. But it's like, as far as figures go, at first glance, you might not think Shimo can stand taller than either of them, but it's the truth. And here she is next to some other MonsterVerse figures featuring the Playmates Battle Mechagodzilla with the Proton Scream and the Toys Godzilla 2021 Heat Ray version standing on 4 legs and standing on 2 legs, which now that I'm really thinking about it, I want to just put this up as a little comparison for myself since a while back I did this with Mechagodzilla. Oh man, this looks so cursed. 2 titans standing up like humans. And here's the last bit of size comparisons between the Playmates Godzilla vs. Kong Heat Ray Godzilla, the Godzilla vs. Kong with Battle Axe, and the Godzilla X Kong or Godzilla Kong the New Empire Evolved Godzilla, which I want to stress that these are the only 2 GXK figures I have at the moment. And, well, more reviews are coming soon, but there's no debunking this now, who the taller one is. Oh man, if these two, him in his form versus her, like this is the most powerful. I have a hard time believing this is supposed to be more powerful than this, but this would be a cool matchup to see. So overall, what is my overall recommendation for this thing? I honestly, thoughts on it. I overall think that the Playmates Shimo is a really good figure. I think that there's a lot of things that are done right, and a lot of things that are improved upon via the last releases, but I still think that there's some parts of it that are still somewhat disappointing. For example, the lack of paint on the side of it, and I definitely think that the ice breath should have been a little longer. But those 2 issues aside, this is probably the best you're gonna get for quite some time, because this is the only one of technically 2 Shimo figures on the market right now. The second one being from the battle box, the 2-pack with him, even though it's a different version. It's that Shimo has blue paint on the spikes and on the tummy, and the other Godzilla has blue on the stomach as well. And it also comes with like cardboard stock, cardstock cutouts of like crystals and a giant rib cage. That just makes me wonder, who was that Titan? Because if it's bigger than both Godzilla and Shimo, what if it's Shimo's parents? Maybe. But with that being said, it's your choice as far as recommendations go. If you want to pick this up for your kid, I would honestly just get them like maybe both of them, or maybe just get them one of the battle box sets because it comes with a lot more for a much debatably a better price. Because even though these are like $10 a piece, that's like $20, and you're getting more for your money's worth. All the accessories plus the diorama plus 2 action figures. That's a sweet deal. But on its own merit, not comparing it to the battle box set, again, for kids, it's fine. It's serviceable, it's great. For the collectors, like myself, you're probably better off waiting for another higher end figure line, like maybe Toys to release one, or the Monster Arts line, even though all they've just done so far is reveal 2 crummy repaints of the GVK figures and just slap the GXK logo on it. I know, both of those incarnations appear, but we don't need those if we already got them. But with that being said, I still recommend it. I think it's a great figure, and I overall rate it an 8 out of 10. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept Him as Lord and Savior today. Spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. God bless. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today I do apologize if you hear noise in the background. But today we're going to do an unboxing in this very funky looking box. I've never had a box like this before. I don't even know how to properly, well, I guess I kind of know how to now I'm seeing it. It's like, it has like a weird indent to it, like it kind of concaves inside of it itself, and I can kind of understand why. Oh, there it is. It's the Playmates Godzilla Evolved, the non-giant version. Oh, thankfully. Up. Trying my best not to show you like personal information inside of the box. It's like chock full of that junk. Let's try that.
Alright. Okay, so thankfully we got it out. Nice, safe, and sound. So next, let's unclip everything. So now we can just get straight to it. We can go. Come on. Okay, come on. We're not having the same problem we did with Shimo. These are the biggest scissors I have. Ooh, I don't want to like be poking this box. This one I like because like it's the Godzilla one. All the Godzilla boxes are special in their own right, but great. I hate these stupid little knots. I hate them. It was a problem with the NECAs, and they're going to be a problem with the Playmates. And great, there's another notch I didn't see. How many notches does Playmates think? Just make it closed box. You did it with the 2-packs. Just make it with these single ones. They don't even have like any like try-me features. Like they're not the Battle Roar. They're not the Titan Tech. Just put them closed box. I get Creations figures were like that, but at the very least, Bandai didn't overdo it like Playmates did. Like hot dog. Okay, well, here's Godzilla himself. Awfully skinny. And maybe skinny to a fault, but, you know, we'll see how he does in the movie. So let's go ahead and cut this. I want to find, like, the right... And, you know, screw it, I'm just going to yellow it. So now, I'm glad that there's no battle damage with these ones. Because I've seen a few I've seen a few listings online for like used Godzilla and Kong figures from GBK that have no battle damage piece to them. Oh, don't want to be knocking out over my whole setup. And let's just put the box to the side, and I guess let's like analyze what we're dealing with. So that's the box. Not a lot of range on the mouth. I mean, it's reasonable. It's pegging the beak. Actually, no, it's first pegging the tail. And I guess while I'm here, I can confirm that this will be the Godzilla used in the Angry Birds Godzilla show Season 21. Because this is why I wanted Godzilla so badly. Maybe I might wait until Haya rolls around with one, because I know they are coming out with one. Very cool. I like this. I like how like it's so translucent, so red. It's not as bad in person, honestly. On camera, it looks absolutely ridiculous how the transition from here to here looks. In person, it's not that bad. It honestly doesn't. At least your mileage may vary. They don't bug me as much considering the fact that the 2014 Godzilla they released a little while back. Are those the same eyes? No, they're definitely identical. But, yeah, this is plugging the heat right now. Is this the plug? I think it's the plug. Oh, wow, you have to shove it in there. Okay, so there's the heat ray. Not really a fan of it, honestly. I like it, but I wish it was longer. I kind of wish it was longer. But, here he is next to the big gal of the movie, Shimo. I was originally going to get the 2-pack, but I opted for this anyway. So, with that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept Him as Lord and Savior today. Spread the gospel. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace to everyone. God bless. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing another figure review. Today we're doing a figure review of the Playmates Godzilla Evolved, or Evolved Godzilla. It's an Evolved Godzilla, so Godzilla Evolved, whatever it may have. I'm going to be rather honest. I'm also going to talk about my opinion on the design as we go, since really I'm making like a full video towards the design now that I'm actually holding a figure of the actual design in hand. You know, when am I really going to talk about it? On Matthew Mumbles? Possibly. But really, let's go ahead and talk about this figure, which, let's be honest here, there's a lot of things to say about it. So, first up is sculpt and paint. The sculpting department is rather consistent with all of Playmates' previous other figures, with a variety of different materials used to make it.
as the head is made of a softer plastic, the spines are made of a softer plastic, the arms are made of softer plastic, the feet and the tail are all soft plastic, while the legs and the torso itself are all made of hard plastics. But how well does that really conjoin into figure form? Well, let's see. The head is actually pretty well detailed. Like, I'm actually kind of shocked with the amount of detail they were able to put into this thing. Of course, the entire body is casted in a much more bluish, greenish type wash. And on it, or not really wash, it's just more of a dyed plastic, I assume, because it's a lot more colored than that of the previous Godzilla figures that Playmates previously put out. Here at the face, though, we can definitely see the eyes are very much big and orange. And at first, I was a bit put off by it looking at the promotional photos, but actually having it in hand, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. Honestly, I thought these things would be like way bigger. And it's weird that the 2014 eyes have bugged me a bit more than this one, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure all they just did was take the eyes from the previous, or the 2014 figure, and put it on this one. But looking at it from the front here, definitely got a bit of derpage going on, nothing too bad. Teeth are actually pretty well painted. This might be the cleanest painting I've seen on a Godzilla figure since Shin Godzilla version 2. And like this is actually really well applied. It's not like the Heat Ray Godzilla where it's so mismatched it's not even funny. Here, Playmates really upgraded and amped up the amplification game, which I'm really happy about. Also, the tongue is painted really well too, so hopefully there's no scrapage happening this time around. Nothing, no more color within the mouth, but there is like a bit of a spray at the neck that kind of goes down towards the body. But at the top, we have some orange, red painted fins, which we'll get to the fins in just a sec. But moving on down to the body does take a bit of a dive when it comes to the quality consistency. And we definitely see a bit more of like the cheaper plastic used in this specific version. Because here, a lot of the more finer details are much more smoothed out. And I definitely think that's a bit of a downgrade compared to the Heat Ray Godzillas and the previous Godzillas that Playmates has released, because the torso was actually pretty detailed on some of them, i.e. the radio tower and Heat Ray. But for what detail is here, it's still there, it's just a lot more mellowed over. But definitely smoothed out like parts here for the articulation. We'll get to that in a sec. But the arms here are definitely well detailed. Unfortunately, the shoulder spike is not painted, which is weird because the Battle Roar, I believe, had painted. I might be thinking of the Giant. I'm not sure if the Battle Roar had any painted spines like that. But the complete underbelly is made of a kind of like an olive green spray and looks really nice. Also, both of the hands are in fact painted that same olive green color, and unfortunately, again, are not painted on the spines or the shoulder spikes. But again, the detail on the arms are really well done, and I gotta applaud Playmates where it's due. Same thing applies to the legs, which are a lot skinnier than that of the other Godzillas, but still looks rather fine on its own. The detailing, because I feel like it's a bit more compact as far as design-wise, the detail's a bit more cramped together, and kind of makes it pop. So I guess you could say it's kind of like an advantage of sorts, maybe. Really depends on what your mileage is. But the feet are also painted the same olive green, which I do appreciate. And of course, it's in that standard walking position with one toe a bit bent up and the other toe, completely flat on the ground. I don't know why Playmates does that. Like, do they think that it makes it more dynamic? It does, but I don't think that's why some people want to buy this, because people want it kind of basically posed. But I mean, the posing is actually kind of cool. Again, reminiscent of that of him on the aircraft carrier. In fact, you can kind of like recreate it almost like him like reaching out to get Kong before he gets like his face completely smashed right back. Which I do think he does get punched in the new movie. I mean, of course he can get punched because he keeps messing with the big ape. Of course, the big ape is gonna lose, but who cares? And of course, let's go ahead and actually, let's talk about the tail. The tail is actually, again, really well done. And this entire piece is made of just flexible rubber. And does have a bit of flexibility to it, even though it's not really supposed to move. Aside from, well, certain joint. But from here to here, it's entirely sprayed, which I need to commend Playmates, because that is also an immediate upgrade towards their original tails, where they just did a Bandai and stopped right midway. However, it also has a bit of, well, it's very minor and more like a minor nitpick, but mine has a bit of excess plastic more towards the tail tip. Like right where the tip of my thumbnail is. It's getting blurry as I go in. I don't know why it's doing that. But for what is here, and for what I think like the tail has to present, it's a long, nice tail, and especially like you got like the nice fins, and also goes without mentioning the Thagomizer. Was pretty mixed when I heard about this, but honestly it kind of grew on me, and I'm kind of glad that it has something to kind of complement itself to what Shimo's Thagomizer. But that being said, I also think that the spray is a bit on the more one-sided, because you look at it this way and you definitely see a lot more gray areas, or green areas. You look at it this way and there's a lot less of them, which kind of leads me to believe that they only did one spray and that was it. Granted, of course, these things got to be mass-produced, but I feel like there should be a bit more consistency with that. Feel me? And of course, looking at the underside of the tail, it does not have that kind of like olive green, but more like the same kind of blue, and the same kind of blue-green kind of color the main body is made of. And it overall looks pretty good. Also, that underside, though, looks really freaking sweet. That really looks like a dinosaur tail. You thought Godzilla didn't look like a dinosaur? Now he does. Then again, what kind of dinosaur looks anorexic like this? So, now let's talk about the spines. Overall, it's definitely an improvement over that of the King of the Monsters figures, in that they beefed up the size of, or King of the GVK figures, I mean it's the same design almost. Where they beefed up the overall girth of the spines. Excuse me. And so there's like no jagged edges, but it still feels, it's a little thicker than that of the spines from previous figures, which I do like. And I do like the design, how they kind of like extended it and definitely gave it a bit of a more angular look. And that being said, the translucent plastic used, I think, is the same type they used on Mechagodzilla, the battle version. Not the battle roar, just the battle version. And it honestly looks really sweet. Now, as far as the transition goes between the spines on the back of the head, the tail, and the back itself, it doesn't look bad in person. I assure you that once you actually see it in person, there is still a major difference, yes, but it's not as bad as I would say it is on camera, because on camera it really just shows like two different shades. Well, it is two different shades in real life. Trust me, you're gonna get used to this thing really quickly, at least if you're me. So, with that being said, overall the sculpt and paint, it's an improvement. I would say the only downgrade necessarily is really just the sides of the sides, and not having like any dry brushing unlike that of the Heat Ray Godzilla. But with that being said, it's still rather rock solid, so I gotta give Playmates where credit is due. Alright, next segment is articulation. Now, it basically has nothing changed aside from maybe some more flexible joints. But let's go ahead and see. The jaw is on a hinge, so we can close up about that far. Open up about that far. There is a bit of an overbite. Yeah, overbite. But it's not as bad as, say, that as the Playmates 2014. So it can open about that far. The head, it looks like it's on a joint, but much like the previous incarnations, nope, it's not. I don't know why they keep doing this. Like, they know people want to move the head, but obviously it's the same deal. It's the big square peg, And if you notice right here, that's a seam line, and if you push hard enough, that's going to start splitting it, and it's going to eventually unplug the entire figure. So I would not recommend that. However, the arms are able to rotate a full 360, mind you. It is worth noting that on this version of the figure, that there is no out and in motion. However, on the Titan Evolution figure, there is a swivel hinge, which why they didn't include it on this one is beyond me. But they did it with Shimo, so I don't see why they wouldn't do it with Godzilla. Maybe because he's a quadruped, but Kong and Skar King, I mean, they can crawl on all fours, so who cares? So there's nothing at the elbow and wrists. Nothing at the waist either. But there is a nice rotation here at the leg, which can go up about that far, back about that far, and no in and out motion, but can rotate at the foot, both sides. A little bit creaky, a little bit stiff. This one can go up about that far, and backwards about that far. I gotta stop bumping into my camera. And the tail can rotate at the base of it and has one singular ball joint. There's no wire in the tail, although I kind of wish there was, just to allow for a bit of movement. So when it comes to articulation, he is decently posable. He's about the same as the previous Heat Ray and Radio Tower Godzillas. And it's honestly fine, you know, take it or leave it as you will. But honestly, it's rather rock solid. Next up is accessories, and unfortunately, they pulled a Ghidorah and did not include anything. Just kidding. He comes with a beam effect, which it's a very small beam effect. Probably because again, children don't really like the long accessories, but us collectors do. So again, I was initially talking about the beam itself. I was initially disappointed because it looks too flame-like. I know it's radioactive fire, but there's a difference between this and this. This looks more plasma-like, which is something I expect to see out of Godzilla. This just looks a little too toy. I know it's a toy, but when we go from this to this, not to mention they're up close to the same length, but it just doesn't feel the same. Also, this one feels a lot more brittle, although it is mildly flexible, so I would consider the beam itself to be a downgrade. However, what's considered an upgrade is the connection of the beam itself, so I guess it's kind of like a trade-off. It has a much better looking peg, and actually has a much better groove in the mouth, so you can actually open up the jaw. Oh wait, that's as far as it opens. So you can actually plug in there and ram that thing right into Godzilla's mouth, and there you go. He's spitting out the beam. Now, I must stress that this thing has a great connection. Like, I'm literally holding it by its beam, and it's like not even letting go. If I try doing that with the regular Heat Ray Godzilla, then that's like gonna plop right out of the mouth. However, I also need to stress that it can also come at a bit of a cost, considering the fact that if you wiggle the beam, it also wiggles the top half of the mouth from the hinge of the jaw, which could eventually lead to some sort of pull and tear as throughout time goes. So, for some size comparisons, here he is next to what are basically, well, the only other GXK figure I own at the moment, the Playmates Shimo, and Godzilla and Kong from the first movie. And I did want to just bring this up that I know a lot of people will want me to compare these two. I will do a more in-depth video, but to basically summarize, I think that, like, overall, he's an upgrade from him in a lot of different ways, but he has some things that I like about him more than the Godzilla Evolved. But, as you can see, I don't own the new Kong with Beast Glove and Skar King or Suko and T.O.G yet, but I do know how to get those. So, that being said, there you go. And for the second round of size comparisons, here he is next to some other MonsterVerse Godzilla and Mechagodzilla figures with the 2014 Godzilla, as I mentioned earlier, and the two Playmates Mechagodzillas with the battle version and the standard version. And I did want to bring this up as well, that I honestly feel like, as far as like design goes, he may have been a result of him. Because think about it, they both have elongated arms, extended reach, bigger heads, red fins, and on a much more slender like build, allowing for better agility. And they both have some sort of weapon at the end of their tail. Of course, organically, there's no way you can really replicate this, so I guess this is uh the best way to go as far as like organically recreating Mechagodzilla. Obviously, you're gonna have something else to really counter the beams, or say the missiles. But as well, I wanted to bring up the eyes on the 2014 figure, as I personally am believing that they definitely took the same eyes from the 2014 figure and put it on the new one. Like, that is strikingly similar. Same color, same shape, same basically everything. Also, just to throw this in, there's the old Mechagodzilla. And for the last batch of size comparisons, here he is next to the NECA Godzilla 2014, still my all-time favorite figure in the entire collection, and the Playmates Godzilla 2004 standard version. Or well, standard, the 6-inch version. There really was no standard version, because this is standard. They never made a Spitfire or anything. And ultimately, while I do like this, I honestly kind of miss this. Also, it is kind of worth noting that his design kind of feels more inspired by 2004 with the much more slender build. Although, again, that could just be a result of Mechagodzilla, as he screams more MG than this one does. So, overall, what do I think of this figure? From its sculpt and paint, articulation, and accessories, it's an overall fine piece. I like it. I really do. And ultimately, this might be like the best Playmates Godzilla that we've gotten in a long time. Because while I do like Playmates Godzilla figures, they're just not my core of tea. You know, it's cup of tea. Core of tea. That's a new saying. It's just not my core of what I really want. I like hyper articulated figures, which is why I was so into NECA, but at the same time like them kind of as cheap as possible, which is why I didn't like Monster Arts. That being said, Playmates is not a bad way to go if you're looking for a much more casual figure experience or just want to buy something for your kids. Because let's be real here, this is a kid's toy and it will always be a kid's toy regardless of how you put it. But I also just want to say that if you're looking for a Godzilla Evolved, like, you must have one right now in your collection, this is probably your best way to go. Because the Titan Evolved, again, that's like a kid's gimmick toy, and the giant one probably ain't doing anyone any favors unless you want just a giant Godzilla. But then again, you can just get the RC Godzilla, because that has like better sculpting and better detailing. Maybe not so much posability, but that's an RC. But it is also interactable. But with that being said, that's my personal recommendation. I like it. Overall, I rate it 8.5. I'm going to say. I like it a lot. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accepting as your Lord and Savior today. Spread the gospel. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. God bless. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing an unboxing for the Playmates Suko and Titanus dog. Yes. After so much time, Doug finally has his own figure, and so we're officially going to get this right on the road, and we're going to unbox them both. I find it interesting how Doug, I've already watched the movie too, so it is spoilery, but I mean, I'm not gonna say anything as far as like, come on, it's right there. I'm gonna be spoiling the movie throughout this video, so if you don't want to like hear about it, so I suggest you click off. There's Doug, and let's get Suko. A little bit of splatter there. Alright, next, let's go ahead and cut open the torso. I still hate these new ties that they gave Suko and all the other Titans from the movie. I don't like it. Come on, how do you get this one? There's like no clearance room whatsoever to get that twist tie. Right, you know, I'm actually gonna go for the arms
Then I'm going to pry him open, see if I can actually... I hate smaller figures. Let's see if I can actually go from the back here. Try and pry this open. And then cut from behind. Ooh, you are smart in a lot of ways. Oh, here comes the rock. Let's keep that up. Actually, can we just pull the entire thing out? Maybe not, because there is a bit of a... There's another tie. I'm sorry if you guys can't see it, but... Oh, great. Alright, you know what? Screw this. Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. How do people open this thing without, like, ruining the... Ow! Whoa! Okay, so after nearly stabbing myself, I decided to cut the footage and just open Suko like this. Because either I was going to ruin the figure, stab myself, or just continue ruining this plastic shell of a box. So, here's, definitely recommend keeping this piece, though. Here's Suko himself. Did I call him Doug? No, that's Doug. So, there's the rock, and here's Doug. Finally, Doug joins the fray. And if you're wondering what his role in the movie is, it's he bites Kong's meal after he gets it and tries to steal from him. So I'm glad he's back. So, with that being said, I think this is a nice little 2-pack. They don't interact in the movie, but I hope that they do one day. And maybe Godzilla Kong 3 Doomsday or something. But that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus. Accepting as Lord and Savior for today. Spread the gospel. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. God bless. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing another figure review. Today we're doing a figure review of what might be the smallest, but arguably the biggest, as far as the impact goes, figure set of the entirety of the Godzilla Kong The New Empire line goes from Playmates. Today we have the legends Suko and Doug. Now, it is worth noting that, Suko is a definitely small monster, so we're just going to take a look at pretty much everything that these guys got going for them. And we're going to be taking a look at Suko and Doug as individual figures, so, because they are individual figures, the only accessory comes with the rock, so let's just get into it. First of all, we're going to look at Suko, which Suko is definitely, again, the smallest main character of the film. Yes, I know Doug does appear in the movie, but merely only as a cameo yet again. Really wish he would have had, more plot significance, Maybe, Suko rides him into battle or something. That would have been cool. But, Suko here is definitely the most simplistic as well. The overall sculpt and paint is really well done. And obviously in the movie, he's kind of like a reddish-brown type color. But obviously for the face, they've got a bit of a gray spray. Kind of goes on the face a little bit. Not really on the ears, surprisingly. It's definitely prominent on this ear more so than this one. So I guess there's a slight off-color balance. So maybe in the factory when they were spraying it, Suko was looking... They sprayed it at that angle. But it still looks nice. Here we have the eyes of Suko. I can't remember in the movie if they were green or not. But these eyes, I honestly don't really like them. I know, they're big, they're cartoony, but that's exactly my problem. Because all the other monsters have smaller eyes. And I know it's going to be because Suko's a small figure, it might be hard to paint the eyes. But this just looks way too cartoony for my liking. This looks more animated than the other ones. And honestly, the fact that it's permanently looking towards the right, because it is Suko's right. You'll move your eyeballs this way, you're looking to the right. It kind of makes posing a little less enduring. So we'll talk about that in the articulation. But aside from that, it is at least applied really well, and it's probably the most well placed of the eye decals. Also, the scar on the eye, really well done. A little paint of what is that? Gray. There we go. Heart's focus in there. Stomach is made of kind of similar plastic. Not really much to go off of.
The fur detail is actually really well done here on Suko. I like it a lot. Also, you can kind of see some the abs right there. Um, I mean, not abs, but certain part of the body that I'm pretty sure all primates have. Here we have the arms, very small but very lanky in proportion. And I'm really glad that like they are this length because in the movie, Suko uses his arms to his advantage against his opponents. So when this guy grows up, probably in Godzilla Kong 3, you're gonna see this guy a little bit older, maybe like a teenager or something. Um, Obviously for the hand, it's painted gray. The same color as the face, but it's still gotten like kind of like a grippy or like a rest, kind of like a neutral resting to the side position. So it does look pretty good. Not much to go off of individually, not individually sculpted, but you can still make out the individual fingers, 4 in all, 5 if you count the thumb. I still kind of find it stupid how we don't consider the thumb to be a finger, despite the fact it behaves exactly like one. Um, and as for the legs, little stumpy little things, nothing too much to write home about. Again, we've got some painting on the feet. Mine are a bit mismatched. There's a bit more paint on the left foot than there is the right foot. But for what is there, those are surprisingly some long toes. Like, I'm very surprised at how long of toes Zuko has. Because aside from, like, the movie, this is our biggest shot at, actually seeing Zuko, at least in full potential. So, as far as that goes, in the back, nothing at the back at all. Pure, I don't think anything's rubber. It's all hard plastic. I could be wrong about that. Yeah, it all feels kind of hard and rigid to me, which I mean, hey, take it as you will. But that wraps up the sculpt and paint department on Suko. What about articulation? Head is on a swivel, so there's no ball joint. Although it looks like there is. Trust me, there isn't. That's literally just the joint wobbling. Or maybe there is, and it's just really limited. But comfortably, you're going to get a rotation. Can go like 360 if you really want to. Shoulders can go up about that far, down about that far. Can rotate all the way around because they're on swivel hinges. Elbows are also on swivel hinges, so you can kind of bend in about that far, and you can actually extend about that far. And notice how there's like a bit of a sculpted in groove. So when you bend in the elbow, or bend out the elbow, it'll stop it and not make it look like this, where it starts sinking back in and just looks completely broken or disproportionate. And the wrist is also on a swivel. I was really surprised about this. They didn't have to do it. And I mean, at Playmates quality, you'd think they wouldn't have done this, but they did. There is a waist swivel, which again, I was also completely not expecting. Because Skar King, I believe, is the only other one in the line to feature some sort of waist movement, and that's on a ball joint. So, I'm not asking for a ball joint, but if you're going to give us waist movement, please, Playmates. Alright, I'm being a bit greedy. Standing out the arms. The legs can go forward about that far. Backwards about that far. Not much movement because of the butt as far as like backwards movement goes. But if you actually angle it this way, you can kind of get like a little bit of a split movement. And then you can kind of make him sit. Which I think you'd want him to sit because of all the scenes with Kong in the film. We have a hinge at the leg. No swivel this time. But much like the elbow, there is a sculpted in knee groove. So it stops it from bending at a certain point. And feet swivels. Which again, I was not expecting. But again, I'm happy they gave it to us. Which I think, aside from the lizards, Shimo and Godzilla, that this is the only other one to feature, elbow swivels, or sorry, feet swivels. Now, time to talk about accessories, which the only accessory Suko actually comes with is the rock. And notice how I have a bit of a plastic shell. That's actually from the packaging, but I need to stress that if you open it, you're going to want to keep it just so, like, it has something to rest on. The reason why is because, taking a look at the rock here first, it is just a basic rock. Playmates probably took the mold off something else. Let's be real here. Because it is easy just to copy off a rock and extend it. But, Suko can hold it, but, like, it's not a whole like fit as far as like, yeah, there you go. There's the rock, but it's not really, it doesn't click in place and it's very loose. I got to imagine that maybe they're planning to make like a Suko. Oh, that would be cool. Playmates, I'm giving you like a good idea for a new figure. You know those mega figures? Make it so Suko has a rock and like he catapults that rock away. So like maybe he uses like his torso, then he yeet, throws the rock right away. Maybe it'll hit some kids, but then again, you've made a Godzilla that shoots missiles, so so as far as the rock goes, it's fine. But yeah, definitely keep this if you're opening it up. It's right where the rock itself is packaged, so you literally don't even need to find it. You just be careful when you're opening it, so you can actually still have it. I say that, and I completely annihilated my packaging last time. So, as far as like it goes, I'm a bit disappointed with the connection as far as like the hand grip goes because I feel like if Suko's gonna be holding this thing and chucking it, he's gonna at least have to have like some form of like actual grip on this thing because that is weak. Suko ain't letting go of that rock. But that being said, that's essentially all there is to Suko and the rock. So next, let's go on to Doug. Next up, we're going to take a look at Titanus Doug. Although, if his name is Titanus Doug, then obviously that means Monarch has officially concluded that his name was Doug. Because that's how all the other Titans that are named Titanus something are named. Because that's the general term. Titanus means identified, Muto means unidentified. Hence the name, unidentified terrestrial. You get it. Anyway, on to Doug. This Doug doesn't look all that accurate to the movie as far as coloring goes, but still looks really good. Because in the movie, he was more of like, I guess, an identical color to what Suko is, kind of like a more... He's more beige than anything, but he's still a rather rock-solid figure. The eyes are painted in a solid yellow, with the black still serving as the eyeball, but the eyes, or the yellow parts, are the pupils. The teeth are individually painted, which are actually kind of really well done. Which, if they're able to paint this, but not Godzilla's teeth, which are wide open, mind you, why can't they do... I don't know, Playmates quality is weird. But the quality inside the... or the sculpt inside the mouth, because there is actually some detail in there, looks actually somewhat really good. And I like it, honestly. The scale, the neck, and, like, especially the back... It looks really well done. You can actually definitely see where, I guess, the dorsal plates of where Doug would be if he was a full-blown Godzilla would be, and, like, all these little spikes and stuff, especially going down, like, the, here we have going down the arms. Really nicely done. We have, like, some of the scales going up on the upper arm, not so much on the forearms, but the feet do definitely have the nice four-toed kind of pattern going on. Especially we got, like, a big pack. Like, wow. I know that's literally just the underbelly, but he's been working out. Look at that pack. That's like 10 pack right there. No, that's all the way down. But moving on down to the body here, nothing really too much. Not much dry brushing or anything like that. It's just solid black. We got some copyright detailing here. A little stamp. And the tail is actually sculpted at an angle. So it's not just straightforward, but it's actually like angled this way and then it kind of swoops away. Which about the tail, very cool. I like the little ridges that the tail has. And it's actually good to see Doug's full body. Because in Godzilla vs. Kong, when he made his appearance, he was only shown from like this part of his body. And he was just eating that little crap. But now in the movie and here, we actually get to see him in full body. Which we can definitely see how much he is definitely a Gojira. At least subspecies of the Gojira genus. But as far as like the tail and the pretty much everything is concerned, the detail's great. I think that this guy could have definitely used a bit more paint in that department, but it's nothing too bad. Now, as far as posability goes, he's actually got a decent amount. No jaw articulation, which is to be expected, but does have a head swivel, which, you know, it looks really cool just seeing him kind of like twist his head a little bit. Arms can go pretty much, I don't know if they can go all the way around. they can. Let's roll that back up. Although it is really tight, so I fear that over time it might like grade the plastic up. Nothing at the waist, but definitely some back and forth at the legs. I have a feeling it can go 3C. Oh, it definitely can. But there's really no reason to. And the tail's actually on a ball joint, which you can kind of go to the left, or well, to the left about that far, to the right about that far, go down about that far, up about that far, and even rotate in the ball joint. So, as far as posability goes, Doug is definitely not the most articulated one of the bunch, but is definitely a really good figure as far as like posability goes. Let's just adjust that head because it kind of looks weird. But yeah, there you go. There's Doug. So for some size comparisons, here they are next to their co-stars, Kong with the Beast Globe and the HEAV, and Evolved Godzilla with the Heat Ray. And I must say that again, I still think that he should have been with him somewhere in the movie. And for some more size comparisons, here they are next to their enemies in the movie, which we have Suko, Shimo. I mean, the two sound similar. Suko, Shimo, and Skar King, which I think it's unanimously clear these two are practically mortal enemies given the fact that he killed his biological dad, so... Oh boy, am I glad that the Monsterverse ain't seeing you again. And for the last bit of size comparisons, here they are next to the NECA Godzilla 2014, still my all-time favorite figure in the entire collection, and the NECA Playmates Godzilla 2004 from the Toho Classic series. And so, for the Suko with Titanus T.O.G set, what do I think of it? I think it's a really fine set. It's definitely not the most extravagant, it's definitely not the most appealing, but it's definitely the most unique. Why? Because this is the only action figure we've gotten of Suko, and the only figure, period, we've got of Doug. Doug has not gotten any official merch, at least I don't think he has. So to actually see a figure of him from Playmates in the new movie, probably because he has more of a significant role this time around, it's so much better this time around. And as for Suko, U2's and Funko made a plushie and a Funko Pop respectively, but really, I don't think anyone's going to be super clamoring about those, probably aside from like hardcore U2's collectors or something. But on its own, for $10, this is not a bad way to go. You're getting two minifigures of two Titans that don't really have much of a significant role, plus a rock. Then again, you can just go outside and get yourself a rock. That, or you can just go to the pet store, get a little like iguana or something, and I don't know, go to the zoo, see the monkey there, and I don't know. I'm just being creative at that point. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept the Lord and Savior today. Spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. God bless. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we are doing another unboxing video. Today we're doing an unboxing for the Playmates Kong with Beast Glove from Godzilla Kong the New Empire. I've heard many different things about this guy. Hopefully he'll open up better than Suko did. Because if you watch that unboxing video, he was going to town on that thing. I was worried I would have broken it. At least I'm hoping that it does better this time. Come on. Oh man, this is gonna be tight. Come on, okay. Oh, there we go. So let's how do we, let's get Kong out of the package. Oh great, there's still one more zip tie. Well, not zip tie. They're not exactly zip ties. So here's Kong. He's got some decent weight to him. This is something I heard. I heard he's way heavier than the other figures, which is weird. Here's the Beast Glove. Oh yeah. Mine's got derp eyes. That's probably not looking good. I'm sorry. It looks so stupid. I've seen some messed up eyes on figures, but why is it Kong that gets me the most? I guess it's because, like, for Godzilla, you can kind of get away with it because you'll shift him off to the side, he'll look fine. But up front, like this, oh man, Kong is seeing a lot of things. He's probably fighting Shimo and Skar King at the same time while doing this. And let's get the heave out of the way. Come on. I don't want to. You know what? I already have a bunch of these things. That's fine. Here's the heave. Which, spoilers if you have not watched the movie, but I'm going to be talking about them anyway. The heaves can camouflage. Yeah, I forget the name of those creatures because they only said it like once. I guess because they didn't have much of a significant role until the final battle, where they distract Skar King and his army. But like this can really camouflage, and it looks really cool. Much needed upgrade from the previous heave. Let's actually get a heave from the previous set. Here's the one that came with Mechagodzilla, and here is the one that came with the Skullcrawler. Still missing a Warbat figure. Playmates, reissue that, please. I need it. We need it more than the world needs Kong. So, yeah, that's my unboxing. First impressions type thing. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept Him as Lord and Savior today. Spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. God bless. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing another figure review. Today we're doing a review of the Playmates Godzilla Kong, the New Empire, Kong with Beast Glove. And of course, HEAV, but obviously the main attraction here. I'm gonna be honest. I was really excited to get this one, just because, you know, it's a new Kong figure, and, you know, especially like back then, you didn't get too much, but now we're like living in almost like a renaissance of Kong figures, because not only do we have the NECA Kongs, but we also have the Mezco Kong, we also have the Haya Kongs, the Monster Arts Kongs, the Bandai Kongs, and now the Playmates Kongs. Obviously, Playmates is like serving up some Kong and Godzilla buffet, but let's see how this one compares. Well, mainly on its own. Now, let's go ahead and just say this right out of the gate. The sculpt and paint. The sculpt, it is technically a new sculpt. There are some similarities mold-wise to the other figure, however, it's just because both of them are based off the same model, used in both GVK and GXK. So if you see any similarities, it's not because of the sculpt, it's because of the design they used in the movie. So that being said, let's talk about the eyes. I got a little bit unfortunate with mine. As you can probably tell, mine are staring off into two different directions. And this would be okay if I wasn't going to be planning to use this in Tabius. And to be honest, I might try either buy another one or fix this one myself. But that being said, I mean, the eye placement, I mean, yeah, they're off to the side. But the eye paint itself, it's very simplistic. Orange iris and actually orange eyeball with black pupil. And it's like that on both sides, although they should be a bit more smushed in, you would think. Of course, here we have like the kind of gray colored face in comparison to the much more dark brown body, and I like this one a lot more than the Battle Axe Kong, which we'll compare in a bit. Nostrils are not painted, but very well sculpted, and the mouth is probably the best improvement, I would say, because a problem with the previous ones is that the teeth were just big pieces of plastic that were plastered into the jaw. This time around, they're actually smaller and painted a little bit more like the movie. I will say that this one's kind of lacking some silver. You know what I'm talking about, wink wink. And the mouth is fully painted as well, which I do like. I will say maybe like the lower gum line is a bit exposed. That almost looks like a lip, even though this is the lip. So maybe that's a bit of a quality control issue, but I mean, it doesn't take away from the figure. And it's honestly still really good. Moving on down to the chest, here we've got a bit more of the scarring that you see Obviously, we got like some new scarring from Godzilla when he cut him in Hong Kong and started playing tic-tac-toe on his chest. But also has some more defined abs. And I still gotta say, again, major improvement with the paint here because again, it's not just a spray; it's an actual like applied paint job, and actually gets a very good amount of paint, especially down to the six pack, down to the. I just realized this Kong mold doesn't have a belly button. Should be around there. But the seam line here, where the belly button would be, I guess, because it kind of probably cut off, um, it actually goes down to where the belly button would be. And it looks a lot better, honestly. But of course, the plastic, still that fine brown. And I still like the fur pattern they chose. And like the detail of it. Like this feels, obviously it's not going to be made of fabric like the flocked Funko Pop of Kong from 2021, but this is going to be a lot. It looks more like fur. Okay, by comparison, this looks more like what we see on screen, and I love it. And again, there's no sculptor or painting, but apparently in the film, I know this, not just apparently, but Kong actually has a big scar back there. It's not from Godzilla at all, because a beam or a big burn like that doesn't cause a scar that looks like a scratch. That was probably either from Scar King's whip or another Titan in between the films. So that being said, maybe it was the Titan Hunter. Um, the arms. Here we have this arm. We'll get to the Beast Glove in just a sec. There's no battle damage this time around, so the hinges are all exposed. But on the bright side, they have the improved mold actually seeping through a lot better on this one, and it's a bit more glossy. That's actually up for debate. And the hands are actually still colored really well this time. I like how they're very much well applied and actually go kind of all the way in, which is really surprising because you think they're just only like, all right, we're done. But no, they actually took their time and painted all the way in. And you can kind of see like a little gradient as to the hands and to the wrist. It just looks so much better. And talking about the Beast Club, I will say it's a little too mechanical. I know that sounds weird, but this honestly screamed a lot of industrial instead of just high tech. But I understand why, because it is the first of its kind. It's a prototype. Um, so we have like this, obviously the bicep strap, and we have moving out the arm a little bit. Here we have like some of the gears that would like move via the obviously move like with a hinge with the elbow, and of course here we have the gauntlet itself that would like straighten out into position, then it can punch somebody. It knocks Godzilla over, which is a cool feat. But just remember, that Godzilla's probably lighter than he was than compared to KOTM and GVK. Because he did get skinnier, very slim. And I refuse to believe that he got any heavier, in fact, lighter than the first film. But obviously we've got hold on. Hold on. Nope, VT61. And then on this, yeah, it's just VT61. So here we have HT42, HT42, and yeah, this is like the knuckle part, and of course we got like the little straps back here. It looks really good. I will say I wish the straps were a bit differently colored because it honestly just looks like the same color of the plastic they use for Kong's body, like maybe a bit of a lighter brown. I mean, movie accuracy doesn't have to be everything, but this figure is so far rocking it. And of course, we have the punching fist, which actually still has like a hole in it, so you can actually kind of grasp something, maybe like the axe, because he does grab the axe with this hand anyway. I wish there was also maybe some like red application on the hand, because in the movie he does get his hand frostbitten, not burned, but frostbitten, to the point where his hands and nerves are like all crumpled up and everything, and he needs this in order to get that new adjustment. And let's talk about the legs, since that's the last thing we need to talk about. They looked really good too. I like the detailing. I like that. I like the fact that the hinges are tiny bit more detailed than the last ones, so they look a little bit more flush, but not by much. But again, the fur pattern, the fur detail, it still looks really nice, and I like how well it's Punky Booty. I still love how well it's just applied and just molded in this way. you don't really see a lot of figures actually like taking their time to detail them this much, especially like a $10-15 figure. And of course, here we have the feet, which are colored in gray as per usual. And bottom of the feet, copyright info there and there. And yeah, that is about it for the sculpt in paint. Honestly, I honestly think that this is a major improvement over the Battle Axe combo. Well, again, we'll compare them in just a bit. Next up is Articulation, and it's pretty much the same song and dance we've seen before, but there are some changes regarding it, and let's go ahead and talk about it. First of all, the head is on a swivel. However, it is a bit more tight when you get to here. I think it's honestly just because they use a different mold for the sculpt. It's basically because it's a bit spikier up here and there's a bit of a more it's a much more bigger bulge up here on the shoulder. But once you actually do get around, pink. Yeah, there's pink. That's only just the piece of the mouth in there. It does look like he has up and down movement. Trust me, he does not. That was only exclusive to the Kong Skull Island figure from a few years back, not the Ferocious Kong Skull Island. Here we have swivel hinges at the shoulders, so you can go up about that far, down about that far. You can pretty much rotate all the way around, and can actually kind of shimmy in there. Same thing here. It's a bit more free of a joint. You can rotate in the elbow about that far in, that actually no, a little bit more out, and can rotate all the way around. And you can actually rotate all the way around on this wrist. However, on the Beast glove, it's a little less range. So you can kind of close in about that far, not as much, straighten out about that much, and can still rotate side to side. Because of these gears, you're not going to be able to swivel all the way because of the elbow piece that's right here, so it's a bit more natural. And there is no swivel cut here at the wrist, so don't even try unless you want to break your figure right off. Go right ahead. The seam line. Honestly, I'm kind of shocked that they didn't give Kong a waist swivel, considering the fact that both Skar King and why am I forgetting his name? Suko. Come on, you watched the movie, you should know this. But he has nothing. Maybe there is a joint in there, they just glued it for whatever reason, but nope, there is no swivel in there. So I'm a bit confused as to why, but hey, it moves, it's fine. Or well, the figure moves, not the waist. But for the legs, you can kick forward about that far, backwards about that far, so not much range because of the big booty. But you can kind of rotate. Huh. I just noticed this. Mine has a bit of a rocker. I think maybe the socket holding the joint in is a bit too big. So I feel like if I'm gonna pull, I might pull this out. I'll pull out the leg, but I won't try. But the rotation here. So I guess mine has a bit of a extra hip rocker. So mine's on a ball joint. Sucks to be you guys. And features a hinge at the knee, so you can kind of straighten up about pushing it that far and pull in about that far. So there's no feet swivel again, but for posability, again, it's really cool. I dig it. There's not really much else I would have added to it because you can't really move a gauntlet in the same way that how you would with an action figure like this. So kudos to Playmates. So after much consideration, I decided to say screw it and do a comparison with all 4 of the MonsterVerse Kongs. I might be doing a much more in-depth video of this, but let's just kind of get this summary out of the way. He's obviously not the tallest. That goes to him. However, what I find very interesting is that, also just to recap the figures, the original release Kong Skull Island, I have the second release all the way at the bottom shelf, might sell that one. Obviously the Battle Axe Kong, as I previously mentioned, and the Fighter Jet Kong. I don't have the Antarctic Kong, I don't have the Hong Kong Battle Kong, and I don't have any of the exclusive sets of Godzilla vs. Kong. None of those. because there's really no need to own like 1,000 of these figures. That being said, let's just talk about these two in specific. You can obviously tell what I mean when I say that the mold is a bit more sharper this time around. I mean, compare this. Is it focusing? Alright, good. Compare this to this. Look at how much more detail is on the newer one than the old one. And there's actually a visible ab six-pack. Granted, it's still visible in this one, but it's so mellow. And also, it doesn't need dry brushing to get away with its finer details because, again, they're much more apparent on this one despite the hard plastic. And you can even see the teeth, again, what I said, whole pieces of plastic, actually somewhat accurate to the movie. I will say again, as far as eye application goes, this one has better ones than this one does, but that's really only a nitpick. Also, I need to address this, the weight difference between the two. This is a hefty figure. Like, this is actually, probably gives Mezco a run for their money as far as the heaviest Kong figure goes. And, as far as, like, everything else, he's literally just him, just with a slightly different paint job and closed mouth and a fighter jet. He is whatever he is. Like, basically, this is just the comparison. Now, next, let's talk about his accessory, the newly designed HEAV, which, as you can tell, they got a massive upgrade with the HEAVs. Its overall sculpt and not really well paint, because there is no paint unless this whole silver is paint. It's actually really accurate to the movie, and I don't know if size proportionally it is. Maybe it is, given the fact of how big Mothra is next to it. But this is actually really sick. I love the way that this thing looks. All the like different points here and how it flies in the movie. I kind of wish there was like... I just thought of $1 million idea, Playmates. Make bigger HEAVs like this, but you know those Hot Wheels that change color when you dip them in water? Or those Disney Pixar Cars ones from Mattel? Do the same thing, but with the HEAVs. Again, they change color in the movie. That's like $1 million idea. And I'd like a bit of royalty and mail every once in a while. But yeah, this is essentially what's on the bottom. It's not really much on the bottom. But as far as accessories goes, I think I still like the Kong with Battle Axe one a bit more because that actually came with a Battle Axe, which was akin more to the character than a HEAV is. But just for some more comparisons, here this HEAV is next to the previous two HEAVs that we got from Playmates and the radio tower from Godzilla, the radio tower Godzilla. So we have the one from Mechagodzilla and the one from the Skullcrawler. And as you can see, kind of these two in specific, what a difference in 3 years in continuity, because GVK takes place in 2024, and I believe GXK is supposed to take place in 2027. I don't know why they keep skipping years and don't just do the following up a year. Probably because of how long these movies take to make. So for some size comparisons, here he is next to his other monkey co-stars in the movie, Suko and Skar King. And I'm just going to say this. Skar King was getting owned by him in the final fight. Like, there's no doubt that Beast Glove really energized him and just beat him to a pulp. He's fodder. Without Shimo, he's absolutely fodder. No, even with Shimo, he's fodder, because he needed her help the whole time. And for some more size comparisons, here he is next to his lizard co-stars in the film with Godzilla Evolved, Shimo with Frostbite, and the main character of the movie, Doug, which I'm pretty sure he's still mad about him stealing his meal. And for the last bit of size comparisons, here he is next to the NECA Godzilla 2014, still my all-time favorite figure in the entire collection, moving the HEAV over slightly a bit. The Playmates Godzilla 2004 Toho Classic Series 6-inch version. And because I brought him up earlier, the Mezco King Kong of Skull Island, based on the novel. And when I said this guy was heavy and gave Mezco a run for his money, I was wrong. This thing still weighs like a brick. Like, if I compare the weights of both of them, granted, he still has some weight, but the Mezco is just heavier on all accounts.
Probably because it's also like the bulkier figure. Granted, in terms of size, they're about the same height. But remember, he's hunched over and he's got like way longer arms and is made of a much harder plastic and is a bit girthier as far as design goes. So Mezco's clearly the champion when it comes to the heaviest Kong in the collection. That is if I don't count the Funko Pop or the 11-inch figures, because I haven't actually weighed those yet. So, what do I overall think of this figure? My final thoughts is really, this thing is worth it. I will say that there's a bit of issues, especially with my QC issues about like the eye placement and how there's an obviously cut waistline, but there's no articulation there, despite the fact that you gave the two other primates in the line, Suko, which is a significantly smaller figure, and Skar King, a significantly thinner figure, both waist joints. Granted, one's a swivel, one's a ball joint, but Kong could have really used that because he does hunch his back, like say when he's like getting his axe ready to like, do some incredible poses, and that's the kind of action you want. But that being said, this Kong is still rather rock solid. And to my knowledge, this is the only 6-inch Kong Beast Club figure we have on the market right now. Because Monstarts has not made one yet. Hiya Toys most likely is making one, but not revealed it right now. And Bandai, actually no, Bandai has one, but who cares about the Bandai vinyls when you have this, a literal $10 figure that also has this. I might be dunking on Bandai a bit too much, but at least Playmates has a new mold for theirs. Looking at you, Bandai. But you know what? Bandai and Playmates, that's like a whole discussion for another day. But honestly, pick this up. That's what I like about these things. They're super cheap, they're super affordable, easy to make, easy to buy. Go to your Walmart, go to your Target, go to your Toys R Us if your country still has it, because I know it closed down in the US quite some time ago. But apparently it's making a return. But you're also getting a pretty cool little HEAV. I will say that should have came with the Axe, especially because it says Axe on the back of the box. But enough with what I have to say. Now it's your choice. You can buy it, you can skip it, or whatever. That being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept Him as Lord and Savior today. Spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. God bless. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing another unboxing. Today we're doing an unboxing for the Playmates Skar King with Whipslash, aka the biggest fodder of the Monsterverse. Yeah, I said it. Ion Dragon, you knew was going to be weak from the start, so you can't really say he was a fodder. He just had a lot of bravery to him. Skar King, I remember, like, the movie was hyping him up, and, well, he gets his butt whooped by both Godzilla and Kong. Like, not even, like, together, just individually. Like, bro had a whole team of apes at his disposal, plus Shimo, and he still lost to Godzilla millions of years ago. At least according to the movie lore. And no, I'm not putting a spoiler warning anymore because the movie's out now and you're literally clicking on a video where it's about Godzilla and Kong. So that's basically on you, pal. Oh, crap. This one's a little tighter because Skar King's body is much more slimmer than that of Kong's and Godzilla's and everyone's. Come on, what? Whoa, okay. And I think we can just get him out now. Oh, great, nope. There's one more tie at the back. I see it here, it's just for the whip. There we go. So, he comes with his accessory already attached, which I like. Wow. This is not what I was expecting. This is actually really cool. I was considering getting the 2-pack set, but unfortunately my Walmart didn't have it. Although they did have the Godzilla and Shimo one. But by that time it was already too late, so.
Very articulated. I was not expecting Skar King to be this posable. Kind of wish he had some foot swivels. You know, I wonder if there's like ever going to be a time where someone like buys this for the. Oh wait, hold up! I forgot. There's one more. Yeah, lots of people will miss this. It's on the whip itself. There we go. So just shear that off. And it can come off, and he can actually like grasp the thing. So I'll do a much more in-depth comparison in my review. It's cool he can hold it, but unfortunately it doesn't come with like the little crystal that he holds, that he controls Shimo with, so unfortunately. But yeah, this is Skar King. Very quick unboxing, but you know, that's alright. With that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept him as Lord and Savior today. Spread the gospel as I'm recording this. It is Easter, and is the day he rose from the dead. So make sure you celebrate it for that, and not about chocolate eggs and Easter bunnies. Thank you guys for watching again. Peace out, everyone. God bless. Hello everyone, welcome back to another figure review. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing a video on the Playmates 6-inch Skar King with Whipslash. I am honestly really excited for this one because Skar King is honestly a really unique figure for me, and there's a lot of things that I was really hyped about in specific, but of course now having the figure in hand, let's see if this figure really is worth the hype. First of all, let's take a look at the head. Obviously we have the eyes that are painted the signature blue that Skar King has. It's never really explained in the movie why he has those blue eyes, but hey, he has glowing blue eyes. Here we have like obviously his face paint, which looks a lot like Kratos, as a lot of people have said, but you know, again, it looks really well done. Like the head, so the red line that goes all the way from his top of his forehead down to his cheeks, and it honestly looks really well done. And especially like the mouth paint, it actually has a slightly different color than the white on the rest of the face, here and here. And of course, here we have the ears that are small, but actually really well sculpted and actually have some pretty decent detail to it. And I will say that I like the paint on the nostrils. Actually, I don't know if that is paint. I think that's just really well sculpted, and that's just the shadow of it. But of course, what I'm trying to say is the details on the ears, eyes, nose, and mouth are really well done. Here we have like the top of the head, like the fur kind of going down, and then we get to like the broader chest, where you know we get like that signature kind of like white streak across the chest from his hip to, well, obviously his chest. We have another splotch of white there. So he's essentially just like a big orange and white colored orangutan. Oh, there, there he goes. But yeah, his chest is actually really well sculpted, and actually has a really nice, sculpted six pack. Which, again, I was not expecting Playmates to hit a bunch of home runs with their 6-inch six packs and whatnot. So 6 on 6 packs. Oh yeah. Let's take a look at the shoulder. Actually, no, let's take a look at the back here. Not much to really talk about, but again, I talked about this with the Kong, but the fur detail, oh man, it is so good. Because, like, look at it. It looks like actual fur. Granted, it's not actual fur, but it looks like actual fur, at least from a distance. Obviously, it's made of plastic, but you can just tell, like, these, like, detailing, and it actually looks like something that would exist on an orangutan, minus the plastic. Here on the shoulders, or I guess the arms, I will say here on the upper arm, it is really well detailed and actually looks like, you know, it's applied really well. Got some like kind of gradient towards like the kind of like fur to the skin and whatnot. So it honestly, again, looks really well done. Can't really say that about the lower arm. I'm gonna be up. I'm gonna be up in front and honest. I am not a fan of the way this thing is painted. I feel like it has too much white, not enough red. Because look at this. This looks fine, but then it immediately there's like almost no gradient. or transition. It just goes straight to gray, and then we have like this red line that runs across. And it honestly just looks kind of tacky. It doesn't look very good. And the hand, it just kind of looks like it was just dipped in white paint. So honestly, I'm a bit bummed, especially when it comes to like the quality of the paint on Skar King, because this again just it's slapped on, and I can forgive the scars on Kong, but not these. Like these are ugly. Because I wish they would had more of this, like a bit smaller amount, or like a bit of a more gradient than this. This is just caked on. And the same thing goes with the other arm, because, well, it's not as, actually, no, it's actually kind of as bad. Because, like, look, it's so white, and even, like, from a transitioning thing, it's not, doesn't really transition well at all. And, you know, there's several lines that overlap on each other. You can obviously see here, here, and here. Like, what are those lines even supposed to be? His skin? If it was his skin, then I guess what the figure is trying to communicate is that Skar King's skin is white, his fur is red. So why would there be lines there? Maybe like the same reason why his head is red, but it just looks so tacky here. I know it's a $10 toy, but when they're capable of doing this, this actually looks good. This does not. And honestly, again, it's still really sucky, but again, the detail work is still really rock solid, and I like it a lot. Of course, he has the clenched fist, obviously. And let's talk about the legs. Not as bad, honestly. In fact, I consider this like the best part of it. There's no white on the legs, minus the feet, but it looks really well detailed, and I love the mold still. I really like it. I would say again that, you know, it's only on one side. Given how acrobatic this guy is, you're going to be wanting him like kicking up in the air. So you're going to be seeing that exposed, non-white painted feet. So there's the bottom of the feet. Sorry, there's the feet themselves, though. The toes are painted, so at least they got that sort of sense corrected. But I feel like they overpainted a little bit, because you can kind of see it kind of goes onto the feet themselves, like not just the toes. So I feel like if it was a bit dialed back, then it would be a bit better. But aside from that, that is relatively it for Sculpt and Paint. I honestly got to say, it's honestly one of the weaker ones when it comes to like consistency. But again, the detail work is amazing, and the paint job is primarily just two colors, red and white. Oh, can't stop falling over. He doesn't have a tail, nor does he have like a heavy weight to him, so he's a bit hard to stand. But that being said, I still would like to see a bit better paint when it comes to like the stripes. The head, it looks fine, but this looks crummy, and that looks really crummy. So I would appreciate if it was instead maybe more like a spray rather than slapped on line paint that was like that. Because that looks really weird. I get it was probably like that in the movie. I'd have to go back and rewatch it. But even then, like, it looks so odd, especially in a figure form like this. So it's fine, gets a pass, but I wish it was a bit better. And next for articulation, Skar King actually has quite a bit. He has a head rotation, which he can go all the way around. So if you want to snap Skar King's neck and have that be the finisher move instead of him being frozen to death and crushed by Kong and Rio, then they go right ahead. You can go kind of swivel hinge up at this forearm. I will say this arm is a little loose. It's like it's a little loose on mine. It's not so bad, but like it's still kind of noticeable. So, but he does have the ability to rotate all the way around, and he does have the ability to hinge his elbows this far in, that far out, and can go all the way around, and also has the ability to swivel his wrist. Now, I will say that there's a bit more range when it comes to the arms because he's not as bulky as, say, Kong is. So you can kind of get a little bit more better posing. I just realized, no, that's just the plastic where it's molded and they have to like rip it out. Now, here's the best part. A movable
waist. Now, it is a little squeaky, and notice how it's moving like a ball joint. That's because... Whoa! Whoa, okay, knocking over my light. Sorry, Luxo. It is on a ball joint. Now, what's fun to note about it is that it's not just a ball joint. See, if you've been a long time viewer of the channel, which I hope you are, I'm just gonna let the 2020 people do their work. This looks like a certain video game character. Anyway, if you've been a long time viewer of the channel, you know that I love the NECA figures. And something that the NECA Godzilla 94 does is actually have like a little groove to the side where it can actually like act as more articulation. And the Playmates Skar King kind of does this because it has like little end divots right here to allow a bit more side to side, which honestly is really good use, really useful like feature on him. So you can kind of get a little bit more like leeway this way, a little more that way, and also can really rotate as a lot on this thing. And here we have the legs. Go kind of forward about that far, backwards about that far. Also, I forgot to show the range on this thing. Can kind of crunch down about that far. Crunch down up about that far. And side like that. And if you rotate the leg like this, you can actually kind of go kick out to the side or do the splits. And the knees are on hinges. So they will not be able to rotate, and the feet are not going to be able to rotate, but again, you can just rotate the entirety of the leg. So as far as postability goes, he's honestly really good. I would say give him feet swivels. And this thing is practically on par with a lot of NECAs and Monster Arts figures. I said that. So, in the intro of the video, you might have noticed something different on Skar King compared to when I actually was taking a look at him. He's looking a little nude. Then again, all monsters are nude, so who am I to say? But he actually comes with the Whipslash, which is essentially a gigantic spine, which would I think could be the Warbat? I don't know, these fangs really leave a lot to be desired if it is actually the Warbat. But I definitely think it is, because this is a really long spine. It's longer than Skar King himself. Kind of looks like a bobbit worm, doesn't it? If you don't know what that is, search it up and prepare that for the Nightmare Field to run in. But yeah, it's got a lot of like spines and ridges here, obviously, because it is a spine. So the jaw is actually pretty well done. I like the coloring of it because it is just a basic kind of bone white type color. And what was it of the jaw? Let's get Skar King out of the shot so we can focus this in a little better. There you go. Obviously the bottom part of the jaw really does look rather good, and it's actually got only 3 sides because we got 1, 2, 3, and then not 4 because that's the area where it goes on Skar King. But fully disattached, it's about this long, and yeah, definitely looks like a Warbat's spine. Now, how you put this on, there's actually 2 different ways you can actually put this on. One is the classic method. Put it over the lapping area of Skar King like this and raise his arm up a little bit like that. And so kind of get it to the point where you can kind of peg it in like this. Shove it on. And there you go. Skar King has his Whipslash ready and assembled. Oh, wait. Did I completely miss that? Hope I didn't miss it. But to brief summarize, put it on like this and then peg it on. There you go. But yeah, that's how you put on Skar King. However, if you want him actually holding it, not just resting on him, you come here and take this arm, and you're going to want to find this area of it, and push that thing right in. And it can't swivel, but now Skar King has his Whipslash. Maybe the loose arm does help. So yeah, but that's the whip. My only complaint is that it doesn't really, it's flexible, but it doesn't keep a pose. And
honestly, I would have liked maybe like a bendy wire with this thing or some form of flexible rubber that keeps its positioning. Because it just staying curved like this really leaves a lot to the imagination, doesn't it? And also, this isn't really a complaint, but just more something to point out. There's no crystal at the end of the Skar King's whip. And if you know what what the whip does, or what the crystal does, I'm gonna say it anyway because I've already spoiled the movie. It controls Shimo, and at the end of the movie, it breaks. Godzilla breaks it off of the whip. So I feel like as if it should have been there, maybe like below the hand, this part, that would have been a little better. But say la vie. But as it is, Skar King with the whip, or actually get rid of this little peg and actually have it so you can slide it into his hand the same way you can slide Kong's battle axe in, so it doesn't sacrifice any detail. But alas, that's the Whiplash, and that's the really only accessory you get. So I mean, there's really not much else that you could have included with this thing. So yeah. And for some quick size comparisons, here he is next to his monkey co-stars in the movie with Kong with the Beast Glove and Suko with, well, not Titanus Doug because I'm not including him in this size comparison, but you can definitely see it's very close to like the actual like size in the movie. I'm honestly kind of shocked how close it is. Then again, they're all on like the same scale, and yeah, there's no competition between those two. And here he is next to the lizards of the movie with Godzilla evolved, Titanus Doug, and Shimo, which, as you can definitely tell, Shimo's a bit on the smaller side when it comes to like the scale. Maybe this is accurate. I don't really think it is because she should be maybe up to a bit more here. But that being said, it still works perfectly fine. And he is the biggest fodder of them all. Doug would even beat him in a fight. And here he is next to some other Godzilla and Kong figures with the NECA King Kong original version, which I've always wondered if he would look like him, and obviously now we got our answer, no. Because he's like brown fur, he's like red fur, so I mean they are lanky apes, so he's based on the 33 design anyway. But here's the NECA Godzilla 2014, still my favorite figure in the all-time collection. And here's the Playmates Godzilla 2004 6-inch version from the Toho Classic series. And as you can see, he is dwarfed by everyone else, especially him. But I wasn't expecting him to be dwarfed by him. I thought they were going to be like the same height. And so overall, what do I think of this sphere? I'm going to come out and say that I think Skar King as like the villain, very fodder, but the figure is actually quite excellent. It's not the best thing in the world, and it's certainly not the best in Playmates' Godzilla and Kong line in general, but for what it is, it's actually rather rock solid. The sculpt and detail's nice. The paint is a little bit iffy, especially with the sloppy line work that they did on the arms, and a bit heavy-handed on the white on some areas and the lower arm. But the articulation is really well done, especially the waist movement, and the whiplash is really well done as well. And I like how you can display it in two different ways, with the hand or on the chest, as it's normally in the movie. Honestly, I would really recommend picking up this figure because if you want a Skar King 6-inch figure, this is your only choice. Okay, it's one of two choices. Currently, as I'm recording this video, which I'm not posting it the same day, well, I'm not recording it the same day it's going live because, well, you know, I can't just make like 1,000 Godzilla Kong videos in the same day. But this is basically it. Because as of this recording, April 9th or 10th, actually, no, it's the 10th, there has not been a Bandai one announced. SH Monster hasn't announced one. And Hiya Toys is most likely going to make one because they just announced the Shimo recently. But this is probably your best bet. That, or you can go with the 2-pack, the one that comes with the Kong and Skar King, in exclusive like paint applications, features like darker paint, orange paint, red paint, all the warm colors. So And plus, it comes with like these little like neat backdrops that add for like extra play. So you can go like or something. I don't know, destroying all the crystals and such, fighting Kong while you're at it. But yeah, this is it for the figure. Thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept Him as Lord and Savior today. Spread the gospel. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. God bless. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing an unboxing video of what might be the most goofiest Godzilla figure I think I've ever seen in the 10 years that I've been into Godzilla. The Titan Evolution Godzilla. Which, if you wonder why this is the most funniest thing you've ever seen, you might notice that this thing is made of rubber. Well, there's the Godzilla figure on the inside, and what you're supposed to do is take it and peel it. So let's do it. Hold on. Oh wow, this is made of straight up rope. It's not even like string, that's like rope. I could save someone's life with this. Okay, there's one. And is there another one? I mean, there's the one on the arm, so. Like, I do like how they also included some QR codes with these now. Also, that would be cool, like a QR code like based system. I don't know, like maybe collectible points or like some sort of like ARG or something. Can't really see what I'm doing, but there's a strap at the back of the leg, and it is so far a pain. Alright, now there's one more, and I have no idea how I'm going to... Oh, wait, hold on. Now I know how to do this one. Get ready. And we're out. Alright. I wonder how much parents pass this by on the shelf. And, alright, here comes the peelage. We open this like a door. And here he is, the Titan Evolution Godzilla. Oh man, this is so goofy. So, you know what, I'm going to leave this for the review. But thank you guys for watching this video. Oh wow, it is really loosey-goosey. Just look at it. Its chest is like burst open. Look at this thing. It waves his tail. I am literally crying right now. This thing is so stupid. I love it. It's just like the movie. It's so bad. It's good. Well, it's not bad at all. It's just like the movie. It's so fun. I can see why. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I would have preferred it now if I got this thing as a kid. I hate all the dust and lit this thing got. What is that? I think it's just wrappage from the cardstock. My only concern is that the rubber might peel, like not even just like peel off from here to here, but like literally peel over time. I already have bit paint scars. But how do you guys think Haru Nakajima would think? As the person who literally wore the Godzilla costume for like 20 years straight, how do you think he would react seeing this thing? I'm ending this video. God bless. See you guys later. Peace out, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing what might possibly be the most stupidest Godzilla figure I have ever reviewed on the channel. Now, I mean stupid in all comicality, or comedically, whatever the proper term is, because this is one of those figures that are like, it's so bad, it's so good, but in the near 10 years I have been getting Godzilla figures and collecting them, this has to be the strangest one I've ever seen. And I know there's such thing like the Doom Island one from Trendmasters, you know, the one that like has the guts coming out, and there's like a big battering ram. I think that was on Destroyer. It was either Godzilla. I think both of them had it. And then they had like these big like things on the back. This is funny modern day Godzilla. This is the funniest one you can get on the market. So let's see if funny really means good. So we're going to be using this, usually based in two parts, about each of the figures, because there is technically two going on. But let's go ahead and take a look at this. I haven't even said the name of this figure yet. It's the Titan Evolution Godzilla from Godzilla Kong: The New Empire. Yes, the X is silent. The overall mold is definitely the standard Playmates mold, you know, with the standard blue spray and the charcoal black color scheme, the basic blue eyes that surprisingly have no pupils, and the one noted pink tongue. And really, that's all the coloring. I mean, that's kind of it. But it is bigger, it's bulkier, it's a big rubber sack that goes over an actual figure. We'll talk about that in just a sec, but for the mold of the rubber suit, it's not bad. Like, honestly, they could have done a lot worse of a job with this. I will say the spines look more 2014 than KOTM in versus Kong, but then again, how are you gonna really do the gimmick with the exact fins that look like that? Also, the arms are beefened up to really give Kong a run for his money. Like, you want to talk about evolution? This is what evolution looks like. Also, we've got like a little pouch in the rib area, kind of abdomen. Then the legs. The legs are probably the most normal looking thing about this figure. I mean, they're big, they're bulky, they have the correct shape. Maybe a bit too bulky. They kind of look like pants you'd see in like the 80s or 90s, potentially. And the tail looks really well done. You can kind of see all like the intricate little details again you'd find on the other figure, the other figures, and surprisingly, it even like folds the shape same way too. Which bringing over the Heat Ray Godzilla, which is knocking over my battle axe Kong, it's essentially kind of like the same thing, where it's in the exact same position, and it features the color of the Radio Tower Godzilla. Although I think they just took their new Heat Ray Godzilla that has non-translucent spines and a new Heat Ray mold, and just put it on this one as far as color scheme is concerned, because this matches the Radio Tower Godzilla, which is just sprayed on blue and not actually translucent blue. Which I really gotta say, I wish it was translucent so you could see the figure underneath. Then again, that kind of ruined the whole point of like actually peeling off the skin now, wouldn't it? But yeah, it's obviously made of a big rubber. Also tracks a lot of dust and lint. As you can see by the dog fur that I have on this, because I do have dogs. And let's get the Heat Ray Godzilla out of here. This is not your review. You had your review years ago. Who knows? Maybe I might re-review it again. But as it stands, it's not bad. Like, especially the detail. I hate to say this, but the detail might actually be better on this than Shimo. Yeah, I said it. The detailing here is wonderful. And honestly, even though it's not the most eye-catching, it's certainly there. Like, you can definitely tell that the detail is, well, there. And even though the arms detail, they do get somewhat lost thanks to the girth of them, having them stretched out and everything, both literally and figuratively, it's still there, and it looks actually kind of good. That's what I don't like, is that this thing looks good. It's so goofy. Again, legs are beefed up. Nothing at the bottom of the feet. Surprisingly, no copyright information molded. Tail, again, it's kind of floppy, but we'll get into that in a sec. And, yeah, that's, the tail, again, really has nothing else to go over. I will say, again, they kind of simplified the spines here. Kind of made it more like generic, kind of like triangular spines, and less like these type of spines, which actually have some jaggedness to them. But overall, it's a nice little... It's a nice... How do I properly say this? Representation of the movie. Although, let's be honest, if you're looking for movie accuracy, even then, I don't think this is the way to go, but even this looks better than this. But that's not what we're here for, is it? Well, let's talk about posability, because I'm not taking the figure out and then putting it back in just to talk about posability once more. The figure has, obviously, the main figure underneath, but has nothing at the head, and even though the interior mouth can close, this one cannot. And no matter how hard you try to dig that thing in there, it's not going to close with it, so it's perma-open. The arms actually do rotate, and they do go in and out. However, do be careful that if you rotate the arms like a little bit too much, it'll definitely look really weird. especially if you go like that, you'll start to see like the flaps starting to expose the figure underneath. That's probably not what you want, but at the same time, it probably is what you want. Legs can actually kick up. The legs are probably the most expressive part about it. They can kick up about that far, go backwards about that far, and can actually rotate side to side, which I think is an incredible little detail. And same thing with the other leg. Let's go. It has the same amount of posability, forwards about that far, backwards about that far, and can twist at the foot. And the tail is actually disconnected inside of the body because it's not long enough, which is weird to say. But it does not have any posability, although it is very much rubber. So if you want to like hold a position, just kind of like dig it to one side and then you can kind of get it, but it's not a bendy wire or anything. It's just purely flexible rubber. But yeah, that's as far as posability is concerned. Now, let's talk about accessories or gimmicks, because we all know what comes next. I mentioned it, and here's how to do it. There's already a video explaining it, and if you really need it, just scan the QR code that's on the packaging of this figure. But you essentially open up this trap door, you'll already see it, raise up Godzilla's arm like this, as if you're trying to tell, like, say, your younger sibling, so, I don't know, raise up his arms. Yeah. So there you go, raising Godzilla up like that. You can already start to see the face. And you can unpeel that, and unpeel that. So now we have the figure underneath, which is Godzilla Evolved. So we take off this entire peelage of skin. You can be as light or as heavy as you want, because it is durable. However, I don't know how much of durability it can take, because it's already starting to shed. However, that just could be because of the way it was molded. Okay, come on. The feet are a little hard, but once you get it out, they're perfectly fine to manage. So there you go, there's Godzilla. And the tail literally just comes out almost like a sock and a foot. There you go. Let's put the rubbery flap Godzilla out of the way. And you're going to notice the string. Just simply put it in like this. And close that thing back up. And there you go. That's Godzilla Evolved from the Titan Evolution set. And what's funny is that even though there's nothing inside the figure, you can still somewhat stand him up. Even though he's just going to be jiggling around for like several minutes. But this is to wrap up the Titan Evolution Godzilla in particular. I think that the rubber suit, it's so stupid, and I think that yes, I'm using Kevin's voice, which sounds like Kermit the Frog. Yeah, this is one goofy figure. Okay, I'm letting my I'm letting my inner child get to me. Ooh, my autism's gonna have a field day with this thing, isn't it? Oh boy, on to the actual figure. And we have the actual figure, which at first glance you might think it's the Godzilla Evolved with Heat Ray, but trust me, this is not the same figure. It looks like it at first glance, but we'll go over it at the end of this video. So let's go ahead and talk about the sculpt and paint, which it shares an identical mold to that of the Heat Ray Godzilla, but it's not the same. The eye paint is roughly identical with the whole mismatching placement of the orange eye. This one seems a little too far out, and this one seems a little too far down, but I mean, still, when you look at it from head on, this thing looks weirder than the other one, which doesn't even have pupils. But the mouth paint is actually really well done. I like the teeth paint on this. It's honestly, again, one of Playmates' better applications because it's a slightly bigger mouth to actually paint it in. The pink tongue is also really well done as well, and it features that standard kind of like olive green spray that goes all the way down to from the from the neck all the way to the tail. However, the overall body is casted in a very nice kind of like greenish blue plastic, and it honestly really makes this Godzilla one of the more colorful ones used, at least that Playmates has ever made, not counting that of like the Hong Kong Battle Kong and Godzilla figures. Because let's be real here, in terms of color ones, those ones are like on top. However, what this one does really well is the transition between the spines up here and the translucent spines, which they are translucent and they are of the same variety. And it also features kind of like a very acrylic. Definitely not. This is definitely not acrylic. I don't know what the proper term is, but it's very painted on. You can obviously tell it's paint, but it features a single row of spines. Yeah, it only has one row. There are like mild places where the spines would have been, but they're softened out for obvious reasons. And the fins here are not as pronounced, although they are there. But it's very much much more red than the orange we got with the original Heat Ray Godzilla, but it still looks really good. And what's funny to note is that, taking a look at the arms here, they're in a pre-fixed position, obviously, but they don't feature the elbow spikes, which again, I know it's to fit inside the figure, but I feel like they could have like maybe had, so it's almost like the Titan Tech Godzilla, where they had like an elbow spike, but you can kind of like open it up. That would be cool. But alas, that's what it is. Obviously, we have the tucked in belly, the skinny up legs. And what's funny to know is that the legs are actually in kind of like a weird position, because it almost looks like he's about to sit down rather than walk forward or something. I don't know, Playmates can never make up their minds when it comes to the posture of these Godzillas, but it still looks good nonetheless. Also features the signature olive green that you find on all the way on the base of the tail to the neck, painted onto the claws here and there. And it honestly looks really well done. Oh, also on the arms. How did I not notice that? Even on the legs too. Okay, that I definitely noticed. Come on. It's impossible for me to miss something like that. But what's also funny to mention is, well, let's go ahead and bring in the Heat Ray Godzilla, just for like a fair comparison as to like what I'm talking about. I'll be doing a much more in-depth video talking about this, but here's the Heat Ray Godzilla, and at first glance, yeah, they look exactly the same. Obviously, one's slightly taller than the other. However, that's just due to the leg posture. However, the main differences come in the form of the spines up here, which you can definitely see this one's a much more orange rather than this one being just jet red. You can definitely see a quality in the plastic. I love the quality on this one a lot more than this one, but at least this one has the elbow spikes. Then again, they're not painted. Also, this one has like more of an action-y pose kind of going on. So he kind of like has his arm kind of put in, while this one has like a much more basic stance. And you can definitely see, like, again, the legs, they're definitely a lot more walking pose rather than this one almost looking like he's about to sit down. And again, another difference is with the tails is that, again, the fins on the Titan evolution are a lot smaller in comparison to the ones that are much more movie accurate, because this one has to fit inside the big rubber Godzilla suit. And also, this one, in terms of the paint, there's no contest. This one wins by a long shot. Even though this one could win if you're wanting a glowing effect, which I think that's what people would want. But I think based on like just sheer looks and sheer consistency of the plastic, especially like the detailing, got some like extra bit of detail when you actually open up the thing. I feel like this one might win a little bit more than the standard one. But as for articulation, also just to throw this in here, the accessory will not fit inside of this guy's mouth. There's no hole. Just to show you. And even if there was a hole, this one's mouth doesn't open as wide as this one does. Actually, wait, they look... Oh no, this one's open slightly more. But yeah, for articulation, it's kind of the same, but there are some differences. The jaw will open up about that far, close up like that. Still no head rotation. Give us a head rotation on Godzilla Evolved, man. These ones actually don't just rotate.
but they actually go in and out. This is something that should have been on this one. Considering the fact that they're the same size, I don't see why they couldn't have just done it on this one as well. But they can go out about that far. Although something about this just doesn't look right to me, with Godzilla just spreading his arms out like this. Down about that far, can rotate pretty much all the way around. Legs can kick up about that far. Back about that far, and can rotate pretty much all the way around. On both sides, mind you, and has a ball-jointed tail, which can rotate all the way around, do all that fancy jazz. So, when you really boil it down, there's no doubt that this Godzilla is in some ways an upgrade to this one, but also a downgrade as well. And for the quick round of size comparisons, here they are next to some other Godzilla figures that you may have in your collection, with the NECA Godzilla 2014 and the Playmates Godzilla 2004 from the Toho series line. And I gotta say, again, he's still my favorite, but you know, really now seeing the size difference, of course, like, he's gonna be smaller than him, because there's no way something that would be bigger than this would fit inside that. So, yeah. And so, what do I overall think of this figure? Well, two figures, technically. I think that this, set, I'm going to call it a set, is goofy beyond belief. Like, the goofy part isn't even the figure itself. They could have easily just took this figure as is and sold it on shelves, and then I think no one would bat two eyes. But no, they had to go the extra mile and give it a rubber skin that might be one of the funniest Godzilla things I've ever seen. Because it's like, look at this thing. It made good hip thrust, Godzilla. Good job. Let's see if we can do the victory dance. Just look at this. Look, like, you could put something inside this that's not this figure, and it'll probably work, assuming it is actually in the shape of Godzilla. But with that being said, I definitely recommend this for kids if they like goofy little toys. If you are an adult collector, maybe steer away from this, unless you like so bad it's good toys. Because this is definitely not figure of the year material. This is definitely like on the lower end as far as figures and toys go. But it's goofy in its own right, and I think it's so bad it's good figure. But that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys like to, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept him as Lord and Savior today. Spread the gospel. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. God bless. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing another unboxing. Today we're doing an unboxing of the Playmates Godzilla with Heat Ray from Godzilla Kong: The New Empire. This is actually the last figure I need to complete the Godzilla Kong Playmates set that I'm trying to get. I don't plan on getting the Battle Roars. I don't plan on getting the 12-inch tall versions. For one, because I don't have space anymore, and two, just basically, I don't like the quality of those figures. They just seem a lot more cheap than they did last time for me. But we're here with this one, and I was debating whether or not to get this because I already own two of the Heat Ray Godzillas that they released from GVK, and I also own the Radio Tower Godzilla, but you know what, I decided it was right there, so you know, why not? So let's go ahead and unbox this guy. So we actually have a legitimate pair of scissors, not just a tacky little knife this time. So I'm just gonna cut this open, and a little, actually kind of hard. There we go. That's 1, 2, 3. So here's the tail piece. New mold for the tail, surprisingly. Where's the others? Oh, great. It's those parts again. Yeah, those little tiny ropes that they use for smaller parts of the body. I hate that, hate that, hate that. So you know what? Let's just go ahead and can't, come on. I'm trying to get in there as best as I can without scuffing up the figure at all. There we go. There's Godzilla. And then, funny enough, because he shares the same mold as the previous Godzilla did, he actually is the only GXK figure to come with battle damage. And I like how it's not just, they actually carried it over, because I know this is going to sound weird, but I actually kind of like the battle damage. I think it's kind of a pain when they go up for resale and they don't come with the battle damage. But then again, that's kind of how some action figures are. Let's see if I can actually, like, cut open the tape here, because it is very tiny. So, yeah, I'm not going to be able to cut that. So let's just pry that sucker wide open. Oh, wow, the whole thing is, like, engraved in it. Oh, knocked over the tail. And I had to pry the whole packaging open in order to get that. So, please don't be as much of a pain as it was last time. Wait, hold up. Okay, so it's all taped, which I do like. Such as just so you can actually kind of see the box. There's the battle damage. And here is the new beam effect, which I was honestly surprised that they would actually like give this thing a new beam effect. Let's put the packaging away. Let's assemble Godzilla. All right, let's first of all, pegging on the tail. Now, I just want to stress, if you are having trouble actually putting the tail on, use a blow dryer or use hot water. Not too hot or not too long with the blow dryer, because I'm already getting fur, because I have dogs and cats. Because it'll start warping the plastic. And, alright, so let's twist, open the ankle, put the battle damage in, because it's the same kind of song and dance and all that jazz that we've seen like who knows how many times. So there's that part. It's a lot tighter than the last ones were, even at, like when I first opened them up. Okay, there we go. So there's Godzilla, and let's see the new beam effect. Wow, this thing looks cool. I kind of wonder, now that I'm here, because this looks very similar to another Godzilla beam effect from the Mezco Godzilla. I'm really wondering if these are the same mold. Nope, they're different molds. But you can kind of see what I mean when they look so similar. Like, look at these. This is from the round 1 set. Like, these beams look incredibly similar. But I'm not trying to, like, accuse Playmates of stealing. I think we're past that. Because if you guys don't know, they originally, like, a lot of their older Godzilla and Kong figures reused molds from like NECA and Bandai figures, and even their Heat Ray reused the SHMA Heat Ray from the MonsterVerse line. So, let's here. Let's take a look at this. Okay, come on. Can we plug that sucker in? Yes, we can. All right, so we got Godzilla fully assembled. So, with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept Him as Lord and Savior today. Spread the gospel. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. God bless. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing another figure review. Today we're doing a figure review of the Playmates MonsterVerse Godzilla with Heat Ray. What? What do you mean we already did this review? Oh, as it would turn out, years ago, Playmates released a figure also titled Godzilla with Heat Ray from the MonsterVerse, and it was for Godzilla vs. Kong, not Godzilla Kong the New Empire. But I think, like, of all the GXK figures, this one was the one I was looking forward to the least. Because, I mean, it's just to, like, give some spoilers to the review. I mean, you're already watching it, so it's not really a spoiler, but we haven't covered the sections yet. It's essentially the same figure we got back in 2020. Yes, not 2021, but 2020. Back when Godzilla vs. Kong was about to make its way. But just with a bit of changes here and there. But what we're going to be covering is this figure on its own merit, not comparing it to the original, and not the radio tower one in specific. So, with that being said, let's go ahead and take a look at the figure. For sculpt and paint, taking a look at the head, I will say in comparison to the past releases, not just the older Heat Ray Godzilla, but the past releases, the head looks a lot better this go around. It's very hard to tell at first glance, but
they actually gave it a tad bit more detail as far as where the detail actually is, and applied the paint really, really well. For example, here on the eye, it's still a bit mismatched, but it's in a lot better of a position where it's looking forward rather than kind of back here or on the eyelid as one of the older releases had. Yikes. But overall, the detailing got a lot better, and even though this is just kind of a big rubbery piece, it still looks really well done. And even taking a look at the other side, which again looks really well done. I mean, you can kind of see the teeth, the gums in there, and even the eye cal, the application, it's not bad at all. Like, I will say, maybe some dry brushing would have brought out the details more because it is very glossy, but it still looks really good. And even when you just rub your finger down it, you can still feel all the intricate little details. Looking inside the mouth, you can actually see that there is somewhat of a sculpt for a tongue. It's very hard to see, but you can kind of see a little bulge in the pink paint where the gums are, and that's supposed to be the tongue. And the teeth are painted a lot better as far as like application itself goes. However, I will say it's still a bit of a problem when they're painted more on the inside of the mouth rather than the outside. So it is a bit off as far as like the application. It's maybe not the application itself. Maybe this is how it's supposed to look. Because if you did it too far off to one side, then this part of the teeth would show, that part wouldn't. However, the eyes, again, this is proof that Playmates can do eyes. At least they still look goofy. Yes, a little mismatched, but it's a lot better. Taking a look at the torso and the arms here, you'll definitely see that the arms are definitely a lot detailed thanks to the fact that they are rubber extensions, and they honestly look really, really well done. And I will say, even the sides of the body got a bit of an upgrade as far as detail is concerned, although they are made of the hard plastic instead of just the rubbery vinyl-like material. But again, you can still see the amazing amount of detail that goes from here to here, and it honestly just looks great. And say even for the front piece, which yes, we are getting to a certain part of the figure, but we'll cover that in accessories. But as you can definitely see, the fingernails are in fact painted, so I like how they kept this one around. I will say again, but it is kind of a bummer that this one does not have the dry brushing that you found on the original. I know I said I would judge it on its own merit, but being almost a retooling of it, it's kind of a disappointing factor where that's the only thing they didn't keep as far as like the application itself goes. They improved on almost everything else, but they didn't keep the dry brushing, which I think is kind of a missed opportunity, especially because it's the same price as the original was. But for what is here, it's definitely really well detailed, and even like the chest is actually a lot more detailed than the original one was, because at this point I might as well just start comparing it to the original, but who cares. You can actually kind of see, again, material difference with the you-know-what piece, but it still looks really well done. Really well, like, defined detail that I would not expect on a Playmates figure. Next, let's move on to the legs. And I will say that the legs are in a very interesting stance, but as far as, like, the overall detail goes, again, gotta hand it to Playmates. They really amped up the detail here. Because I can rub my finger on here and really feel all the bumps and crevices, and it all feels really good. Honestly, like it looks really great. And even the crotch region looks great. I'm never saying that again. And what's even a bonus is they kept the claw paint on the toes too. However, I will say I'm a bit disappointed with how the big toes look, because on the original, they were a bit sharper. Here, they're bigger, which kind of makes it look like either a defect or a bootleg. Not a very good look there, Playmates. However, what's a main difference here is that on the bottom, they're hollowed out. The original was not like that, which I find interesting. And also, the sides of the tail, they still suffer from that unfortunate problem where they are unfortunately sprayed or smoothened over. Next, we're going to take a look at the spines, which, again, I will say that The sculpting is really good. I love how accurate, as far as like the shape is concerned, it is to the movie. And honestly, I would really love to see some like high definition version of these spines. I guess Haya does that. But it actually is not translucent this time, which I find really interesting, as they actually took the spines from the radio tower Godzilla and put them on this one, which, not that that's a bad thing, but I really like that, this new kind of change, because at least it'll blend kind of better with the spines on the tail. Speaking of which, the spines on the tail. And can I just say, of all the things that are on this figure, the tail got the biggest upgrade. Because look at that detail work. Like, I'm actually serious. This looks like a completely different brand. Like, I cannot stress how well we go from this to smoothened out plastic like that. Like, this looks phenomenal. And I will say again, the spray looks really nice up until they stop right here. But at the very least, it's closer towards the tip. I kind of wish they'd just go full tip, all the way from the tip to the base of the head, where they didn't even bother painting the back of the head, but it still looks fine. But this tail, it's in a different position than it was last time, being like kind of on the ground and then swooping up and then kind of curling in almost like an S. This looks this looks great, honestly. And I kind of wish almost that the entire figure was casted in kind of rubber vinyl and it had the detail work of the tail, because of how like immaculate it looks. It seriously looks that good. And also the spray itself just looks great. So overall, the sculpting paint may not be the most strongest attribute of this figure, but for what it is, it's honestly really good. Judging it on its own merit, it is fantastic and even improves some things of the original. That being said, some drawbacks are not that much dry brushing and smoothened out tail, which I would have liked to see. But other than that, I would say that it is a really good one. Posability time, and if you already know how the game is played, then nothing new is actually, no, that's not true. There's one thing that's new. But let's go ahead and angle the camera up so we have it eye level to Godzilla. All right, there we go. Jaw. It closes and opens on a hinge. Now, on this at least on my copy, it's actually pretty symmetrical to the face, which I do like, but it's also really tight. Like, it was not this tight on the original release, which I honestly do find a bit odd, but hey, I'm not gonna question it. There's no head swivel. Same thing, big square peg. Do not twist this. I don't care if it looks like it has movement and it moves a little bit. Do not move it. You're gonna end up splitting this plastic, and it started happening to mine on the original. Moving on down to the shoulders here, we've got swivels that can go all the way around. Nothing too crazy. There's no in and out motion, sadly, unlike the Titan Evolution Godzilla, as you can see here. Nothing at the chest, but the legs do feature that standard kind of like rotation, backwards and forwards, and they don't go out to the side, but they do go. This one goes back about that far. Actually, no, back about that far, up about this far, and cannot rotate at all. But the feet, this is the new edition. On the original, the feet plugged into the legs on a big square peg. This one doesn't do that. Instead, both legs can actually just demonstrate. In this one can kick up about that far, backwards about that far. And both legs can rotate a full 360 degrees. And at the tail, we have one big ball joint. This one feels like it has less range than the older one did, but can still get some poses. You can go like down about that far, up about that far, to the left about, I want to say like that, to the right about that far, and can actually rotate a full 360 degrees. So as far as posability goes, he's not the most posable thing in the world like Monster Arts, NECA, and Haya, but it's still like a serviceable figure as far as posability goes. Next, let's go over the accessories, which he actually comes with 2 of them. We'll go after the second one. But let's talk about the heat ray, which this is actually a new sculpt that they created themselves. And I gotta say to the sculptor at Playmates, you guys did, or you did, a phenomenal job molding this. This is probably my favorite effect part from the entire line. That's how good this is. It's very reminiscent of the Mezco beam, as I pointed out in my unboxing, but it's not the same mold. The 2 of them end differently, and even though they are similar looking, they're made of completely different plastics. Like this one's rubbery, but it feels a lot more stiff because of how girthy it is. But in order to plug it in, it's obviously a lot darker, I feel like, than it needs to be, but hey, it's a new beam effect, what might I say. There's a peg hole at the top of the mouth, and you're going to want to aim the ball joint up, and just, I would say, with as minimal pressure as you can, put it in there, and boom, you are good to go. However, I do need to warn this, since this is technically the same figure, just retooled. On my original, over time, with constant push-ins and push-outs, you're gonna start to scuff the paint in the jaw. So do this to your own liking. And with, of course, like, really, really big caution. So just note that over time, if you keep putting the beam in and out, and rotating inside, you're gonna end up scraping up against the paint inside the gums, which I know will happen over time because let's just say that this, as far as paint goes, it's not the best. But also the beam is actually kind of smaller. It's not this. It's actually kind of bigger than the original one, but it's still on the small side. But the second accessory is that they brought back the battle damage for this release. And if you're wondering, there's like a little scab, and you can just peel it off like that and reveal some wounds. Look at that. And if you're wondering, no, Godzilla does not receive this in the movie. This is literally just what the previous Godzilla with Heat Ray and Radio Tower had, which why they brought it back for this one, but didn't do it with the other GXK figures is such an oddity. Like, a kid's gonna wonder, why does my Godzilla normal one have rib cage and Kong doesn't, and the other Godzilla doesn't? Well, it's just because they reused it. But for the sculpted details, you can actually see some like muscle and ribs in there. Of course, anatomically speaking, this is not what Godzilla's ribs look like, because we see in the GVK when Godzilla is pinned against a building and he gets kicked by Mechagodzilla in the with his shin. You can actually see Godzilla's ribs like glow for a second. This is not what it looks like. So, anatomically speaking, no, that's not what his ribs look like, but that is a gruesome detail, and it's actually a much more shinier red. The original release here on the right actually has a bit of a more duller red in comparison to the much more shinier red, which, in order to actually give the illusion of blood, I kind of do support this. But also, just to add some battle damage talk, I think that this is actually the first Godzilla movie that Godzilla does not bleed in GXK. Or at least as far as MonsterVerse is concerned, because he bled in 2014, King of the Monsters, and GVK, but not in GXK, unless he like bled via the Battle of Tiamat. But there was no blood, unless he did get cut like he did in the comics, and his wounds just healed up when he evolved. But that being said, I didn't really see any blood, so maybe that is what happened, but I didn't see any. And for some quick size comparisons, here he is next to Godzilla Evolved, Shimo, and Doug, the best anime solo in the world. And as you can see, he's kind of in scale with everyone. Maybe not Shimo. Shimo's supposed to be like a bit up to here as far as size it goes, but I don't imagine Shimo getting that big as far as the scale goes. But for what's here, it's definitely serviceable, and I definitely like this scale. And here he is next to the monkeys of the GXK movie, with Kong with the Beast Glove, the Skar King with Whipslash, and the Suko without Doug. But again, as you can see, he's definitely the biggest of the bunch, but definitely, I would say, on par in terms of quality. Maybe not so much Kong, but definitely on par in terms of quality. And for the last, well, not the last size comparison, but a big size comparison is with the Monstars 2021, NECA V2 2019, and the Higher Toys 2021, which Now that this guy's released and has a few changes, we could theoretically do a rematch between all these four guys. What do you say? And for the size comparison you guys have probably been waiting for, here he is compared to all the other Playmates Godzilla Monsterverse figures that I currently own, with the Monsterverse original release Godzilla with Heat Ray, the Battle Roar Godzilla from GVK, not GXK, and the Radio Tower Godzilla, which, again, I'll put it in a better size comparison, but here, like, actually, wait a minute. I just realized these spines are probably molded in black plastic and just have the paint application of him, so these spines don't directly come from him. So maybe these are just like a new mold with a new molded plastic, I should probably say. Not the same, not different sculpt or different mold, it's just molded in a different plastic. Cause see that's black, that's gray. Very interesting. And for the final size comparison, here he is next to the NECA Godzilla 2014, still my all-time favorite figure in the entire collection, and the Playmates Godzilla 2004 from the Toho Classic Series line. And so overall, what do I think of this figure? He's not bad, honestly. I would honestly go as far as say that he is great. There's only one big problem though. If you already own this figure, you really don't need this. Especially if you own both the original Heat Ray Godzilla or any of its many variants featuring Radio Tower Godzilla, the Supercharged Godzilla, the Hong Kong Battle Godzilla, the one that came in the Hong Kong Battle Box, or the one that came in the Radio Tower, the Hollow Earth Battle set. That is 6 different versions, and here comes an incoming 7th. That being said, you really don't need this. Especially if you're a GXK completionist, you can literally skip out on this release and be totally fine. Unless you really want that beam effect, and you really like the new stuff. But I'll give it this. It's not a straight up re-release. That's what I like. They gave it a new beam. They gave it a new leg sculpt, which I don't think I mentioned. Yeah, it is slightly repositioned. It's a bit skinnier slightly, but it's still like chunky. And they gave it a new tail and dorsal fins. But they also took out the dry brushing and still kept the smoothened out tail despite detailing up almost everything else. Which I don't really like those parts. But aside from it, it's a serviceable, cheap figure that you can literally just walk into Walmart or Target, or Toys R Us if your country still has it, and pick it up. It is $10. You literally cannot go wrong with $10. And honestly, again, if you own the original, don't need it. If you don't own the original, go ahead and pick it up. It is right there waiting for you. But with that being said, if you're in it, but here's like my actual like full-on final recommendation. If you want a kid's toy for your kids, this is fine. It's $10 again, but if you're more into the adult collectibles, go with NECA for resale at like $30 to $50 on Mercari, is that what it's called, or eBay. The Monster Arts one, because Monster Arts just came out with a new Empire GXK figure in the pre-evolved form, or Haya with its original Heat Ray, the one I just showed, the one in the translucent scheme, or an upcoming UV light version from this movie. So you got options for the adult collectors. This is definitely a kid's toy and should be treated as a kid's toy, not a higher end figure. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Believe in Jesus, accept him as Lord and Savior today, spread the gospel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace everyone, God bless.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we've got the Ultimate Battle Package. We have 4 more Godzilla Con the New Empire figures. Yes, it's back to back with the keychains we unboxed yesterday. And just to say, no, there won't be a third day. I know. I think this is already enough, and I'm kind of grateful for what I got. But, of course, we have the Godzilla Con the New Empire from Playmates Toys 2 packs, the Kong vs. Skar King diorama set, and the Godzilla vs. Shimo diorama set. These are exclusive to Walmart, so if you're interested in buying any of these, go to Walmart and pick some up. I don't know if they're still being produced. I mean, obviously I'm holding the mint condition in my hands, so first we're gonna start with the Kong versus Skar King, because I feel like it's probably the less interesting set of the two, like as far as like sheer people actually wanting to see them. So we're gonna cut this open. And any tape on the sides? Nope, looks fine to me. So we kind of just plop this little tab open there. And then we can kind of like open this flap here. Yikes, already folded it up. So, all right, there we go. Putting the box back there. So here's the tray. We're not gonna do this yet. We're gonna put this off to the side, just because I want the figures to be unboxed here, and then I'll do all the folding crap off screen, just so it's not like a total pain. So we have Kong and his HEAV versus Skar King and his Whipslash. So we'll go to the back here. I don't think my scissors are gonna be able to pierce through this. We'll see. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to work. I mean, on the clip. Hold on, will they be able to work? Yeah, they wouldn't even be able to work. Fear not, ladies and gentlemen, because I am back with some bigger scissors. And hopefully these ones will be able to penetrate through. Oh, you gotta be joking. There's one. There's two. Three. Four. And then all the way down here, I think we can just kind of turn the figure around. Like, I think I can just kind of pull it out. There. So, Kong is out. Let's put him off to the side. Skar King is next. Oh man, this is going to be fun to clean up, isn't it? There's Skar King's waist. First arm. First leg. Second leg. I don't think I got that. Oh yeah, I did. And then I gotta be extremely delicate. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. There had to have been a better way to package these things. I'm not asking it for it to be open box, because otherwise people would just be able to just steal these things right up. Come on. Come on. Is there another tie I'm missing? Because this thing is like engraved into the plastic. There we go. Whew. That was a bit of a rough one. But here's Skar King, and oh wow, he is cool. So that's that, and yeah, you know, let's go for the HEAV. I think we're gonna split this video into two parts, just because like the unboxing itself is just gonna be just nothing but 10 minutes of me struggling to open this stupid thing. Oh, come on. Why do they have to tie you down like this? You're a plastic HEAV. It's literally unchanged from the original. There. Alright, that's all the base stuff. So, let's angle our camera down. Get rid of the knife and the scissors. So first thoughts. Just gonna, I'll clean that up later. He looks pretty good. Skar King, I was initially not really... Ow. Did I just get a splinter? From plastic? That's a new one. Well, yeah, I initially was not a fan of the way this guy was painted. Just because... Oh, wait, there's a tiny little tie. Whatever, I'll get that later. But, yeah, I initially was not a fan of this guy when he was first unveiled, but having him in hand, he's not so bad. Kong still has that eye problem, although that's not as bad as my original one was. And let's try to get him, like, at least in okay poses. I am aware that he did not have the Beast Glove in the Versus scene when he was facing off against Skar King, and oh boy, the feet. One's off center. Look, I literally can't turn that. Oh boy, that's a bit of a problem. I mean, you can kind of stand, but it's obviously going to be like with a much more of a slouch. So, yeah, that's the Skar King versus Kong set. Stay tuned for the next video where we're going to be doing the Godzilla versus Shimo set. No, I'm not doing those little paper things, like the paper cutouts. Those will be its own thing. So, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Subscribe and peace out, everyone. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe. With that being said, welcome back to another action figure review. My name is Matthew, and today we're taking a look at the Godzilla Kong, the New Empire, Godzilla, well, not Godzilla, Kong vs. Skar King set. This is a 2-pack diorama piece that is exclusive to Walmart's, and pretty much has a lot of stuff. So, we're going to be going over the entire set. So make sure you sit back, get comfy, as we review the Kong vs. Skar King 2-pack set. So first things first, we're going to start with the 8th wonder of the world himself, Kong. Which I must say, before anyone asks, this is in fact a reused Kong with Beast Glove mold. So sculpt and, for the most part, paint-wise, it's pretty much the exact same thing as the previously released Beast Glove Kong figure, which I think was actually simultaneously released with this guy? I think so, because this was part of the first wave anyway. For the head, it's actually got some pretty gnarly detail with some nice fur texture, and overall the sculpt of the fur looks really well done. And you got like a gray spray for the face, and the mouth is kind of like a pinkish red. And it has some pretty well painted teeth. The eyes still have that problem though, where they're looking off in two different directions, though it's not as bad as my original Kong. And it's also got some pretty well sculpted nostrils. However, with the beard, it's actually painted the same color as the chest is, don't worry, we'll get to it, with some orange at the top and some yellow at the sides. And speaking of the paint, the new edition is going to be this almost like basically warm color paint. So something that this set is supposed to look like is essentially the fight that takes place in the Hollow Earth with all like the lava surrounding Kong and Skar King, and they're essentially squabbling up, and that's essentially what it's supposed to look like. So we have like a black spray that kind of goes down the mid part of the chest, some red paint which looks less like lava reflection and more like blood, if I'm being honest. And we also have some like yellow spray which goes on like the more of the pecs. However, we can see that judging for this piece, which we have a mild hint of gray, that there is gray underneath here. It's just not, you're not able to see it. Also, the eyes are in fact orange. I forgot to point that out. We have some more of that kind of like orange spray coming down to the bicep. Then we have like the Beast Glove, which you have like the silver gears right here. And then you have the emblems, which are BT61. I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. I'm pretty sure that's a reference to something. HT42. I can't, again, kind of just blank in the head. Not sure what really that's supposed to mean. We have some more of the red spray that kind of goes down the more arm part of it, and then kind of stops at the Beast Glove where it's like solid yellow. So it's definitely kind of tapering off towards like reds and yellows. And then on the opposite arm, we have like a full streak, even on the hinge,
of red. So it's very much like pretty much a basic spray. And then you still get more like the fur detail on here, and it looks really great. Beast Glove again looks mechanical, nice kind of like shiny silver chrome type color, and then you have like more of the fur down here. On the legs, I have like same kind of red splotches going around here. It almost looks like this is supposed to be blood here, because it doesn't help that there's a slash mark that he never gets in the movie, or at least I think he got hit in the back of the leg. I don't see why it would be here, but whatever. It's a Playmates toy. I'm not expecting 100% accuracy. But it does definitely look like there's a fresh cut open wound, because there is a scar here. And I think there's also a scar up here. So I feel like if they were to just focus the red paint on there, and instead of making it red, make it orange, that would have looked a little cooler. But alas, Playmates. We have some gray spray here at the hands, and some gray spray here at the bottom of the feet. And pretty much speaking, that's going to be it. The back of the figure still features a lot of that great detail that you find on the original, including that mildly thick monkey booty. But, and of course, that same seam line you get on the chest, there's no posability there, and very rigid old man type Kong, which... Am I going insane, or wasn't there supposed to be a Skar here? I feel like there is. Whatever. But yeah, that's essentially it for the sculpt and paint. It's essentially the original figure, just with more paint on it, with some more yellows and reds. So that's basically all the differences as far as like the pure sculpted details are concerned. But speaking of the articulation, and this is a major fault in the figure having the paint job where it is, and honestly my biggest gripe about it. So what is it? Well, the articulation itself, it remains basically untouched. We have a head swivel, so you can go left and right. There's no up and down movement, so it's just the basic swivel. But as you can see, when you move the head, there is no paint underneath. So all they did was just have the figure in a basic stance like this, spray it with various colors, and called it a day. I understand, like, this is minor, can easily be fixed, but what if you want your Kong looking to the side? You're gonna have, like, this big, almost looks like the outline of a shirt or vest. Yeah, that's not very good. At least application-wise. Shoulders are on swivels and hinges, so you can kind of go up and down. Mine's a little stiff still, because I just got this thing the other day. Do keep in mind, again, same thing about the paint. You can easily tell where it stops. Hinges and swivels at this shoulder. So again, red paint doesn't go all the way, so you can kind of see like that. And there's no wrist swivel here, but you do get another swivel hinge at this shoulder. I don't want to move it too much because I am worried about paint scraping. And you do get a mild, well, it's not a mild, it's essentially the same thing as the original, but you do get a hinge and swivel. However, I'm still cautious because I've heard reports that there was paint that was scraping off, especially on the Hong Kong Battle Kong. Oh boy, that figure probably was a mess. And I don't own it personally. And you get a wrist swivel right here, so you're good with that. No waist swivel, as I mentioned before, but you do get swivel hinges here at the legs, so you can kind of go side to side, up and down, so you can get some pretty cool poses. And hinged knees. I don't know how much I'm getting that on camera, but just recap, swivel hinge legs and swivel knees. There's no swivel or hinge at the ankles, so essentially, again, unchanged from the original Kong with Beast Glove figure. For accessories, he does not come with an axe, unfortunately, and Suko's not in the set, but he does come with an HEAV. And in my opinion, this is kind of an odd choice, because, like, okay, the HEAV itself, this is the one from the set. I can tell because mine was warped in the box and there's like a bit of warpage. But in the film, he's never accompanied with the HEAV when he's going off on his little adventure with, just with the HEAV itself. In fact, I don't even think the HEAV even enters that room. So why it's here in a scene that's supposed to replicate that scene in particular, I have no idea. But hey, the HEAV is still sculpted pretty well. No paint applications. It's all chrome and it's all one piece of rubber. Even though it's actually kind of sturdy rubber, I do like this. But hey, at least I got two of these things. And there's no like right or wrong way for Colin to grab it, but essentially, I just personally like to use this long prong down here and just slide it into Kong's hand, and boom, he's basically holding the HEAV. So essentially, there's no real right or wrong way to put the HEAV in, so as long as he's actually holding it, but that's personally the method I use. So overall, for Kong, honestly, take it or leave it, it's a repaint, so yeah. Next up, we have the Skar King figure, which honestly, in my opinion, is definitely the weaker one of the two. Just primarily because of like one big glaring issue, but we'll get to that in just a sec. But let's start with the sculpt and paint. Again, sculpt unchanged from the original figure. You already know how the face is. We've got the blue eyes with the black pupils. We have like the red streak across his head. And we've got the whole thing pretty much plastered in white, as it is in the film. Well, more so like a darker type color, but we definitely have like a much more eggshell color for the teeth. And then we have like some engraved nostrils there. Moving on down, we have some more detail with the red. Pretty much the plastic used, pretty much base red. Then we have like the white spray that kind of goes across. And then we kind of have more of the red plastic shown. But what's different about this one is that it features some much more black slash brown colored paint, in addition to the red and white. In my opinion, it looks, this is the one thing that I actually like better about this figure than the original, is that while it is technically more movie accurate, I like this sort of variation with like the color, and the color they chose be giving it a much more burnt up look. We have some like that brown on like the sides, like on the biceps, and definitely like more so on the underside, and then we have like some on the pecs, and then we have some more on like the abs here, then we have some like streaks of it down here towards the upper legs, and we continue to have more of that white spray underneath here, and pretty much bottom it all off, not to really top it off, the red plastic making a return as well, and it's kind of like inconsistent but in a good way. And I honestly like how it's kind of mixed in together, and it just gives it again more color variety, and that's what kind of leans me more towards this figure than the other one. Obviously, we have the return of the red paint streaks that I don't really like, as they look just cheaply applied, and there's really no substance to it, especially when they stop here, and there's even like two pieces of strip that obviously connect, and then they stop there. Like they don't even go all the way. And again, it just doesn't look all that good. I don't really feel like this is skin. I mean, that's probably not what it is, but still. But of course, we still have the nice clenched fists. Obviously, him to hold this whip, and then we have some like white spray down here. And as for the fur detail, again, pretty consistent throughout the whole figure. There's no place where it's like absolutely smoothed over. And actually, again, the back showcases a lot more of that detail. But I think that's also my biggest problem with these figures, is that they don't carry the paint that's on these ones and on the front to the back. I really feel like they would have benefited from it, and especially because it's a back display, like logically it wouldn't be shining from the front, it would also be in the back too. So while the sculpt and paint is good, I honestly think that while the paint itself is an upgrade from the original, and I like that they kept the same sculpt. But that being said, I would have also liked to see some more paint on the back side of it, as opposed to it just being exclusive to the front, and that goes for both Skar King and Kong. But for articulation, we have a swivel here at the head, so we can pretty much go all the way around. Same problem with Kong, except Skar King does not suffer from it as much. Swivel hinges for the shoulders, so you can kind of go up and down with those. Mine's not too stiff, thankfully. We have swivel hinges for the elbows, so you can kind of twist and turn those around. There we go. I think mine was stuck or something. Swivels for the hands. A ball joint here at the ab crunch, so you can pretty much get a lot of good range out of it, especially like side to side, and then forward and back with that too. Swivel hinges for the hips, although same problem with the Kong is that at a certain point they just stop because they just put the paint on and then called it a day. So, but you do get some nice side to side action, cut in the paint. And you also get a hinge at the knee, nothing at the foot though. So it's definitely the most acrobatic and like flexible of the figures that are like the basic 6-inch figures. If you don't count Suko, because if I think you count Suko, that either ties him or he exceeds him, but still pretty darn good in my opinion. For Skar King's accessory, he actually comes with his bone whip again. However, there is a bit of a difference. For the most part, there's really nothing much different. It's the same thing. Bone white, it's flexible, no bendy wire, so just automatically like this. But as you can see, there's a bit of a brown/black spray on the whip itself, right here and here on this side of the jaw. There's nothing on this side. And essentially, how you put it on has never been more simple. Take this hand, take this nub, and shove that thing in there. And you're pretty much got your Skar King ready to whip. Yay, hours of fun. Whatever. But the second way you can hold it is essentially the way it comes out in the box. You just wrap it around like that. And click it into place. It's a little hard to do. There you go. So now you got your Skar King with the Whipslash. And honestly, it looks great, especially like with the color palette and everything. So overall, for Skar King, again, basic repaint, literally the same exact figure as what came before. However, I just think that, like, also, I guess I should point out, like, another problem, is that my feet are warped. I don't know, like, specifically what it is, like, maybe it's the lower leg, but I cannot get my Skar King to stand perfectly on the ground. Because if I try it this way, then he'll, like, go backwards. Like, my original one did not have this problem where it's like almost impossible to have the legs aligned properly, because even if I try doing this, it doesn't work. Like, even here, I even made it worse. And so that's a bit of a problem when it comes to these box exclusive figures, is that, especially because I had this problem with Kong as well, but Skar King is definitely the worst offender because he fell down like 3 times after I tried to put him on my shelf. And I don't even have them up with the rest of my GXK figures. So, yeah, it's definitely a bit of a problem. But overall, it's not like... If you have some figure stands, which I don't, sadly, I'm just going to rest them up against this wall. It's honestly fine. Again, overall, Skar King, you can really go worse. It's not a... This Skar King is honestly not bad. It's a repaint of a pre-existing figure, but... I like its paint job, I like its sculpt, I like its accessory, but that aside, let's move on to the next thing. And finally, we have the cardstock accessories, which are essentially the background elements to this whole set. And we have 2 crystals and 2 lava bases, so let's go ahead and take a look. First up, we have the crystals, which basically, I just want to also address, I am not going to show you guys how to actually put them together because the box literally comes with instructions on how to attach things together. So, have fun with that. With that being said, here's the crystals, and they are essentially just cardstock pieces that you put together. They're made of 2 pieces. One that kind of like you rip out here, and that's like the stand, and then the bigger part of the crystal itself. And it's supposed to give the illusion that's like multiple crystals. It's got a nice overall purple pink aesthetic. I think it works well. Definitely something that's not in the movie, like specifically scene wise, because I don't recall there being crystals in that one shot. I mean, there was crystals when he was entering it, so I'll give it that. So maybe there's crystals nearby. But as you can see, the crystals are just kind of basic. I mean, we have some nice detailing on the print itself. Definitely gives like the illusion that again there's multiple layers of crystals, and that I do like. But honestly, the fact that it's made of cardstock is my biggest complaint, and you're gonna hear me ranting about that a little bit because I personally feel like um they should have been actual crystals because there's one thing that Playmates has produced that has crystals related to GXK, and that's those like Hollow Earth crystals. So if you're planning to buy this set, honestly, just pick up some Hollow Earth crystals on the way, rip all the wrapping off, take out that little minifigure, whatever it is, and just replace these with those. I honestly think that because they're actual crystals, it add a little bit more dimension. And but I mean, the card stock is all right in terms of quality. It's actually kind of high quality cardstock, but again, it's still paper, still cardboard, and it's very flimsy. Like as far as like by comparison, as far as sheer durability goes. So yeah. And next up, we have the firewalls, essentially the entrance to the place, which both of them are almost the exact same thing flipped. The only thing that are really different, unless if I got that wrong, nope, I did not, is these are the exact same thing, just flipped, except these two like lava falls, just so it adds a bit of variety. Which is kind of weird because they added the stairs despite the fact that this is obviously meant to be the entrance to the place. And in all honesty, these are honestly alright. But really taking a closer look at the print itself, you can see like this is where you'd come in, then you come down this flight of stairs, and then obviously lead to where the battle would take place. And then there's like a lot of lava. Personally, if I were to do this, I would have had it a bit of a different way. I would have had it so one of them was not the stairwell, and instead was Shimo's eye, because that would make a lot of sense because there's that one shot in the film where the lava's like falling, then it stops and then reveals Shimo's eyes. That would have been a lot better. But of course, this is what we got. The printing on the lava actually looks kind of cool. Like I like this, and then it kind of like swoops down and then just kind of showing the top. There's like that's kind of where it flows down, and then you have a bit of like more of an extension down here. Can't really see it. There you go. Mine doesn't touch the ground fully. I mean, maybe it's just the way I got mine folded, but and the other one essentially kind of like the same story. Bit more or less same thing. Flipped stairwell. It's got a different type of pattern here on the lava because you have like one hole there, two holes there. And so it is different, but there's really not too much different. Also, the back of it, it's just pure white. So there's no like, it's very specific. And honestly, as cool as this of an idea that like these are, I personally am still convinced these should have been made of plastic and not cardstock, because I know they're meant to be a diorama based thing, but you guys produce so much Hollow Earth crystals, and these couldn't be actual crystals. Like, surely you could have like used the mold or something. Maybe it would have jacked up the price, but I paid a pretty hefty price for these things as it already was, so whatever. Personally, cardstock accessories, not the strongest part of the set, although it is kind of like one of the main highlights. But I definitely think that these could have been done a little bit better, especially given what we got before with the GVK lines, like specifically the Hollow Earth set and the Battle City set, because those were bigger and they came with more stuff, and you could actually sit inside of them. Which, bringing Kong and Skar King over, you can stand them in between them. Assuming I can actually get Skar King to stand. You know, let's just use Kong. This makes more sense because he's just coming down the stairs for the first time, just not with a heave in his hand. It looks fine, but honestly, I really feel like it should have been a tad bit more dynamic, honestly. Again, not a bad intentions with the cardstock. I just don't think it should have been made using cardstock. And for some size comparisons, here they are next to the Bandai Movie Monster Series Shin Godzilla and the NECA Rodan 2019 from Godzilla King of the Monsters. And honestly, I think Rodan just found his new home. And here they are next to the SH Monster Arts Godzilla 2021 from Godzilla vs. Kong and the Hiya Toys 2021 Godzilla Heat Ray version from Godzilla vs. Kong. And for the comparison you guys have probably been waiting for, here they are next to their original counterparts with the original Battle Gax, Beast Glove Kong and the Skar King with Whipslash, which I will be doing a much more in-depth comparison video in the following days. And for the final size comparison, here they are next to the next reviews and the pretty much companion set to this whole thing. The Godzilla Evolved from the 2-pack set versus Shimo, and Shimo herself from also the 2-pack. And so overall, what do I think of this set? Honestly, it's not bad in the slightest. Well, there are some duds, but for the most part, it's actually pretty fun. I like the fact that you can get a Kong and a Skar King figure from the new Godzilla Kong movie and come with all their accessories plus more. However, again, I feel like there's some things that kind of hold this set back from being the best it could truly be. For one thing, again, the cardstock accessories. These things are not going to last. And if you really think about it, its target demographic is not going to treat this thing well. Like, I guarantee that there's probably been some resales of this thing with broken or missing cardstock pieces because guess what? Kids are not going to want to look at their toys. They're going to want to take them and bind them and smash them up into pieces, especially when it's trying to depict a scene where the two main monsters that it comes with are fighting. So, these things are not going to last. So, and even as like a display thing, it just doesn't look all that impressive. And I probably would have preferred some more actual plastic crystals as opposed to cardstock crystals. But, again, it comes with more paint than their original counterparts do. That, and again, it's basically a pretty nice package. 2 figures, 2 accessories, 2 cardstock pieces for crystals, and 2 cardstock pieces for firewalls. Honestly, I definitely think that this set could have been done a little bit better when it comes to the cardstock. It's just ditching the cardstock entirely, making it plastic, please and thanks. It had some good intentions, and I understand why it's like this. And honestly, I could have gotten way worse. So overall, I'm going to rate this set a 7.5 out of 10. The reason why it's stopping is just, again, cardstock accessories. And if you already own the original figures, do you really need this? Maybe, maybe not. Just print some stuff out and you're basically good. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and subscribe. And I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing an unboxing video. Today we're doing an unboxing for the Godzilla Con the New Empire Godzilla vs. Shimo Walmart exclusive 2-pack diorama set. If you have not checked it out already, I've already unboxed the Godzilla Con the New Empire Kong vs. Skar King set, and we're going to go right on to this. I already assembled the Skar King vs. Kong set, so it's almost like Kong's trying to... Hold on. There we go. It's almost like Kong's trying to fight Skar King to get his King title back, because he's now just Kong instead of just King Kong. Thanks to some legality stuff with Universal and all that stuff. Okay, hold on. What if I just... There we go. Just kind of pop that out. That's better, yeah. And we're going to throw that box to the side. And we're just going to, again, do what we did with the Skar King vs. Kong set and just have the Godzillas and Shimo here re-angle the camera here. Is it taped? Yeah, it's taped. So this is their beam effects. We'll put those off to the side. Who should we start with first? I think we're going to start with Shimo just because she's bigger.
Yeah. Actually, I have an idea. There we go. I'm trying to like get the this little tie right here, zip tie. It's not wanting to cooperate with me. Okay, what the heck? There we go, finally. So there. Kicking my table. Where is it? Is there a twist tie back here? No, there's not for this foot, surprisingly. So I think we can just kind of take Shimo right on out. Yeah, so surprisingly Shimo didn't have that much. Let's put the twist ties on Shimo. Come on. It's hard. Like, it actually is actually a lot harder than it looks. Because, like, they're so minuscule. There we go. So, I think attaching this should be not too much of a problem. Actually, yeah, it's a pretty big problem. I'm gonna... let's put Shimo right here. And we're gonna put Godzilla next. There we go. Godzilla's foot. And we're gonna go Godzilla's tail here. Which, okay, there's one. Come on. Now this is just being sickening. There. And one more for Godzilla. There's Godzilla's tail, and I think we can just pull Godzilla himself out. Alright, so... oh boy, he feels a lot looser than the other one does. Oh, wow, this is going to be such a fun time to clean up, isn't it? So let's see if we can fit Godzilla's tail into his butt. Okay, so we can fit Godzilla into there. I don't think we can fit Shimo in. At least without the blow dryer, so... honestly, this thing, yeah, a little higher. There we go, that's about it. Come on, we gotta get Shimo's tail in. I don't want to bust out the hair dryer. Don't make me. Don't make me, Toho. I know we have to use a blow dryer, but I didn't do it with the other one. There! Yay! We did it! Now I have like several dents in my hand. Great. Review coming soon. I'd have to just assemble the other ones first. And, let's get the, bag open. Honestly, I like these. Like, if it is spoilers, I like it. Like, this actually looks pretty good. Ice Beam for Shimo. I already know how the game is played. And Heat Ray Breath for Godzilla. wow, that's a lot gummier than the other one. I think this might be made of a different plastic, honestly. I think I might have just broke a paint seal. Alright. Well, that might not be coming out, but hey, you know, it might. Anyways, that's it for this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Leave a like and subscribe. Peace out, everyone. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe. With that being said, welcome back to another review. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing a figure review of the Godzilla vs. Shimo Walmart exclusive 2-pack diorama set from Godzilla Kong the New Empire from Playmates Toys. This is the second set of the Godzilla Kong the New Empire collection. And basically, we're just going to be reviewing the whole thing here. So, we previously reviewed the Kong vs. Skar King set. If you want to watch it, it's the newest video before this one. So, definitely watch it on my Playmates list. So, with that being said, let's dive into it. First up, we're going to take a look at Godzilla himself. And this applies to both Godzilla and Shimo. These are merely just repaints. So, it's going to be the same exact figure, just with different paint. Well, at least for the most part. So, what do we got? Well, first we have the head. And the head has the signature orange eye with the black pupil. Pretty sure y'all are accustomed to it by now, because I've taken a look at the original figure like who knows how many times. We have the orange spikes back here that are like trying to lead into the translucent fins. And we do have the signature teeth paint. And, of course, we have the tongue that's painted pink, like a pinkish red. However, the new addition is the blue spray. And it's on Godzilla's bottom jaw and sprays onto the neck with the gills. And it kind of like goes upward towards the top part, really giving it a, like, illuminating effect. And I do think, well, it's a bit heavy-handed. I think that they had the right intention of giving it, like, this beautiful blue spray. Like, this actually looks really well done. And, going on down to, actually, we're going to start with the stuff that you're already accustomed to. We're going to start with the dorsal plates here. The translucent fins are still molded the same way the original one is. So we have pretty much like translucent spines, gummy plastic, softer details like on the back side here. And then we have like the arms. No paint on the back spikes for the shoulders or elbows, which weirdly enough, they are painted on the back of the box of this set, which I don't know why they'd paint them there, but not here. And of course, we have the claws, which are also going to be painted, except for the thumb. Actually, no, the thumb has the paint underneath, but the blue gets so coated up. And then you get to like more of the blue, you still get like the same detailing, like all the same ridges. Still the same pose where one arm's like more grabbing up forward. This one is just kind of more relaxed up to the side. That type of thing. And of course, more or less same detail. Also, Spike still looks nice regardless if it's painted or not. Although it does kind of look like it's a broken bone. The leg here looks pretty well done in that like almost darker blue plastic. It's more of a blue than a green, but still painted pretty well. We have like some more of the same ridges and detailing going down to the bottom of the feet where they get like the olive green paint. Same paint as the nails are, but you can see them more here because they don't feature that very obvious blue paint. And speaking of the blue paint, that is pretty much the defining characteristic of this Godzilla. Where right at the armpits, you see like darker blues, and then the rest is like a lighter blue, almost like Toy Story Andy's bedroom type color. Like that's essentially a sky blue. That's basically what we're dealing with here. And you get that caked on pretty much on the outskirts of the arm, like right in here, and then you get them right in here within the legs, all the way roughly around down here, and then you kind of get it right to where the tail stops in the package, and then the rest here it's not really painted, but you do get it's actually there as shown here, but there is the paint underneath. The olive green from the stomach. So there is some color variety, which is nice to see. And I definitely think overall, like it has a much more neater presentation than the original one does. Not to dunk on the original. I think it honestly looks more movie accurate, quote unquote, but this still looks really popish. And I do like how this is, it's probably my favorite of the set, probably just because I just like, I'm a sucker for the blue. Plus, not to mention, the clash between the blue on the front and the red on the back just mixes well beautifully together, and it's like probably one of my favorite things. However, we have the return of the kind of like salmon pink color on the tail, and it is a spray. And I will say it's sprayed a bit better than on my original, because there was parts of it where it wasn't painted. While it is true that there's still here, it's more evened out on this one. However, it's a little off-putting again, because again, it's not that bad in person in my opinion, but there's still an obvious color difference, and I feel like they could have took the time to maybe color match it a little bit better. Plus, maybe give it like a more olive green or even blue. Like they had two colors to work with, and they chose neither. Although it was like that on the original, so maybe I'll give it a pass with that one. But the sculpted details are still done really well. Like this is probably my favorite detailed part about the figure in general is the tail. And it could just be me, but it feels a lot softer than the original. Like this head, like I can literally take it. I can do it with this one, but it feels much more squishy. Like a lot more malleable. So I feel like the plastic or vinyl rubber isn't as sturdy as it is, because it almost feels like it can just shear right off, and that's not necessarily a good thing. But for the overall quality, not to mention, I don't know, if the plastic just feels cheaper on this one. But the paint job is pretty much, in the mold, is pretty much the exact same. Just made with not the different materials, but just different quality of materials. So overall, I think that the blue really excels to it. And you basically get all the things you have from the original onto this one, which, hey, that's a plus. Speaking of things from the original, the articulation. Nothing's really changed, but we'll go for it anyway. Hinge jaw. Rotation at the head. So, well, not really a rotation. It's like a mild rotation. But it's like swivels here at the shoulders. I do not want to mess with it too badly because it could scuff up the legs. So the arms. I was about to go to the legs when I was thinking of it. Speaking of the legs, we still get some back and forth movement. Again, don't want to mess with it too badly because I could scuff up the paint. I know these Playmates figures are really delicate when it comes to the paint job. Swivels at the feet. And of course, a ball joint here at the tail. This one's a bit tighter than on the original. So take that for what you will. Plus, bendable tail, except it's not really bendable, it's just flexible. There's no bendy wire in it or anything. But overall, for the Godzilla, pretty well packaged, like as far as the articulation is concerned. Now for the accessories, and I'm sad to report that even though you obviously saw the beam effect in the intro, there is no beam effect that came with this guy. Yeah, all it just did was come with Shimo's, and I'm just joking. It did come with its own. So basically, it looks like this. Not really much changed. It's the exact same thing. Red beam. You essentially just plug it in like this. Come on, get that in there. That was a bit of a more lighter grip. Kind of shocked at the grip at this thing, but yeah, there you go. Oh shoot. You have your Godzilla shooting out his heat ray, and again, I still have the same complaints as the heat ray from the last one. It looks too cartoonish for my liking, especially given the fact that like it had a much more King of the Monsters-esque beam. Like it was a much more thicker beam, and it didn't look like the 2014 beam. I'm not saying this looks like the 2014 beam, but this just looks too cartoonish. And especially with the simultaneously released normal Heat Ray Godzilla, which I'll pull up just for a brief comparison as far as breadth effects are concerned. This is how I'd want the beam to look just in red. This just kind of looks, again, a little too cartoonish for something that's supposed to be based off something photorealistic. So, in my opinion, it just doesn't mesh well, but again, it gets the job done. But overall, I would say the Godzilla that comes in the set, it's
Same thing. I mean, if you have the original, you know what you're getting with it. It's just the exact same figure, just with blue paint. That's necessarily all the differences with this guy. But still, the blue looks great. And honestly, I think it's still a plus. Next up, we're going to take a look at the tentacular monster to the set, Shimo, which I want to just say that the figure and the actual size in the movie is not represented very well. It's actually a bit undersized, which as far as like sheer scale goes, we'll talk about it a bit more in size comparisons. Well, you'll see more in size comparisons, we won't necessarily talk about it, is I think personally, because I've seen photos of it, the battle roar Shimo looks at least the closest. The giant one is just a too bit big. But let's talk about this one, which, as I've said, it's a blatant repaint of the original. So there's really not going to be much changes sculpt-wise. So first we're going to start with the head. The head features the same exact mold as you've seen with the pretty much snow white sculpt, and it features a lot of nice scaling, ridges down the neck. Here we have the pretty much circular blue eye. Shima doesn't really have a pupil here unless the sculpted round it's supposed to be a pupil, obviously. And we have some itty bitty teeth and a nice tongue painted in there as well. No throat hole, but we do have, again, more of that paint on the teeth. It's a bit hard to show, especially with like the flash here, but then it kind of ruins the lighting. Same thing going on here where it has the paint here, because it's a separate piece, where the yellow is compared to the plastic. Still an obvious color difference. And the base of it is still a dark blue. However, what this one does differently is add some light blue highlights to some of the parts on Shimo's body, which is present here. We're going to kind of angle the camera up here a bit. Up here, which is like pretty much on the first few rows of fins here, as you can see. And then somewhere towards like the midsection. And I've heard reports that like they are very prone to paint chipping. And thankfully, there's like not much paint chippage on mine. So I think at least for the now, I'm in the clear. That is until this thing falls off the shelf, which I'm putting it at the bottom for that exact reason. And, but the overall detail's still kept. It has that nice translucent, blue base, which, obviously is, like, dark, indigo, almost looks purple sometimes. And it, again, looks great. And I like the kind of color transition where it's, like, again, I know it's a spray, but it really lends itself, like, giving, like, a illuminating effect, almost like a gradient. That's what I'm looking for, a gradient. But at last, this entire piece from this piece here and here, right to where it meets the tail, all translucent plastic. And the row back here, still not painted, but that's okay, because you're barely going to see this thing if you have it front facing, like I am going to have it. Now, my biggest gripe about the figure, well, the original one, was that it lacked detail on the sides. That is still true here. And even though it has some mild, very mild blue spray, because there is a mild blue spray here, it's just not that good and impressive to actually showcase the overall detail as much as I'd like it to. And there's even like a small blob which actually does more than what the spray does. In fact, the spray is so mild, it almost just shouldn't even be here, because you can kind of see there is something blue in there. Like, it's a very apparent blue wash to this figure. And it's so faint. Like, at first glance, I almost didn't even notice it, but then I took a real close look, and it's throughout the entire lower section. You can kind of see it's on the bottom jaw, and leads to the neck, down to the stomach, from the chest, and is even on the bottom section of the tail, which you can clearly see right here. Plus, it's on the legs here a little bit. More towards, like, the top sections of the legs. You can definitely see that there's something blue. And as speaking of the tail itself, it features the same blue spray that you see on the original figure, plus the Thagomizer, which is actually a bit better painted this go around compared to my original Shimo, which, hey, take it or leave it. And honestly, I think, like, as far as the blue is concerned, I actually got mine defective. Yeah. If you need evidence, I'm going to bring up the box and let me show you something. I know, it's the box. But look at this. Look at that blue. Now, I know, it's a promo pick. It's not one-to-one. But I have seen, again, photos and videos of this Shimo with light and dark blue paint. And no, it's not a mild spray. It's clear as day. The whole well, not the whole underside, but a huge portion on the underside of Shimo is supposed to be blue. For whatever reason, mine, and I've also seen a lot of other listings online, this Shimo just somehow, someway, this figure, when it was, I'm guessing this was a reissue? I'd have to guess, but I've seen some as early as when they first hit shelves. So, no, it's not because of a reissue. This was obviously some sort of misprint, and it's been like this on a ton of copies, and I don't think Playmates has really done anything about it, because I just picked this up like 2 days ago. So that means it's one of the more recent batches. It's one of the more recent restocks. So why mine turned out the way it did is honestly still kind of a mystery, but it's not really cool, especially the fact that Shimo is supposed to be a frosty character, and instead I get a mild blue wash with some mild blue sprays here, here, and here. I almost went to pick this figure up had it been on its own. The only reason really why I got this thing was because it was in a boxed set, realistically. So I think I got pretty bombarded with the issues. I would honestly count it as a QC issue because it's a huge misprint. Like, you don't make some figures with blue and some of them without and mark it as the same figure. That's not how it works. But unfortunately, mine's like that. Maybe I might be able to track down a Shimo that has some good blue paint, but unfortunately, mine just kind of got a mild. It's almost like they sprayed it another Shimo, but this Shimo got like a light touch of like the little excess. If you know what I'm talking about, whatever. I think that's enough. But overall, again, I do like the mold of the legs and the arms. They look fine. They look just like how they did with the original, because it is the same mold, which I highly praised. Still no painted claws, but overall for sculpted paint, again, you know what you're getting with the original. You know what you're getting here, just with some blue highlights. It's just that mine had a bit of a major defect when it comes to the blue paint. So unfortunately, it's going to have to be a dock off a little bit for that. But what's not a major dock off is the articulation. The jaw is still opens up as wide as it can and close. Hinge at the neck and can swivel at the neck. And you obviously see more of that blue. Swivel hinges at the shoulders, so you can kind of go forward and back, in and out like that. As you can see, swivels at the shoulders, the wrists, and nothing at the waist, but we do have swivels here at the hips. No hinge, so you can only go forward and back. And you can also go swivel 360 with the foot, the ankle, I guess. And you can ball joint, swivel, whatever you want with this one. And unlike the original, this one's not as creaky. I guess maybe because I didn't blow dry it or whatever, but yeah, it's not creaky at all. And for accessories, Shimo comes with her infamous Frostbite Blast, which, again, is completely untouched from the original. It's not a different shade of blue. It doesn't have any paint applications on it. It is entirely one detailed piece of translucent blue plastic they stick into Shimo's mouth. Which, how you do it, you find this really long peg, stick it upward, like that. Wait, hold up. There we go, just like that. Clamp down on her mouth, or you can leave it open. I prefer kind of like having it midway, so it's like this. And boom, Shimo is opening her mouth and blasting maybe Kong away, or Skar King away, or maybe even shooting Godzilla midair. I mean, this is the Godzilla vs. Shimo set, so it makes sense. So yeah, I still have the same complaint. I wish the beam was longer. Still kind of dinky by mere comparison by what we got with the other beams. But again, still well sculpted, pretty well detailed. And I like the little extensions at the back of the throat where it like fans out of it. So overall, for the Shimo part of the set, I kind of got a bit of the short end of the stick when it comes to the paint applications, especially when it could have easily fixed the problem. Maybe not like giving it more detail, but giving it more substance. Some more paint applications is at the bare minimum of what I want. And honestly, while there is a mild blue spray, it doesn't really do much. I mean, take it or leave it. But I will say the figure is still good. Probably it's definitely my least favorite of the Godzilla and Shimo pack, but it's definitely still a good figure. Comes with all the things you need. Comes with good accessories. Well, all good accessories, good posability, good sculpt, and of course some neat additions with the blue paint. Where there is blue paint. So overall, Shimo, at least for the most part, a win in my book. And lastly, we've come to the cardstock pieces of the set, which we basically have 2 crystals and 2 rows of ribs. So essentially, again, these are cardstock cutouts. I will not be showing you how to do it because the box literally comes with instructions on how to put them together. So you need to know, buy it, look at the sheet, and work with it. So with that being said, first, we're going to take out the ribs here for just a sec, and we're going to pretty much talk about the crystals, because they are pretty easy to talk about. First up, we're going to take a look at the crystals, which are basically 2-piece crystals, which you have 1 piece to act as the sand, and the big part of the crystal, which is essentially just the big part of the crystal itself. There's really not much to say. And I'll say it once, I said in my last review, with the crystals, and I'll say in this one, these deserved to be made of plastic. It's kind of weird that they're able to produce so many actual crystals that are made of plastic for the Hollow Earth blind things, but they're not able to produce it for this set, and instead rely on the same type of crystals that come with the other set, just color-coded. If you don't believe me, they're essentially the same exact crystals, again, just different colors. You assemble them the same way, they come the same way. In fact, the only real difference is that they're made, well, they're just blue. Bluish green, I should add, like a teal, turquoise type color. But, again, the printing looks nice, and I do like pretty much the innovation or what you get with these type of crystals, and they do look good on a display. But the problem is they're made of cardboard. They're not going to last. These little cardstock flimsy things, especially the fact that these are meant to go along with kids' toys, kids are just going to take them and pretty much go to town with them. Like, these things are not going to last like more than a week. But for a diorama, it's not bad. Especially if it's more towards the back of a display, that I kind of understand. But if it's more front-facing, just put it to the back, man. Just buy yourself some hollow crystals and put them there. So I don't really have a lot to say about the crystals themselves, because they're essentially the same thing that came with the previous set, just blue. However, what's not really weak at all, or actually pretty unique in that sense, is going to be these rib cages. And even though, again, I think I would have honestly preferred them being made of plastic, not cardstock, I feel like these kind of warrant it being better as cardstock rather than how the crystals are made of cardstock. That being said, they are different pieces, so you can put them together and have like one big diorama, put Godzilla and Shimo in, putting Godzilla in the ribs. Oh, it's putting it a little bit more like this. There you go, close enough, whatever. So just for a closer look, we're gonna pretty much start with this one. They're made of basically the same thing, just kind of flipped. You have 1 rib cage that's attached to the thing, and then 2 more you have to insert, plus another one that's kind of like at the back, and it's like that on both sides, so you know it's like a duplicate print. That being said, it honestly gives the good illusion that, like, yeah, these are made of, well, at first glance, they look like they were made of plastic until you look at it and they're not. But I will say that the printed detail's really good, and it definitely kind of merits itself well with, like, the red and the blue. And even though this isn't really scene accurate to when Godzilla and Shimo are fighting, because they fight in the middle of the Hollow Earth, which is like I think the Iwi tribes, like, temple place, like the three crystal temples. I think it's like three on each side, like two on the roof. Sorry, three on the roof, three on the ground. Well, I mean, technically it's the Hollow Earth, so it's like middle. You get what I'm talking about. So now, personally, I am still, again, on the fence about it being cardstock, but I think, like, overall, this has the best execution of any of the cardstock sets, because crystals, nice little novelty, whatever. The firewalls, kind of faulty, at least on my particular copy, because they don't tend to stay together all that great. And I might end up having to tape it because I'm looking at it right now, and I could very well have to tape mine down. But these look great. Like, they add some dimension. I know, like, the lava falls also add some dimension, but these really add some dimension. And again, I know it's not very scene specific because they were fighting in the Hollow Earth temple thing, and these rib cages were not there. They are in the Skar King throne room, which kind of makes you wonder why these weren't included in there, but they're here, even though Shimo or Godzilla never really appear. Whatever. I mean, probably would have been hard to actually do. Actually, they could have done a Rio set with this. Godzilla and Shimo fight there. Maybe. Whatever. Point is, these are what they come with, and the printing on the rib cages look great. I like it. So overall, I will say that as far as the cardstock accessories go, they're good. I think visually they match the figures here better, because, like, it's easier having red and blue together than purple mixed in with what's supposed to be warm colors. So kind of clashes, doesn't it? But whatever. Overall, I think that these are probably better than the Kong vs. Skar King set, the ones that they come with. So yeah, there's that. And for some quick size comparisons, here they are next to their original counterparts, with the original Godzilla Evolved with Heat Ray, and the original Shimo with Frostbite Blast, which, if I have to honestly pick, like, a who's better, I'll go in more depth in a separate videos for these guys. I will honestly say that the Shimo here is a bit better than the Shimo here. As for the Godzilla, sheer quality is concerned, I have to honestly say him over him. His paint job is definitely better of the two, but there's definitely a plastic difference that I'm not crazy. I totally think that this one has a bit more of a durable feel than this one does. And for some more size comparisons, here they are next to some other Godzilla figures, specifically NECA, with the NECA Godzilla 2014, still my all-time favorite figure in the entire collection, and the NECA Godzilla 2024, Godzilla Khan the New Empire Godzilla Evolved bootleg. And for the last size comparison, here they are next to their other brethren with the Kong vs. Skar King set, Kong and Skar King himself. And so overall, what do I think of this set? I think that this is honestly the better set of the two. If I had to choose one, it'd be this one. Why? Because one, I'm a biased person who just likes Godzilla more than Kong, and two, the color just pleases me better, I guess, because I'm more of a sucker for blues than I am for, well, pretty much warmer, lighter, cooler colors than I am for warmer colors. I don't know why. I think just blue and green are my two favorite colors, blue more. But with that being said, I definitely think that there are some duds in this. For example, Godzilla's plastic quality took a dive. My head, the rubber parts are much more squishier, especially the head and the arms. The legs feel much more hollow, on mine at least, and it just doesn't have the same plastic quality. I know it doesn't look any different, but trust me, it is definitely different. Shimo has a major defect when it comes to the paint application, especially the fact that mine lost all of its blue paint, or doesn't have it at all, and only has a mild blue spray on the bottom, and only has the blue sprays on the top of her. Meanwhile, the cardstock accessories are cool, but they're not going to last. However, I think that this set really works when you put them all together in a diorama display like this. And when you have them all together, this is when the set really shines, and you can really get a Godzilla vs. Shimo set the same way you can get a Kong vs. Skar King set. Personally, again, it's the better set in my opinion, especially when this Shimo is supposed to be painted correctly. But that being said, again, I like this set. I really do. I'm happy to have it in my collection, and I think just the color clashing together just makes this set all the more worthwhile. And again, maybe my personal bias compared to for the color blue, and here we have a almost completely blue Godzilla set. But here we are. So, again, I overall rate this set, I'm going to say an 8.5 out of 10. I definitely think that the duds are there, but as a whole set, it's really well-rounded, gives you pretty much anything and everything you want. Beam effects, 2 tentacular monsters, and some accessories that you can, well, hopefully not destroy because these things are brittle. They're cardstock, so probably should be made plastic. But again, as a display, it's pretty cool. But with that being said, it's definitely my personal favorite of, not the whole Playmates line, but definitely my personal favorite of the GXK collection so far. But with that being said, where's my Godzilla, Kong, and the pyramids, huh, Playmates? Thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing another unboxing video. Today we're doing an unboxing for the Godzilla, Kong, the New Empire, giant Godzilla and Kong figures. So, long story. I know this is uploaded or I'm getting these just in September when the movie came out in March. So why am I opening up these figures so freaking early? Well, late. Well, the truth be told, I wasn't really too sold on these. Because of the price increase and the fact that these things were kind of subpar detailed, like I didn't want just the same figure I was getting with the 6-inch versions scaled up. The giant versions from the 2021 movie were released a bit in a weird way, where not everything was released all at once, so I had a reason to get those, even though I got them way after. But these ones didn't really appeal to me, but I saw these at Walmart. I was supposed to get the RC Godzilla from Jada Toys, but unfortunately the place I was supposed to get it sold out of it, and I was left pretty much in the dirt because no other place was actually selling it at the time, but I got these. So, we're gonna start, let's start with Kong first, because I feel like Godzilla is definitely the one we'd be eyeing at least the most. So, now you know the backstory. Let's, get one. Yeah, they're using rope now, little pieces of rope, which is definitely a bit of a hit or miss, because I definitely would have preferred it being zip tied down with again, zip ties or any plastic material that's not rope. This is easily cuttable. I'm having little to no resistance, or actually I'm having a bit of resistance just because of how tight this one is. Now, these ones are going to be a little bit difficult because I have to get really down in there and cut. I don't know if my scissors are going to be that long or can even cut at the blunt end. Oh, wait. I don't know if it's going to do it. Let's try. Again, it's very difficult given the angle I'm working at, because I also have to make sure that this thing is in frame, because these last few unboxings haven't really been the best, in-frame unboxings. Am I gonna have to, I don't want to pull it out, because, otherwise, it's just gonna screw up the whole thing. Come on, get it out. Come on, you know what? I'm gonna be right back. Okay, so after trying to screw around with this guy for a little while, we finally kind of got him at least majorly out. So, there's the box. And, first impressions with Beast Club Kong. Very, very impressed.
I honestly was not expecting. I got a little nick, but it was the only one on the shelf. Wow, it actually has a ball joint here at the neck. I think that makes 2 Kongs with the ball joint here at the neck. Plastic feels a little cheap, not gonna lie. Even for like a Playmates toy, this is definitely more on the cheap side. Kind of wish it was more of a sturdier plastic, but maybe that's the theme going forward. Nice posability. All right, I dig it. Again, screw holes, take them or leave them. I don't mind them because I grew up with toys that had screw holes, much like this. So I'm not saying I had a Kong when I was younger. Maybe I did, but I just forget. But with that being said, on to the Godzilla, which should also be more of a pain because that tail. I hate the tails on these things. I get it; they're meant to be Ooh, shoot! Hope I didn't hit the hip. I get it; they're meant to be like this attached so they can fit in the box better. I get that, yada yada yada. But like at the same time, with the way like everything's like put into the box, I almost kind of wish that this thing was closed box and you could open it like again like a more of like an adult collectible. Not saying this is an adult collectible. This is certainly a kid's toy. But I'm not gonna stop hunting down that RC Godzilla. I will get that thing even if it's the last thing I do. Don't want to break the packaging. I mean, it's a box. It goes once on Box Showcase, and it's done. Okay. Oh, great. Hold on. Okay, so he has one. He lost the foot race. So there's the body. Let's put him off to the side. Tail should now be fairly easy. We go snip 1. I said snip 1. And we go snip 2. Again, I don't know how much I'm capturing this on camera. So snip 1, snip 2. Get this off my tail. I hate these freaking ties, dude. Playmates, stop using these. If you're going to do one for the new Godzilla Kong movie coming out in 2027, you better not use these, please. Like, please, I'm begging you on all fronts. Do not use these. Whatever. Now we're done with scissors. Plug into Godzilla's booty. I don't think I have to get a blow dryer for this. Yeah, I don't. Well, at least it's a ball joint this time. Oh yeah, I forgot he had an articulated jaw. Sweet. Oh wait, the wrists don't move. Do they? They don't. Interesting. But the feet do. But okay. Let's pull this up. Giant Godzilla and Giant Kong are a go. So, with that being said, that's all I have to share for this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Leave a like and subscribe. Well, I already said subscribe. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. Peace out, everyone. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing another figure review. Today we're doing a figure review for the Playmates Toys Godzilla Kong, the New Empire, Giant Godzilla Evolved. Yes, this is my newest purchase, and, well, I just kind of want to go over this guy, even though I was going to anyway, because, why not? You know, it's Godzilla Evolved, another Godzilla Evolved to go into the collection. Just a year ago I didn't have any, and now I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. So now, yeah, I guess this is, part of it now. But with that being said, I also kind of want to go back on something and address something I said in the, my unboxing, and why I, like, was not impressed by this guy. And you're going to hear me kind of talk about in the review is that I saw this guy in person at my comic shop, and I just wasn't impressed. I didn't really like the detailing, and I thought for the price you were paying for it, even if it was $25, it was still a little bit much, especially because it's an upscale of the 6-inch version, but actually having it in hand, like, for myself, because, you know, why not? I can say with certainty that my opinion has slightly changed, but let's go ahead and take a look at the figure. For the sculpted paint itself, it's a bit of a mixed bag. For the face, the paint is kind of crappy, honestly. The eye paint is completely mismatched. Like, it didn't even get the socket correctly. Like, it's all the way back there. And on this side, I think it's a little bit better. It's a little sunken down, but this is at least not really all that acceptable, but it's a little bit more acceptable. But back to the face. We actually have a bit more of like a squishier plastic, as you can see by the seam line. And we actually have some nice painted teeth. And the tongue is actually really well painted as well. So that I actually have to commend Playmates for. They actually painted the teeth and the tongue really well. And unlike the 6-inch version, because it has a hole at the top, this one actually has a painted in roof of the mouth. They didn't have to do that, but they did. And it's made of pink, same pink that the tongue is made of. And again, both of them look actually kind of cool. I dig it. I don't really dig, again, the eyes. It's a bit of an eyesore, no pun intended. But as we go down the figure, this is actually something I was not anticipating. They actually put glitter-infused plastic into this thing. Yeah, there is glitter inside. You can actually kind of see it, but yeah, see the glitter? That's not wet. Like, I never knew that. That is awesome. And anyone knows I love my glitter-infused plastics. That's why I love the Playmates, the Shimo Jada Toys keychain so much. That's why I love the Monster King Godzilla Filius and the tiny little Godzilla Filius. You know, figures like that, especially the Fusion Series Godzilla 2000. Anyone who's an OG viewer knows about that. But anyways, back to this figure. We can actually see more like the sculpted ridges and such. And the details do carry over from the 6-inch version. And as we have like more like the plating, more of like going back up here, we have like some of the gills, and it looks honestly a bit iffy because I feel like what they did was when it came to making the giants, they already had the 6-inch figures fully prototyped and made, so they decided to take the sculpts from the 6-inch figures and blow them up. And they got this. And they didn't really take any like retooling to make sure that the detailing is up to par with what an 11-inch figure should be. And now we have this, and as you can see, some of the details just really flat. Like, I can forgive flat detail, but this is honestly kind of pathetic. But alas, we do have some more details here. But unlike the 6-inch version, the 11-inch version actually paints the elbow spikes correctly, which, thank you, Playmates. We have like the claw paint. Not, again, the best application. It does the job well. It's just kind of your basic olive green, the standard positions, kind of flip-flopping over to this side. Yeah, we do have the infamous screw holes, but as I've said time and time again, they really don't bug me because I grew up with toys that had screw holes. So I feel like anyone who has grown up with giant toys with screw holes knows exactly what I'm talking about. And going to the chest, I'm going to say, what happened here? Because, again, I don't want to constantly compare it to the 6-inch version, even though this is literally just the 6-inch version blown up with some minor retooling. The original 6-inch version had a pretty big spray, almost covering the entirety of the chest to the tail, well, base of the tail at least, in olive green. Here, it's just one sliver, and it goes down. It doesn't even cover it. Like you can see here, that's not even like the whole chest. That's honestly not really that good. But what is pretty good are the dorsal plates. Very rubbery, and they're actually translucent, unlike the previous giant Godzilla from 2021, or was technically released in 2020. But it was for the 2021 movie, so we're just going to call it the 2021. But as you can see, the fin detail is actually really well done. And again, maybe this whole figure should have been made of soft plastics, but as you can see, even though it is translucent, the detail just, it's awesome. And even though there's like these air pockets, which almost make it look like it lights up, trust me, it doesn't. The Mega one lights up and the RC one from Jada Toys, which funny enough, I was supposed to pick up, but unfortunately the store I was supposed to get at sold it out. But we'd have like more of the legs coming down here. This actually is pretty good detail. I like this, like with all like the little intricate bumps going down here, and then you have like the feet. Obviously, we have like one that's pre-posed, the other one that's kind of neutral stance, and then you have like the claws that are painted the same kind of olive green. The claws in the stomach are painted, and then unlike the 6-inch version, actually wait, let's go back to here. The feet here are hollowed out, which I do understand why they do this, but it kind of is weird, especially because from the back you're gonna kind of see it, and it's like, why is Godzilla's foot hollow? But whatever. Here for the tail, we actually have some translucent plastic. Yeah, unlike the original 6-inch version, which from here to here is all translucent, and then from the rest of the tail to the tip of the tail where the Tagmizer is all red paint. Now on the original, that was like, the paint was more of like a salmon type color, like a pinkish, not really pink, but more of orange salmon type color. This actually kind of color matches a bit better, but though it's an obvious eyesore, but it at least looks better. In fact, it's kind of more in line with the Titan evolution Godzilla, if you know what I'm talking about. This is kind of what it looks more like. So it's almost like a hybrid between the two, and exactly how it should be. Even though I would have kind of preferred the whole thing being translucent, but whatever. But the translucent plastic looks still good, and the paint application is actually also pretty well decent. And the kind of like gummy plastic, it's not like gummy plastic like this, but still like flexible soft plastic with the Tagmizer actually, again, being really well done. And then you have like some more red spray at the bottom. Oh, shred. Pretty sure that's just Access accidentally banging the figure. And overall, again, that's basically it for like sculpt and paint. It's certainly taken like overall at least a dive as far as like the quality of the overall sculpt compared to the 6-inch version, because that was designed to be a 6-inch figure. This has the design of a 6-inch figure blown up to 11-inch. It's like taking a PNG that's meant to be a certain pixel size and blowing it up to the size of your whole screen. Yeah, not exactly the best. And even if you use like something like AI to kind of refresh it, it's still going to look off. And that's kind of like the best way I can describe this figure as far as like sculpt and paint wise goes. But alas, is it at least good? Yes. I do like the translucent plastic. I like the fact that they actually painted the elbow spikes. And I do like the application of the teeth and the gums. And I also like the application of the claws on both the hands and the feet. However, I don't like how mellow the detail is. And I also don't like how cheap the plastic feels this go around. I could kind of accept it back in 21 because that was their first go. But I kind of expected a little bit more of a higher quality plastic with not like overly adult collectibles, but maybe more of a solid plastic. Because this definitely feels very fragile. But overall, for sculpt and paint, I think the Giant Godzilla could use a bit work. But I think, again, with the glittering plastic, it's almost like bribing me to say that it's good. So I'm going to say it's good. Now, time for the articulation. And when I say this thing is a near 1-to-1 upscale recreation of the 6-inch figure, I mean it's a 1-to-1 upscale version of the 6-inch figure. Well, at least close to. So, what do we got? For the head, there's nothing. This seam line, yeah, no way it could turn. But there's no, like, head joint. I'm trying to focus in the camera better. But we do have a hinged jaw, which is something the original Giant Godzilla did not have. From 2021, and I guess technically 2004 and 54, because they didn't have it either. Shoulder swivels, although the shoulder swivels are a bit more limited this go around, because that is about as back as I can get the shoulder, and this is about as far up I can get the shoulder, at least on this side. This side, we can go, okay, stop, we can go back about that far. And upwards about... Okay, I thought I, like, dislocated the whole figure. You can actually go back quite a bit. This is about as back as it can go. But, essentially, you're just going to get, like, the basic up and down movement. For the legs here, this leg, we can go upwards about that far. Raising the arm up. And you can even see another screw hole. Look at that. So it goes back up about that far, backwards about that far, so basically in its neutral position. Feet can rotate all the way around. This one can go side to side, although it is a lot more malleable than the 6-inch version would let you believe. And this one, this leg can go backwards about that far, so it actually bends a little bit more backwards than the back bent leg. And go forward about this far. And this foot can also do a 360. Although again, it's made of that same malleable plastic. And the tail on a ball joint as opposed to just a basic peg. But so you can kind of turn, you can go downwards about that far, upwards about that far, to the left about that far. I know it's like really hard for me to move. And to the right about that far. And you can swivel it a bit. And also, no, there's no extra like segment in here. It's all just one piece. And here comes all the one piece stands. And also, if you're wondering, no articulation of the wrists. Those are just a separate piece. Although there's a seam line, it's not meant to move. So as far as posability goes, again, basically has the same articulation points as the 6-inch version. Although the engineering is different. For example, the jaw, it's engineered a little bit differently. And because of the way it's cut, the shoulders don't have as much of range. And the tail is just a little bit more stiffer. And a little bit less free to range. It's a bit more hindered. There you go. But aside from that, that's basically the articulation. There's no extra joints added. But hey, at least you got a jaw articulation piece. Now, for size comparison, I want to bring in the 6-inch version, which, as you can kind of see, pulling my camera back, they're literally spitting images of each other. The only, again, like, I mentioned the differences, but I will do like a much more in-depth figure review. It feels so weird holding this and then holding that. But you can definitely see, like, the sculpted details are a lot more confined, and even, like, the paint here, it's not just a sliver, it's like covering almost the whole thing. And in my opinion, it just kind of like works better as a much more compact 6-inch figure than it does for the 11-inch. Personally, I kind of prefer the 6-inch over the 11-inch. Obviously, as well, because you also got the beam and such. But this guy's also pretty cool on his own, but whatever. This is basically like the general comparison. We're going to do a much more in-depth comparison in another video. So for some size comparisons, proper ones, here he is next to some other Godzilla Evolved figures I have in my collection from other companies, with the Jada Toys Godzilla Evolved keychain, metallic figs, or metal figs, and the NECA Godzilla 2024 Godzilla Evolved from Godzilla Kong the New Empire, of course, bootleg, which ironically enough, I was supposed to get the Jada Toys RC, but unfortunately, again, the place I wanted it sold out, so I opted for this. But I'm not going to stop hunting it down. I will literally hunt it down. Okay, so this is like the furthest I can actually like pull the setup back. Actually, that's not true. I could ram my chair back, but he is with my other two giant-sized Godzillas from Playmates, the 2004 from Godzilla Final Wars from the Toho Classic Series line, and the Godzilla vs. Kong 2021 Giant Godzilla. And this is kind of like what I was talking about with like the plastic quality. I will say that there's a bit of a significant increase in quality as far as like him versus him, but in my opinion, quality wise, he was honestly the best one just because of how sturdy he is of an overall figure. And I'll probably be doing a general figure comparison. No, I don't have 54 and I don't have Mechagodzilla, so right now, as of now, this is it. And for some more size comparisons, here he is next to some other Playmates Godzillas from Godzilla Kong the New Empire, with Heat Ray Godzilla pre-evolved, the Titan Evolution Godzilla with the Godzilla still inside him. I did take him out, but I put him back in. And the Godzilla Evolved Spitfire version from the 2-pack set with versus Shimo. And as you can see, if they put this paint job on this guy, hands down the best Playmates by far. And for the moment you guys have probably been waiting for, here he is next to the giant Kong with Beast Glove that I also got got at the store today. And as you can see, they're not size accurate, but they are pretty well as far as size goes. And so overall, what do I think of this figure? I think that this figure is actually, again, pretty good. While it's definitely not the best, having some very mellow details and iffy plastic quality, and definitely a bit of a rough transition as far as paint goes, plus some paint applications just isn't that good, like the chest and the eyes. Everything else is actually pretty serviceable. The articulation's nice for what you get. I love the translucent spines, especially like the extension, although I kind of wish the whole tail was translucent as opposed to just being halfway through the fins. And overall, I am actually kind of pleased with this thing, especially like with the addition of glittery plastic, which anyone knows I love glittery plastic infused in my figures. I'm not asking for every single figure going forward to be infused with glitter. I'm just asking for like maybe some. And this is definitely one of them. And in all honesty, I really like it. I dig it. I definitely think that as far as like quality is concerned, this is a bit of the lesser side of between Godzilla and Kong, as we're going to discuss later with Kong. But on Godzilla's own terms, I think that this is actually a pretty good Godzilla Evolved. While, again, it's not perfect by any means of the imagination, because it is a kid's toy, I definitely think that if $25 in Walmart, sure, go ahead, go for it. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel. Leave a like, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're taking a look at another Godzilla Kong the New Empire figure. This time we're taking a look at the Playmates Toys Giant Kong with Beast Club. Yes, this is the second of the series that I'm currently collecting as far as like the giants go, because I have this and the Godzilla, but I'm also trying to get the Skar King, the Shimo, and the newly released Mothra. Keeping my distribution where I am is a bit iffy, so I may not get everything right away. I mean, I just got this thing like 2 days ago, and the figure released like back in January, I think? So yeah, I'm quite a bit behind, but whatever. Better late than never. But with that being said, I'm quite hyped for this because I've been playing around with it, and I honestly have to say I'm kind of enjoying it a little more in some aspects than the Godzilla. Am I saying that this is a better figure? Maybe, maybe not. So let's go ahead and take a look at the figure. Taking a look at the sculpt and paint, the base figure on its own is going to be kind of similar to the Godzilla Evolved Giant, where it's going to be pretty much a upscaled version of the 6-inch figure with some minor retweaks and retooling. And that's going to be primarily more what happens here rather than the Godzilla Evolved, because there was some differences with the Evolved. Here, it's going to primarily be, again, based the same. The head features a pretty good gray spray. They kind of like circuloid around the entirety of like the front face. And we do kind of have like the sides of the head where they are like using the base brown color with all the fur detail, which kind of works better because Kong on the 6-inch figure had better detailing than the Godzilla Evolved. And so here, it's not as big of a problem because there really is no like smoothened out places unless it's like the bare skin area, which makes sense. Mine has a few paint nicks of the gray here and here, right out of the box, because it was open box, so children probably got at it. And before you say, oh, why didn't you pick another one? It was the only one they had in stock, so yeah. But we do have some nice eye paint. Thankfully, it's not like the 6-inch version where mine were like completely bug-eyed, and I think it was like that per all units. And so thankfully, we can actually see what the eyes look like properly, and he looks pissed. He blatantly looks pissed. The nostrils are actually sculpted pretty well, although they are not like overly deep in. They are deep in. Like if you want to talk about deep, look no further. Oh crud, knocking over my light. Look no further than the nostrils on the Kong Skull Island 6-inch figure, which ironically, I know these two are not in scale. He'd be like 3 times his size. but yeah, moving back to the giant Kong, as we can see, he is jam-packed with a lot of nice detail, especially like in the mouth, because we have the individually painted teeth, the individually sculpted canines, and taking a look at the tongue. It's not as well sculpted as I think should have been, nor is the top of the mouth, but it does get the job done, and is at least serviceable. And I feel like that's a good way to put this figure. A lot of the things here are serviceable. They're not done the best, but they are done at least to what they have offered with the budget. And we have some nice sculpted in ears. And overall for the face, pretty well done, especially like the beard and how it's like all an open mouth. So going down to the chest, we have like all the major pecs. We have his like, I think that's like a 6-pack, and then we have like the man breasts, and then we have the slashes that he gets. These 3 slashes he got from Skull Island. These 3 slashes he actually got from Godzilla. So I feel like that's a really good sense of continuity. However, even though the gray spray is done really well as far as like the pecs are concerned, I'm still not a fan of the way they're doing the scars, because I feel like there should be at least a bit of detail, not just paint. I will say the paint application is actually done pretty well, especially like the peach application on it, but it's just, again, not done the best. I definitely would have preferred something, again, a bit more like sculpted in, but again, it's serviceable. The B.E.A.S.T glove. Let's talk about the B.E.A.S.T glove, because there are some differences here. As you can see, the B.E.A.S.T glove arm is obviously a back for this one. We have some like gears here, and we have like some more of like the strap and like the lining work. Let's see, VT61. I don't know if that's a reference to something. HT42. And then we have like the segmenting here on the glove itself with some painted in straps, which I don't believe, the original one did not have them painted, and the inside gear was also not painted. This guy back here. And the detail for the arm itself, like the base fur, again, still looks really good. It's just upscaled and definitely works a lot better. And then we have like the gray palm painted pretty well. Then we have like the brass knuckles, which are essentially what they are, even though they're definitely not made of brass. Apparently this thing's made from Mechagodzilla, which honestly would fit continuity-wise. And as you can really see, like this has like a lot of great detail that I think works better on this than, again, the 6-inch version, because it's more compact. Here you can definitely see a lot more of like those details that you see within the B.E.A.S.T glove itself. So one final look here, and you can just kind of see like all like the mechanical components on the B.E.A.S.T glove itself. Moving down to this arm, you can kind of see more like that burst segmenting, how it's all wavy. Not too much like as far as like paint goes, because it's all just one solid brown color. Except when we get to the wrists, where you can kind of see it's a lot lighter. Not too much in the way of like paint variety, but it does have a nice gray spray. At least I think it's a gray. It's the whole thing. No, it's not. It's just a spray. Okay, I thought the whole thing was gray. Like, am I going nuts? No, because like this side. But whatever. As you can see, it's definitely a lot better painted this go around than the other one, which was like the other two were just plain black. This actually has a bit of gradation from its brown color to its more gray coloring, which I definitely like a lot. Going on down to the legs here, we can definitely see like a lot more of those sculpted details here with the like the fur pattern and such going on down, and like all the segmenting. We do get some screw holes right here, as well as on the back, which monkey booty. We can obviously see like all of those screw holes, but again, I've said this time and time again, and I'll continue to say it, I do not mind these screw holes. Well, I definitely think that I can understand why people wouldn't like them. I personally don't mind, because I grew up with toys that had screw holes. And, okay, I'm just realizing, this Kong also has glittery plastic. I'm literally just realizing this now. It's very much, yeah, you can kind of see it right up to my finger. There's some form of glitter in there. How about that? Okay, so back to the legs. More wavy, kind of fur patterns. And we can kind of get to like the spray to the toes here, and I think it overall looks really nice as far as like the gray spray and how it like overall works with applying it to a much bigger figure and giving it some more intricate detail. But as far as like the sculpt and paint itself overall goes, I definitely think that the sculpt and paint definitely did a much better job on the Kong than it did the Godzilla. Just because the Godzilla just some parts of it just weren't all that great, especially like the spray and the eye application and the spray on the stomach. Those were kind of disappointing to me. But as far as the Kong goes, this is actually really well done. And even though, again, it's just the same figure from the 6-inch blown up, I think that, again, because the Kong, the original Kong, was a lot more detailed as a figure, this definitely warrants the, at least a lot of credit where credit is due. So overall, I definitely think that this guy definitely got the better treatment of the bunch and really is well detailed, especially for a Playmates figure that's only like, what, $25? Yeah, still really good. Alright, next up we've got articulation. Now, because these are upscales of the original 6-inch figures, even though these were released at the same time, we actually have some pretty good articulation this go around, and I think sorry, I'm a little bit nose clogged. I actually think that this is probably the most articulated tall figure I have, like as far as giant goes, but whatever. For the head, we have a swivel. No, we don't. We have a ball joint. Yes, let's move the camera up. There we go. We actually have a ball joint movement. Yeah, this is the first time that we're actually getting a ball joint-like head joint on a Kong figure in the entirety of the Giants, which is actually pretty cool. Which, we're not getting like a whole ton of range, but we can go up about that far, down about that far, to his right, not our right, but his right, about that far, and to his left, not our left, about that far. So, minimal range, but we can still get a pretty good head swivel. Can go all the way around. Let's move the camera down. Shoulders. Let's talk about this arm. This arm is on a swivel hinge, so we can go roughly about this far up and this far down, and we can go back and forth, rotate all the way around. Elbows, we can also straighten up about that far, bend in about that far, and can rotate all the way around. And for the wrist, we can swivel, which is good to see. The swivel making a return, although it is kind of stiff because of the way it is cut. The Beast Glove arm has a swivel hinge, so we can go up about that far, a little less, and we can go down. And we can also go all the way around, so fairly nice movement there. But for the Beast Glove arm itself, we actually have a hinge here, which can straighten up about that far, and bend in about that far. That is it. There's no swivel here, because everything in here is locked, so you cannot swivel it. And even though there is a seam line here, it's actually curved up here where the Beast Glove ridges are, and you can't rotate it because it's all locked in. So essentially, that's kind of where the articulation stops for the arm. For the waist, there's nothing, but for the hips, you can kick forward about that far. Let's actually go to like side profile so you can get a better idea. So backwards about that far, and can swivel, so you can actually kind of take the leg joint and kind of go to the side and kind of make Kong do the splits if you really want to. Although do keep in mind the interiors do have screw holes. Kind of getting Kong's leg back into position. The knees can straighten up about that far and can bend in about that far, and it's like that on the other side too. So overall for articulation, he's definitely not the most posable Kong I own, but is definitely at least a great big articulated Kong as far as the articulation is concerned, because he carries everything from the 6-inch and blows it up here and even gives you like an added ball joint here, which I think is a really nice addition. Now, for a general comparison, here he is with the 6-inch Beast Glove Kong. And again, like I said, they're essentially, from this angle, it almost looks like I have the same figure. Even though, size-wise, there's an obvious shift in differences. Well, as far as like similarities. Something I find interesting that I'm now just noticing is that this guy has the scarring, but this guy doesn't. Unless I'm just being a total idiot. But look at here. We have some slashes here on the Playmates 6-inch figure. And we even have some slashes back here. Which is like this big, nasty gash. I'm going to try and focus that better. There you go. You can kind of see that better here. But on the Giant, we don't have the gashes. They're all just sealed up with fur. Very interesting, I have to say. But other than that, they're basically the same, except one also comes with the HEAV, which I think size-wise, oddly enough, it actually matches him better than him, even though it comes with the small Kong. And as if you're wondering, depending on how you fiddle with it, because I am confident that it can, put some sticky tack in there and he'll be able to hold the HEAV. And for just some quick size comparisons, here he is next to some other King Kong action figures that I have, with the NECA King Kong original, and the Mezco King Kong of Skull Island. Which, it's kind of funny that, even though he's the largest, he's actually lighter than the Mezco Kong is. I don't know what this thing is made of, probably some form of like PVC, but he's heavier than he is. And the NECA, it's light. It's actually kind of light. Not too heavy, but also not too light. And here he is next to some other Playmates Godzilla vs. Kong items, with Godzilla vs. Kong, Kong with Battle Axe, and Fighter Jet Kongs. And here he is next to the other giant Kongs that I own, from also Playmates, the Giant 2017 King Kong original version, and the Godzilla vs. Kong Giant Kong from, well, Godzilla vs. Kong. And I have to say, this guy is the best one by far. I like having a Giant Kong from 2017, and I like having a Giant Kong from 2021, but quality-wise, he severely beats out these two any day of the week. Better detailing, better paint apps, better articulation, maybe not so much a better price because he is a tad bit more pricier than the other ones, but as far as like the sheer quality of the figure goes, it's an absolute slam dunk. And for the final size comparison, here he is next to the Giant Godzilla Evolved that I also just reviewed, and honestly, these two are so good together. And while I do have the two figures up on the table here, I want to just say that now that I've properly reviewed both figures, I'm going to have to actually say that my personal favorite between the two, it's got to be Kong. I know. But here's the thing. I love Godzilla. I love the detail, well, what detail is there. And I love everything about him, but it's just the articulation's just better on Kong. He has a better paint job than Godzilla does. And overall, he's just a better executed figure. I feel like if they tightened up the paint job on him a little bit better, and maybe gave him a bit more detail, then yeah, he'd be honestly the superior figure by far. Of course, I might play with this one a bit more because it's Godzilla and I like Godzilla more than Kong, but quality-wise, he's better than Godzilla. And one last comparison, Jada Toys' Kong keychain, metal figs keychain. So, with that being said, what do I think overall about this guy? He's actually really freaking good. I like this figure a lot. While I definitely think the quality of the plastic, again, it leaves a little bit to be desired. I wish it came with a more solid build as opposed to a much more cheap plastic build. I understand it's for kids and, you know, they're going to have a field day with this thing. Buying both Godzilla and Kong, you're going to be like in for a real treat. If you really want to give them a real good treat, then get them all of them. Shimo, Skar King, and Mothra, because Mothra just came out. But leaving it to just this guy, on his own, he's really well done. The detail is amazing, especially for a $25 Playmates toy. the paint job, while it's not, again, the most extravagant, it's actually got some really good applications, even though mine is a bit scuffed on the brows. It actually has, again, some better applications and some paint work that's not even found on the 6-inch figure, like, for example, the straps back there. And furthermore, I would honestly go ahead and say that with the articulation, this is probably, again, maybe the best of the whole line. I can't really say it is the best because I don't have the rest, but for what this is, it's certainly definitely one of the best Playmates figures by far. Because not only is the articulation just better overall than the other ones, I just honestly say that it's quite possibly, again, the one of the best, if not the best Kong figure that Playmates has ever produced. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel, leave a like, and see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone.
If you enjoy this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're doing another unboxing. Today we're doing an unboxing for the Playmates Godzilla Kong, the New Empire Wave 2, Energized Godzilla, and Kong with Battle Axe. I've been looking forward to these two for a little while, and I finally got around to doing it because I'm a stupid, slow butthole. Now, I actually have to film this really quick because I got to be out that door and like pretty quickly. So, and of course I lost those scissors. I'll be right back. And just to make my life like a million times easier, we're gonna start with Kong first. So they had a pretty big, not a big selection, but still a decent selection of Godzilla and Kong stuff. I was actually sent a photo by one of my relatives of the selection they had there, and they had Ghidorah. I was really excited, but then I guess since it was a few days ago since Ghidorah got sold, and you know it's holiday season and everyone's like buying all that stuff, you know, unfortunately it got sold, and I still don't have a 2019 Ghidorah. Rip. But hey, some happy kid or grown man or heck maybe even woman out there has himself a King Ghidorah figure. Which, you know, hey, more power to you. Oh boy, I hate this. I really, really hate this. Okay, there we go. We're gonna go, you know, actually I think I'm gonna go try that method again. Where I open that box. Okay, almost just slit my finger. There we go, so, can I actually like, no, I cannot. Although I saw online that I can actually do this. Oh, shoot. I've never tried this before, so... Does it work? Oh, I can. I've never done that before. Okay. So we're gonna, like, untape that. We're gonna undo Kong here. Oh, great. These zip ties are always the worst. Come on. There we go, finally. Oh wow, you are really heavy. It's essentially just a modified mold of the Beast Glove Kong, just with the GVK Kong's Battle Axe, which I think just looks a lot cleaner overall. Trying to unpop this one. Freaking tape, dude. Stop with the tape, Playmates. Okay, there's the axe. We're gonna put this box back together. And you know what, screw it, just put it to the side. Not liking that paint transition. Not liking it. But everything else, well, it's got the same scar details and such. I like that. Where'd that orange come from? I have orange on my hand. There's blue on there. I wonder if that's from the Energized Godzilla from the factory. Or that's the remnants of the Hong Kong Battle Kong. Ironic because it never had it never had blue paint on the back. That's gonna be a pain to fit in, but whatever, I'll put that to the side. Now for Godzilla. Of course, losing that again, so we're gonna try the same method. Strip there. Strip there. Nicely done. Alright. I know I'm a little sucky. Alright. Yank this guy out. Godzilla should hopefully be easier to do. Just because there's more exposed areas for me to go ahead and actually cut. Is the arm... No. Good. Okay, so yeah, it was easier. Tail... Oh, Godzilla fell over. And of course the tail fell over. And, taking the fighter drone jet thing out. Kind of wish it came with a beam effect. Or some kind of like pulsating effect. So there's the drone. And some assembly required. There we go. Mine's got a bit of a super glue spec. I mean, cheap plastic kids toys, whatever. I'll be a bit more critical of my reviews. But yeah, that's essentially it. I'm not going to touch the accessories. My cat's being a bit of a dink. But yeah, that's about it. Thank you guys for watching. You guys leave a like. Again, my voice is very raspy because I have a cold kind of thing. And whatever. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew. And today we're doing another figure review. Today we're taking a look at the Playmates Godzilla Kong, the New Empire, Kong with Battle Axe. So, just for a little update on myself personally, because you probably have seen the last few videos. I'm still under the weather. I'm getting better a little bit. My voice is less groggy, but it's still like not 100% there. But I think I can talk at least enough to get my thoughts down. But I'm not going to be like hammering down my voice as far as like voice acting or anything goes. Just because like this is, again, as much as I can talk. So if I start sounding a little groggy, I'm probably just going to drink some water in between. So, yeah, back to the figure. If anyone doesn't know, this is part of Wave 2 of the Godzilla Kong, the New Empire line from Playmates Toys. And I already took a look at all the figures from Wave 1. And this is part of Wave 2. Right now I have this and the Godzilla Energized. I'm trying to track down Mothra and I'm trying to track down Tiamat. Or Tiamat. I'm going to call her Tiamat just because that's what they call her in the movie. But yeah, this is going to be the standard variant of the Kong, which is ironic because the Beast Club Kong came first. And, you know, I was looking forward to it a lot because, you know, it's kind of like a redo of what is essentially, quality-wise, my favorite figure of the original Godzilla Kong, the New Empire, sorry, Godzilla vs. Kong line. But here we have the sequel, and here we have like a newer version of that figure, which we will be comparing it to, both in this video and a different video. A more detailed video, I should probably clarify. But with that being said, let's go ahead and step on into the figure. So first things first, we're going to take a look at the sculpt and paint. For the head,
it actually has a new head sculpt. This is not something Playmates has used before prior to this figure. But as we can see, it is a more gnarly, closed-mouth version of the Beast Club Kong's head sculpt. And it, honestly, in my personal opinion, looks a lot better. I feel like my main problem with the Beast Club Kong's teeth sculpt is that it looks too small. Like, the teeth themselves, something about, like, the teeth just doesn't look right, I guess. But here, it's just all teeth. And I guess this honestly kind of just looks a little better to me. The eyes are a lot, I wouldn't say they're a lot smaller. I would honestly say that they're actually a bit of an improvement. Of course, they look a little wonky, but at least here, they look a little better. They still are orange, and the teeth are painted like a bit of a bone yellowish white kind of color. And they still don't have the silver tooth, which I would presume would be easy to paint. Especially by now that this is a later figure coming way later than the movie did. But again, it still looks nice. You have like the gray spray, kind of goes around the kind of like the skin patches. And on the head, again, it looks great. I do like all the fur details, carried over the nostril details, the ear details. Again, it looks a lot better than what came before with the 2020/2021. I say 2020 because the GVK figures were released in 2020, but the movie released in 2021. But yeah, that's that. Moving on down to the chest, we can definitely see that where we get a bit of a problem with the chest, in my personal opinion. See, the Beast Club Kong had kind of again a similar approach where the Skar paint on here is actually pretty basically done. Fairly well done, actually. Nice little details going on. Especially the pecs, where pretty much everything, aside from the Beast Club and the head sculpt, are essentially the same thing. But the quality of the paint is a little bit on the more overside. See, you can obviously tell that there's a seam line there, and those are two separate pieces. On the Beast Club Kong, it's not like that. It actually blends the paint and actually kind of stops it like midway right here, and then actually has like a bit of a transition. This one is kind of like solid gray, and then even like towards the shoulders, they kind of got a little overboard to where it's like on the fur, and it kind of like meets the chest to the shoulders. And again, it's kind of a similar problem to what I have with the Hiya Toys Godzilla 2021 Heat Ray version, where honestly kind of looks like he's wearing a vest. And this especially applies to this Kong. While I won't fault Playmates for like maybe trying to have to rush this out, I definitely think that if they were able to do this on a more older figure and like a slightly older release, do it well, but then have this one come out and then it like this. Yeah, even for the same price point, that's still like very iffy on that part, but whatever. Maybe I'm nitpicking. The shoulders, take it or leave them. They have some pretty well done sculpted paint. Something that I find oddly noteworthy is that the joints here, like the little sockets, little hinges, actually are a slightly different color to the body fur itself. It's a bit more like the more, it kind of looks like soy sauce. I know, very weird comparison, but it kind of looks like the color of soy sauce. At least to me. And now that I'm seeing it, I can't really unsee it. But yeah, you can kind of tell, especially like right here, there's definitely a clear color difference with the detailing or with the color of the fur. But speaking of the fur, you do get a lot of nice like that detail work, and it really looks well. And I do like the skin kind of texture on the wrists here, and these look really nice. I will also admit that again, the segmenting is done very well, like as far as the cut and the articulation. If I did have like
another thing to point out is that the details from the Beast Glove Kong, like the gashes here and there on the bicep, make a return here. And that's honestly really well. And something to also point out is the detail on the back also makes a return, and it is done phenomenally. Like, again, the fur detail, like the fur patches, it really looks neat. Like, it really looks like a very rugged fur kind of Kong. Also big, thick monkey booty. And we do have some, like, copyright info at the bottom of the feet. And we do have some, like, sprays of, like, the skin on the wrists again. And we do have some on the feet as well. 5 toes in all. And the knees themselves don't really have that much detail, like, as far as, like, anything worthy to point out. But overall, like, on its own merit, this is probably, like, again, one of Playmates is better done, like, sculpted-wise figures. But I definitely do think, like, the paint could have been tightened up a little better. There are parts, like, especially on the face, where there is improvement. But then there's also parts where they just kind of drop the ball, like with the chest being more, like, overspray and the color matching not being 100%. Because I guess I might as well do the comparison now because, well, what's the point in waiting? We're going to bring in the Beast Glove Kong, and as you can see, like what I was talking about, the color matches on the hinge, it's not as noticeable as it is on this one. And I do believe, like, as you can see what I'm saying, this looks like a vest, that looks like actual skin on Kong. And just to show you, like, the differences with the Beast Glove arms, yeah, one obviously, has a Beast Glove, one doesn't. What would be cool is if they came out with another version of this guy and it had, like, kind of like a decayed arm, like from the Frostbite. Yeah, that would look honestly kind of cool. But alas, this is what it is. So overall, for the sculpt and paint, it's kind of a mixed bag compared to the original. Just because there are some things that are improved, some things that are the same, and some things that are pretty much untouched, some things that are a bit of a downgrade. But overall, I do think that this is at least a serviceable sculpt. However, something that has not been changed one bit is the articulation. For head, we have just a basic swivel, no, like, up and down movement. We have swivel hinges for the shoulders, still a little tight, so you can spin it around there. Swivel hinges for the elbows. I mean, it's like that for the shoulders as well, so I'm technically not wrong. And we have swivels for the wrists. Nothing at the waist, even though there is a seam. Swivel hinge for the head here. So the head. The leg. So we can go up, down, and side. And a hinge with the knee. So overall, again, articulation, nothing is changed one bit. But what has kind of changed is the battle axe, which, moving Kong here, this is the battle axe that comes with the figure. And at first glance, it looks the exact same. I keep spitting everywhere. And you'd be right. This is kind of the same. However, pulling up the original Kong battle axe and prying that one open, putting that guy behind him, you can already see a big difference. The blade itself just looks a lot better. See, I originally was kind of confused what the brown was supposed to be. And it wasn't until I found out it's just a wash underneath. Basically, like, the blue is a wash to the more brown plastic. This actually has good application and looks a lot more vibrant. In fact, a little spoilery, but I'm actually confident they took the blue paint from the Energized Godzilla
Energized Godzilla, and they just put it on this one. And as you can see, it is a perfect match. So, to put this on, all you just got to do is, it's a little bit more complex because you actually have to kind of like stretch the hand out this time. So you got to kind of like roll it in there. Do keep in mind the thumb may get caught in there, but once it's on there, it's all good to go. So now that we have the axe in, which I think you can also put in that one, let's kind of like have a little talk about like the differences between the original Kong with Battle Axe and the new one. We can kind of try to hopefully get the two of them in frame. And you know, screw it, this is my... Oh, crap. I hate the fact that Kong doesn't have a tail. Then again, if he had a tail, he'd look cursed as hell. There we go. So, as you can tell, there's a huge difference in quality. This guy, I still like, okay? Let me make that clear. I think he's great because, one, nostalgia factor, because even though it's only been a few years, I kind of like that era of my life where I was just like taking things a bit slower. You know, I was kind of out of school at the time and I just had a lot of free time to myself because of the pandemic, and he was there with me. So I'll always like him, and not to mention, I just think he's the more fluid and just easier to play with figure. I mean, that's just because this guy's like multi-years old. This guy's like, what, only a few months old? Not to mention, like, literally new on the shelf. I just got this thing a few days ago. But that being said, he's outdated. Like, let's be 100% honest. This Kong is outdated. His sculpt is a bit more shallow, like as far as detail goes. His paint is not as good as it could be because this was like when Playmates wasn't really tightening up the quality of the paint as you can see, because like the eyes, especially on Godzilla, who got really bad at it. I've seen a few Godzillas where it's like up here, and then Godzilla's left eye is like down there, whatever, Shin Godzilla like eyes. And the articulation, while it is the same, the quality of the plastic is just not as good as it could be. So I think for Playmates to use this sculpt for the new movie and to go back and redo this, it's basically no contest. The only thing I would say the older one has in its favor that the new one does not is, I would say the battle damage, but like, that's kind of a problem if you're planning to resell it or give it to your kids, because they're going to take it off, throw it away, and then lose it like within 5 seconds like a Lego piece. It's actually the dry brushing. I like the dry brushing of the original. I think it adds a bit of age, a bit of wear and tear. Not just to the figure, but like the character itself. And I also just think like it adds a bit more like color variety with the new Kong. Like if it were on the new Kong. But because it's not, I gotta say, again, it's like right there. If this had that, it would basically be like the perfect figure. It also has a different like head sculpt itself. This one has the open one. This one has the closed one, which is kind of a reversal for what the standard Kong, that being the fighter jet Kong, has this more snarl, kind of like snaggletooth one, which I'll pull that one up. So this has that, and the Beast Glove Kong is the one with the open mouth head as I drop that this HEAV. So now we kind of have like a opposite Kong going on. So 4 Kongs on the market. Honestly, I think that this is like, I know I'm like going way on a tangent here. It's kind of what I do. So if you're new and you like people going on tangents, subscribe. I just overall think that this is an improvement. I like this guy, but this guy like severely beats him to the ground.
So because I have these two out and about for size comparisons, here he is next to the two original Kongs that I have. I don't have any of the repaints. I only have these two from the GVK line. That being the Fighter Jet Kong and the Battle Axe Kong. And again, like I said, I think that this guy is definitely like a major improvement. And for another size comparison, here he is with the other two Kongs that I have from the Godzilla Kong, the New Empire line, with why am I struggling? The Kong vs. Skar King 2-pack set Kong and the Kong with Beast Glove original release. Which, now that we have this guy, I think it's more suited for him to be in the set than this guy, because he didn't have the Beast Glove in the scene. And here he is with some more adult collectibles, with the NECA King Kong, based on the original 33 film, and like a whole tribute to the King Kong legacy, and the Mezco King Kong of Skull Island, based on the book. And as you can see, he is dwarfed. Even him, he's slouched over. Like, look at how much more hunched he is compared to him. There's a obvious size difference. Never really think about it until you actually see it, huh? And here he is with some Godzilla 2014 figures. With the NECA Godzilla 2014, still my all-time favorite figure in the entire collection. And the Playmates Godzilla 2014 City Destruction version with the tank. And while we're on the subject of Godzilla himself, here he is with some Godzilla from Playmates Godzilla Kong the New Empire, with Godzilla Evolved himself and Godzilla Standard version, which would technically make these two pretty much the equivalent to each other. And rounding out the video, here he is next to, just getting him a bit on more closer, and there we go, with the next review, which is going to be the Godzilla Energized version with the drone. This one should be interesting. So overall, what do I think of this figure? I think that this thing is really fun. I like it a lot. I will admit personally that this is going to be kind of like a mixed bag depending on like what specifically your unit to unit is going to be. What I mean by this is some might have like the paint pretty well done. Some might not. Some might have pretty bad QC issues because of how mass-produced Playmates toys are. It's kind of hard to keep track of quality. So just keep in mind when you're going to retail, pick the best looking one. And I think you're going to walk away a happy camper. If you already own the GVK Kong with Battle Axe, just get this one. It's a great upgrade. Even if you already have the Beast Glove Kong, it's still got a presence on the shelf all on its own. And I think that this thing was a pretty worth it purchase overall. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel and leave a like. And I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew. And today we're taking a look at the newly found Playmates Godzilla Energized with drone from Godzilla Kong the New Empire. This is going to be the second figure we're going to take a look at in the Wave 2 line. Which, again, as of this recording, I'm still trying to find Tiamat and Mothra. And we're also just going to be kind of going through the motions with this. So, basically speaking, this was honestly the one I was looking forward to probably the least. But then I finally have it in person. And let's just say I have some interesting thoughts about this guy. But you know what? Let's go through the motions and take a look at the figure. Now, first things first, we're going to start with the sculpt and paint. So, for the mold, it uses a variety of different plastics. The head is made of a more softer plastic. We're going to take a look at this here. And as you can tell, the detail here is severely washed over, where there is detail at least. So the base of the body is going to be made of like a grayish blue plastic. And the eyes are going to be painted in a kind of like a blue decked out color, which I think looks really nice. However, what I'm not really a fan of is the fact that this whole head section, and I'm talking specifically about the head, is only done in this gray. And then immediately after that, they go to the blue. Like the blue wash that's on this figure. It honestly just looks like he's wearing some sort of like neck warmer or like a hood. Which, it's kind of a reoccurring theme for these Godzilla figures to look like the paint is almost like clothing for them. If you want to know what I'm talking about, the Kong looked like he was wearing a vest, the Kong with battle axe from previous review, and the Toys Godzilla 2021 Heat Ray version kind of looks like he's wearing a vest as well. So that's kind of what I mean. But on the plus side, the teeth and the gums, they're applied actually pretty well. There's really no sloppy application done for this one, which I do admire. I also admire the fact that they actually kept the eyes, for the most part, symmetrical. This one's slightly down compared to the other one, but it's still like very mild, and they really tightened it up. But on the flip side, the blue wash that's here, I do like. I just kind of wish it was up here, more so than just leaving it blank. But again, for what dry brushing like a wash is here, it looks good. It really does. I like how very washed over it looks, very powered with energy. It definitely looks very colorful and very glossy. I do have a minor defect on mine. As you can tell, there's like some mold lines. I'm guessing that was like in the factory, like the little white specks at the tip of my finger. Yeah, that doesn't look great. But again, for the most part, it does look... The head at least looks serviceable enough, you know. But going down to the chest here, the wash kind of gets a little heavy-handed. And honestly looks less like a wash and more like pasted on paint. And it's very thick and goopy in some areas, like for example here, where the shoulders are. And it's very like mismatching when we get here, where we can see more like the gray base down to like the other sections where this whole thing is made of more harder plastic. So I mean, you're not gonna get like the best detail on the harder plastic. But something you are going to get a decent amount of detail is on the arms, which are also going to keep the scaling details well. But much like the head, the blue dry brushing just stops at a certain point and looks like he's wearing sleeves of some sort. And it just doesn't look right. Also, something I also don't like, and this goes for the feet as well, is that the arms do not have any claw paint. Why they decided to get rid of that, I have no clue. Maybe budget was spent on this blue wash. But yeah, throughout the entire body, it's kind of like very much inconsistent. And you can kind of see at the chest, which it does have some nice detailing here. But I would like to point out something, even though you probably already realized it by now. You see this Thunderbolt-esque shape carved into it? Yeah, that's a battle damage piece. And you can't get it out. So basically what Playmates did was they took the battle damage, and instead of making it removable, which would have been easy to do, they just sealed it off. They just glued it and painted over it, thinking that it would just fill in the gaps, even though mine has a pretty obvious big gap there and there. Because it was designed initially to be taken off of. At the very least, the paint is consistent to the body, which isn't really saying much considering the fact of how, like, inconsistent the paint itself on the whole body is, especially from the neck to the head, because you can see more gray here, and then caked on blue. So, for this to be there, it just doesn't look flush, basically. I would have liked a more flush look. But, going back to the body here, the legs here are actually, again, pretty well decently detailed.
and I do like the segmenting and all the little ridges. It looks nice, and it's got that nice standard walking position. However, again, another problem I have with this is the feet are just completely unpainted. They are solid gray. Nothing on this is painted whatsoever. Aside from that little label down there. Nothing is colored. Now, granted, this may have been because they painted it before they attached the feet. But come on. At least, like, some form of dry brushing or wash if you guys are going to cake almost the entirety of the figure. And, of course, the claw paint isn't even on this one either. Which, again, why the other ones have it but this one doesn't is beyond me. Going to this part of the tail, common complaint again, it's too smoothened out, even like for this kind of figure. I definitely again would have liked it if there was a bit more detail, but considering the price point, it's alright. But you can definitely see like the blue's just very heavy-handed, especially where it meets the dorsal fins. And speaking of which, they are the translucent blue. However, because it's a newer figure, it feels a lot more gummy plastic. Like, it feels a lot more flexible than the other one, which, as far as, like, a drop in quality is concerned, I mean, I'll let that slide, but really, it just kind of makes me worry, like, how much these things are going to last. And one last thing to point out is going to be the tail. Which, as you can tell, the tail is going to be standardly segmented and going to have the spray from here to here of blue. Okay, what's new? I'll tell you what's not new. The paint transition. Yeah, it seems like Playmates had more of a focus on just painting the main body and just kind of left the tail alone. Because, like, there's such an obvious transition between this tail and this segment of the tail. Like, even down here. Like, I get at the top, it looks fine. But, like, he's supposed to be completely glowing. So for this figure to not even, like, carry out the dry brushing is honestly kind of pathetic to me. And we do have a nice kind of, like, curl here for the tail. And again, it looks nice. At the very least. So, overall, I feel like the dry brushing, the blue wash, I dig it, but I don't think it's done as well as it could be because we have parts of the figure like the head, the hands, the feet, and a majority of the tail that don't get this blue wash. Which for a Godzilla that's supposed to be charging from tip of the tail to the top of the head, because that's how Monster vs. Godzilla glows. It starts at the tip and ends with the top of the head. And especially with the eyes and the head, with the mouth. Like, could the dry brushing not be carried over? But, okay, maybe I'm complaining about this too much. But I feel like what my main complaint is, I haven't pointed it out yet, but for anyone who's a longtime viewer of the channel, did you guys happen to get a case of deja vu with this design? The battle damage, the leg position, the tail position. Yeah, basically, this is a remold of this guy from 2020. Not 2021, 2020. 4 years ago. Now, okay, let's back up here a bit. This figure is, in a lot of ways, kind of outdated. Because they would later go back and redo this figure. Let's pull this figure out of frame. Let's pull this one in. With a brand new sculpt. Well, new parts. They gave it new detailing. Enhanced detailing where there's soft plastic.
They brought back the painted claws. They gave it non-translucent spines and a new tail sculpt. And they even kept the battle damage. I guess for those who like it. So, new leg sculpt, new tail sculpt, enhanced detailing, and a bit of retooling. Okay. Oh, also, new feet swivels. Also, new beam effect. So, you have a new sculpt to go with your new Godzilla Kong movie, and you want to make another Godzilla from the same film. I would have loved to see this sculpt with that new paint job. But instead, we get this. Essentially a Frankenstein Godzilla that takes the mold of the radio tower and hybrids it with the battle roar, the atomic blast Godzilla, and they mix the two together. They take the gray sculpt of this one and the blue translucent spines of this one and the blue eyes, and boom, you get this. I don't think that this was really needed. Like, I don't know why they decided to go back to this one when they could have used this one. Because pound for pound, this is like way better. But I know I'm going on a tangent here. That's what I do on the channel. Subscribe for more tangents. But why did this turn out the way it did? Especially with this battle damage piece being sealed over when he could have easily just reused it for this. It just confuses me, honestly. Okay, so maybe I'm going a bit, longer with this, but it just kind of begs the question why they would go through the effort of retooling a now outdated Godzilla sculpt just for them to go back and go to that old sculpt, fish it out of the archives, and then repaint it blue and sell it off. Honestly, I kind of expected a bit better. Because, again, like, the old sculpts are fun to go back to, but, like, not like this. Especially, like, with how mismatched the blue is, and especially with something that doesn't even look like the one on the back of the box, which is actually kind of evenly painted. Even though it doesn't have it in the correct spot still. I think the paint just would have been a lot better if it was more controlled and it had it all over the body in a more, again, controlled fashion. But whatever. That's the sculpt and paint. And because this thing is a remold, or not a remold, pretty much the same thing you've seen already, it also has the articulation, which hinge at the jaw, swivels at the shoulders, swivels at the hips, no swivels at the head or feet because they are square pegs, but we do have a ball joint here at the tail which can spin around. Okay, cool enough. Now, here comes the accessory, which we have this drone. Is this safe to be showing or mentioning, given all the drones that have been recently flying over the U.S. in the Northeast? Genuine question. Anyway, this is going to be not something. I mean, Godzilla can hold it in whichever way makes you please. Hold on, let's try to find a way to make this work. All right, there we go. So Godzilla is holding it here, or you can jam this thing into Godzilla's mouth. Just prove to you he's actually biting on it. There you go. For the drone itself, not too much detail. It's kind of a basic little vehicle. Not really much in the way of detailing. It's got some wings, propellers and such, wheels, cockpit, even though shouldn't be any cockpit. But yeah, that's really about it. It's a tiny little gray piece of plastic that comes with Godzilla. Yeah, that's really about it. And for some size comparisons, here he is with all of my 2021 to 2024 Legendary Godzillas, not counting Evolved, with the Battle Roar, the 2021 Heat Ray Godzilla, the 2021 Radio Tower Godzilla, the original Godzilla with Heat Ray from the New Empire, and the Skin Godzilla from the Titan Evolution set. And as you can see, he's definitely packing the blue. And here he is next to some other Godzilla 2021 Spitfire superpowered versions, whatever, with the SH Monster, it's Godzilla 2021, the NECA 2019 Godzilla V2, which this is how you do a more jacked up superpowered Godzilla, and the Godzilla 2021 Heat Ray version from Hiya Toys. And here he is with some more classic Toho figures with King Caesar and King Ghidorah 2001, both from the Bandai America line. And for the last size comparison, here he is with the, the same day acquired Kong with Battle Axe, which was the previous review prior to this one. And ironically enough, even though the Battle Axe and the Godzilla Energized both feature the same blue paint job, I think it kind of works for the Kong more so than the Godzilla Energized. And so overall, what do I think of this figure? I'm going to be 100% honest. I'm going to be, totally, brutally honest. This might be one of my least favorite Godzilla figures I think I currently own. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Look, I know I'm saying that a lot, but it's true. Playmates was on a roll with these newer figures because after, we are getting Kong with Beast Club, which had a totally new sculpt and did some things new. The Godzilla Evolved, which, even though, it's not as good as the Kong with Beast Club, but it's still a fun figure and has a lot of nice things about it. The Shimo was good, even though it needed more color. Skar King had some great posability and a fun accessory too. Suko and T.O.G had a great package. And even the original one, which I hailed for being too similar to the original, this is too similar to the original. Honestly, this figure, in the current state that it is, doesn't need to exist. I honestly think that this figure, if there needed to be an Energized Godzilla from Playmates, they should have just said, screw it, make it completely translucent. Much like the Hong Kong Battle Godzilla of past years. And I still think that because look at this translucent plastic. Do you not think that this would have warranted at least being a completely translucent blue Godzilla? I think that would have. And the best part is, I don't really think that I would have really cared about the reuse of the mold. Especially the battle damage. You don't really need it, but it's there anyway. But I feel again, this is what we got. It's a mishmash of pre-existing Godzilla, Heat Ray, and Radio Tower slammed into one, mixed in with a little drone accessory, which take it or leave it. Now, yes, I should mention that this is for kids. It absolutely is for kids. But you want to see good blue paint applications? You want to see a good super-powered Godzilla? If it needed to be paint, why couldn't it just look like this? Now, granted, maybe not on all one side, but I definitely think that, more sporadic and, even though it's definitely caked on, but more highlights like this. But instead, this is what happens. Honestly, again, I'm not trying to say that Playmates is doing a bad job with their figures, no. I think the Mothra looks great, and I think the Tiamat looks great. But this figure definitely wasn't it. There's always going to be that one figure in the line that's going to be kind of like the major dud. I think as far as the GXK figures go, I think we found it. Do I recommend this? If you own the original Heat Ray Godzillas and the Radio Tower Godzillas, no. You don't need this. Especially if you already own the Hong Kong battle set, Supercharged, Battle Roar, any of the box variants. You don't need this. This is just another 2021 mold repackaged for the new movie. Not even retooled. And honestly, I don't think I'd be this heated at a figure if it would just have used the other one. The new mold they came out with for Heat Ray Godzilla. But with that being said, that's all I have to say. I strangely enjoy the blue paint, but I think that's kind of about it. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys liked it, definitely leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone.
If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and Merry Christmas to you all. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. I hope you guys are having a wonderful, maybe time with your family, you know, maybe whether you're on the vacation in like, I don't know, the Bahamas, Mexico, Brazil maybe, or maybe you're just staying home for the holidays, maybe you're still working. Maybe I just at least hope you're spending some quality time with the people you love most, your family, your friends, anybody. Maybe you got some cool gifts. Maybe you gifted some cool gifts. Really doesn't matter how you spend it. I hope you at least had a good time, because that's what Christmas is. At least fundamentally, what people can enjoy: a nice time with their loved ones. And I know I have. So I wanted to say I'm gonna talk about something in just a sec. Just a little thing. This is my Christmas gift. I got the Godzilla Con, the New Empire Ultimate Titan Battle Pack, which features the 5 main monsters, well, 5 of the main monsters from the movie, because technically we're missing a 6th, Suko, but 5 monsters in total. Godzilla Evolved, a new Heat Ray, like, Supercharged variant, a new kind of, like, dark lit, better painted Shimo, a more snowy, covered in frost almost, or maybe dust and debris Kong, a more yellowish Skar King, so definitely like a battle, not battle damage, but almost like he was just in the battle, and the newest edition, Mothra. Yeah, I saw Mothra a few times pop up on online stores, but I never got the chance to really get her because every time I would get her, she gets sold out. But now I finally own this. I'm gonna again be talking for a little bit, but I wanted to say, like, this might be one of the last things I get from the Playmates GXK stuff. The reason why is because I want to focus more on the classics. Like, as far as me being a collector, I'm not trying to say, like, oh, this is a bad present. You'll understand what I'm talking about. But when it comes to, like, collecting stuff, I also want to focus a lot on more, like, the classics, because a lot of the stuff I've been getting are more from GXK, which, like, hey, no arguing there. No complaints. I love GXK. I love the Monsterverse. I love it all. This is my 3rd time getting repaints of these 4 figures. Because I got the originals, and then I got the battle packs, and then I got this battle pack. So that's 3 in all. But hey, I got Mothra. So this is definitely going to be like, I'm probably going to like, still collect GXK, yes. But I'm probably going to also want some more classic stuff, just kind of balance it out. Again, I'm trying to downplay this gift. I am so grateful I even got this, because they only had 1 last in stock. So let's do the honors and open it up. How much is that carrying on camera? Good. Oh, there we go. Clip number 1, clip 2. Is that taped on? Nope, it's not. I think we can just pull it out like this. Oh wait, 2 more nubs.
some reason one was caught. Here comes the $45 shot. Yeah. Come on.
Hey, my light. Oh, wow. It's snug in there. Okay, let's pull this up. Wow, we are busy today, aren't we? Shoot. So, alright, let's, how are we gonna do this? Yes, I can't be too loud because I'm recording this more towards the night, and I had to wait because, let's just say, noise is a very big thing. So, let's, move the light here. Move the camera. A little like this. Alright. So, what I like about this is that, unlike last time, everything is readily available to you. So, let's start with the apes. So, here's my third HEAV. It's not as badly warped as the battle set was, the one with Kong and Skar King. I'm gonna clip this arm. Alright. Mild paint damage, unfortunately. There you go, one clip. This is gonna be a long one. I can already tell because I'm unboxing 5, count them, 5 figures. Oh, dagnabbit. Okay, really? Okay, like, I'm literally got, like, the biggest scissors in my house. How is this not? I don't make too much noise. How am I supposed to get this one? There's, like, no gappage. I mean, I'm happy they didn't use the ropes. There we go. Okay, I think we got Kong out. We did. Oh, shit. So, here's Kong. As you can tell. And I don't really like how all the paint's confined to one side. Well, I mean, he's got some pretty cool eyes. That looks nice. Oh, shoot. I'm going to put him inside my drawer, so we'll take him out when we're done. Skar King. I know, this is taking me an absurd long time. Again, I'm trying to be as quiet as possible, although I'm pretty sure I'm doing a very crappy job at that. Any other, like, twist ties? one more. There we go. Now we got Skar King. Honestly, nice body paint, not so much head paint. It almost looks like that one scene in the movie where he gets punched out and he spits out the tooth, but he got more than the tooth. See what I'm saying? He got clobbered in the eyes and the nose. So good intentions with the paint, and at least they painted the freaking back this time. Good grief, it took him this long. Whatever. Next we'll actually do Mothra, because I'm really thrilled about Mothra. So wow. Okay, they're a bit more bendy than I thought they'd be, but this is actually pretty cool. For years, I've only ever owned the NECA Mothra. Always wondered what a Playmates Mothra would look like. Now I don't have to imagine that anymore. I'm kind of concerned about the decals over time, stickers, because that's what they are. There's 8 stickers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then second wing right here, 7, 8. Can we get G out right now? Yeah, she's taped up. Thankfully, I didn't see the tape. Oh, crap. At first, so I thought that was gonna be like, Wait, hold on. Does she come with the stand? I just realized this thing doesn't come with Mothra's stand. Because I'm pretty sure the 6-inch one did on this fridge. Yeah, whatever. It's not a like big deal breaker for me. So I'm just gonna. Oh wait. Yeah. Well, that's some pretty light packaging. So I guess that means we're doing Shimo next. You guys wonder why this unboxing is so much longer than usual? I'm unboxing 5 figures at once. 6 if you want to count G as a minifigure. Dang it. Beam falling over. Tail. Not really a huge fan of the tail. Because they kind of pull a GVK Neon City Kong axe on you. Because they paint this side. Nothing even on the Thagamizers. But whatever, I'll be more critical in my review. My reviews aren't meant to be like, oh, I'm ungrateful for the figure. It's that I'm just judging them based off the product themselves. Realistically, I'm grateful for every figure I get, regardless of how horrible it is. Oh, wow, those eyes. Doesn't that look like Herobrine? You new gens watching probably don't even know who Herobrine is. Ugh. Okay, that paint on the hinge. It's better on this one. So, ooh, that leg is tight. So let's try and plug this thing in. And at least in a way, this kind of remedies my problem I had with my misprint on the last Shimo I got. Which basically, if you don't know, they came out with like a 2-pack set, Godzilla vs. Shimo, when the movie came out. And there was like this big misprint on mine where it's like half of it wasn't even painted. Do I have to get a blow dryer for this? It's like midnight where I am right now. I'm not doing that. I don't want to ruin the paint. Okay, I think I got it on. Oh man, my hand has a big input now. So yeah, Shimo's freaking awesome. And the last one is going to be Godzilla himself. I saved my most anticipated for last because, just because I actually was planning to buy a second Godzilla Evolved and custom paint him into, the colors, like when he goes Supercharged. And then I was just like, wait a minute, this is Playmates we're talking about. Surely at some point they're going to come out with a new repaint of this certain version, right? When he goes like, not exactly thermonuclear, but he like supercharges himself as if he's about to go burning Godzilla mode on Skar King. But what I wasn't expecting was that even though they did it in the 6-pack. Sorry, the 5-pack, sorry. 6-pack would be asking a bit much. Alright, you know, I'm going to flip this over just to make my life a little bit easier. And I think I just made it harder. Oh, I'm being an idiot. Oh, it's on that foot. Alright, never mind, I didn't see that. There we go. Now for this. Oh boy, it's might as well just get Gia out right now. Yeah, I do apologize if this was a longer video than I anticipated. Thought it was gonna be like 10 minutes tops. No, it turns out it's freaking 16 minutes, and a good portion of that was just me monologuing because I had some things to say. Okay, now you're just being ridiculous. Where's my small knife? There it is. Can I just pull her out like that? Yes, I can. Oh man, I'm going to lose this like probably within 5 minutes. But okay, let's put Gia to the side and let's assemble Godzilla. Oh man, that translucent plastic. Beauty right there. What the heck? I don't know if this is from me or the figure, but there's like this little fuzz on mine. Godzilla's tail should be easier to do than Shimo's. As I'm struggling. I think that's it. I think that's in. Yeah, that's in. So, wow. Look at my hand. I'm like so indented. The beam color could be a bit better. I mean, if they did this in translucent plastic, the purple, I don't see why they couldn't do this. But whatever. I'll be a bit more critical in my review. I gotta clean all this crap up tomorrow. It's like way too late where I am right now. But okay. let's get all the monsters out just for one final hurrah. The final unboxing video of the year. Unless we get something else in between, which I do not expect. I'm not trying to be, like, ungrateful. It's an all-star monster team up. Oh, please don't tell me you'll have balancing issues. Please don't tell me that. Freaking hate the Kong and Skar King figures. The Skar Kings especially. Like, they just do not balance well. I mean, I don't blame them, but at the same time, you know, honestly, when I first saw Kong, I didn't really like him because I thought he looked like a Mexican bootleg compared to, like, the more legit-looking figures. But now that I have him in hand, I can say with certainty that this is, like, an overall very much an awesome set. Okay, let's rearrange the wings here. There. And Gia there. Scissors away. And that is it. Buy figures. Oh man. Oh wait, hold on. Gia's gotta be facing the wrong way. Or the right way. Shout out to Kaylee Hoddle. I think her name is the actress for Gia in the movie. I wonder if she's returning for the next one. I just want the arc between Kong and Gia to continue. But with that being said, thank you guys so much for watching this very long unboxing. Like, good grief, I'm looking at my my counter here. 21 minutes. It took me 20 minutes. Well, I'm just gonna round it to 15 because I was talking for like a good portion of the beginning. 15 minutes to unbox this thing. I think we just set a new record, literally, on the channel's history. The longest unboxing video for a single product. And it's 5 figures, so no wonder. But again, we're going to do opening monologue and we're going to do closing. Again, I want to give a huge thank you to all my family and friends who've bought me Godzilla stuff over the years. Godzilla, Kong stuff, whatever. Or just buy me stuff in general. Like, you guys are awesome. And especially to my mom, you did not have to get this for me. But I am so grateful. I might critique the figures. I might make fun of the figures. But at the end of the day, it's all in good heart. Because this is what I love to do. And you're still helping me do it all these years later. So thank you to her. Thank you to everyone. And on behalf of my family, to yours, have a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and stay tuned for the next Godzilla Advent Calendar episode. The finale, not really the finale, because we're still doing the bonus days, but just saying this will not be a part of it. It's not, this figure is not eligible for, these guys are not eligible for the Advent Calendars. None of the figures I get during the Advent Calendar are eligible. Only the ones on the wheel are. So again, thank you guys so much. And I'll review these when I can, probably within the next few days. I might do them individually as a group set. I know I'm going to be doing Mothra individually, but again, thank you guys so much. And happy holidays to you all. Merry Christmas. Leave a like, subscribe. Peace out. Thank you. If you enjoy this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everybody. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're back with another figure review and potentially the last non-Advent Calendar figure review for the end of the year. Today we're going to be taking a look at 5 different Godzilla, Kong, the New Empire figures all in one. This is the Ultimate Titan Battle Pack set, which features 4 new repaints and a new figure, technically a new figure, added to the mix. Which, from left to right, we have Godzilla Evolved, which is going to be in a new supercharged form. Kong with Battle Axe and HEAV, which is going to be a new, almost Frostbite blast attack when he's getting, like, blasted away. by the Shimo. We have Mothra with the Gia, which is going to be the new figure. Skar with Whipslash, going to be in a more kind of more worn down looking appearance, and Shimo with Frostbite Blast being in a more supercharged look. All 5 of these figures, I'm gonna admit, are pretty cool in their own right. Some better than others, but we're gonna be taking a look at that. And we're just gonna be kind of going through the motions. I don't know how long this review is gonna be because again, we got 5 figures to take a look at today. Count of 5. Not to mention, I also want more figure packs like this. Because if you know, I love the Mezco figure packs. I love the past Playmates figure packs when they actually are good. So this was honestly pretty much right up my alley. So without further ado, let's go ahead and take a look at the crew. So for starters, we're going to take a look at Godzilla Evolved, which unlike the past few figures, which was casted in a more greenish blue plastic, this guy is actually going to be more closer to his movie counterpart being a lot more darker. It is true Evolve did have a bit of a blue hue to him, or green hue, but it wasn't to the extent that the Playmates figure implied. This actually gives the base plastic a bit more, again, accuracy to it, even though that feels weird to say about a Playmates figure being accurate. But you can also clearly see that there's a huge color difference when it comes to the paint. Purple for days. But first, let's just start with the head. So, for the head, we can actually get some pretty nice detail out of it. And you can see all, like, for the segmenting on, like, the sides, it looks very well done. And even for, like, the gills, the paint does kind of cake it over, but you can still see the gills, them right there. For the face, you can see where the eyes would be. I will admit it kind of looks a little goofy without like any eye paint. Then again, the eye paint didn't really look that serious, to be honest. We do have some nice painting on here on the spines. They kind of lead into the more gummy-like fins, which actually look pretty good. Like this actually looks like a pretty good transition. And again, the whole body is like caked in this purple. We do have some more purple paint inside the mouth here. Of course, the pie hole. It's pretty much like caked entirely. We do have the tongue, and what I do like is that you can actually see the teeth. I mean, you can see the teeth on the original, but you can actually see it a lot better here. Look at that. That's actually pretty nice. So moving on down to the body here, we do have again some more like the cracks and crevices being more engulfed in like that purple wash you find throughout the entirety of the body with the black base thrown into it. And even though like the harder body being a more harder plastic, it does kind of hurt the detail a bit, it still looks rather nice with all the purple wash you get with the side of the figure here, especially like right around here. You can kind of get like this little circle. That looks really nice. It almost again looks like energy just being supercharged, which is exactly what this Godzilla is supposed to be doing. Going on down to the arms here. The arms are definitely going to be more caked than probably anywhere else. Maybe not. Maybe the legs are, but we'll get to that in just a sec. Here we do have a bit of, not a lot of paint, but then we kind of get a lot of paint here. And then for the forearms and just pure mayhem. It's kind of like that on both sides, but we do have some more cakeage over here. Arms themselves, we have some paint in the palms. Not too much going on there. Hitting my camera. I will honestly kind of critique this. I kind of wish the elbow spikes were fully painted as opposed to just it looking just kind of basic like the rest of the figure, because it just kind of blends together, and it's almost like Playmates forgets that these are supposed to light up as well, because not only the shoulder spikes light up, but pretty much all the other spikes light up. So, kind of would have liked to see more of maybe just cut this off and put like translucent plastic, maybe. But moving on down, for the legs, this is just pure awesomeness. Like, this is just beautiful. This whole, like, plastic and wash and paint, you can tell that the painter just went to town on this. Even though I think that this is all done by just basic machinery painting and such. It looks really nice, and all like it looks very like flush inside the skin, and you can still make out like all the bumps and details and crevices. Same with like on this side with like all the segmenting down to the body. Even though it looks a tad bit thicker, like as far as paint wise goes, it looks really well done. Like even down towards the legs here. Moving down to the feet. Again, no claw paint like the hands, but we do get more of that purple paint. It's going to be more of that purple paint for days because this entire figure, nearly all of it, is caked in this stuff. At the bottom of the feet, we do have some more kind of like outline of the paint, the base figure bleeding through, but we do have some very thick purple paint covering up the bottom of it, but still somehow doesn't cover up the copyright info. Which, kind of think of it, I wonder if it's pink paint or it's infused with pink plastic. Interesting. Actually, I do think it's purple. It could be purple paint. Yeah, whatever. But whatever. Purple coloring. There we go. So that's copyright info. And here's the tail. Actually, let's talk about the spines. These are the best spines Playmates has ever given us in the entirety of the 5 years they have held the Godzilla license. I said that. These spines are so beautiful. Look at the purple they chose. Look at how amazing the detail work is. Like, just to bring in for a brief comparison, because I think it's not exactly what it's supposed to be a complimentary to, but it's the previous Godzilla figure prior to this one I got, the Energized Godzilla, which you can definitely see these two go hand in hand. Like Supercharged Blue, Supercharged Purple, it's not to love. Difference is one actually does it well, the other one does it pretty crappily. Look at the detail work on the spines. Granted, yeah, it's an old mold from 2020, but couple this with this. You see the detail difference? This is why we should get something retooled. So I'm gonna put that guy back and save him off for later, I suppose. Like, you want to talk about supercharged Godzillas here. This is what a supercharged Godzilla looks like. And moving down to the tail, we do lose the purple paint, sadly, but we do get some nice paint here at the spines of the tail. Although keep in mind that the overall purple pinkish wash does again get lost, so the transition does look a bit ugly. But I feel like as long as you look at it from like the top or like the front, not so much like maybe the side, then you wouldn't even notice it. It at least looks fine in that aspect, but I kind of wish they would have kept it. But again, I will admit the Thagomizers are painted really well. Like, they actually are almost fully painted this time around, unlike an inconsistent spray. And again, the spray is just so well done. It looks illuminated. It looks fantastic. And especially the detail work. Okay, come on, this is awesome. This is really awesome. So, for sculpt and paint, granted, yeah, this is the 3rd time that this figure mold has been used. Like, as far as basic 6-inch, not counting giant, mega, Titan size minifigures or Battle Roars. But this, I'm going to say it, this is the best execution of sculpt and paint for any of the Godzilla evolves from Playmates. Maybe even the entire line of Godzillas. It's that good. It's just that good.
Is it perfect? No. Nothing is perfect. No one is perfect. Something I wish people would understand more. But what is also pretty good is just, again, the overall wash. So, overall, for the sculpting paint, awesome. I think it's one of the best. I love the translucent fins. I love the purple paint. I love the overall colorness and just how chaotic yet so clean it looks. Only thing I wish would be better is the tail and maybe some painted claws and elbow spikes. That's really it. But moving on next to articulation. Jaw is on a hinge. There's no head swivel. I know it looks like it because I'm moving the head, but trust me, this is it. You might as well just super glue the thing shut and nothing would change. We have some arm swivels. So you can go pretty much all the way around. I'm not wanting to rub up the paint. It's just trying to show you for simplicity's sake. The legs kick up about. Is that really it? I feel like it can go higher than this. Hold on, I gotta bring out my original. I feel like it can go higher than this. Hold on. No, it can't. Okay. No. I was mistaken. So yeah, it goes up that high. Just like that. And then goes up high, back that far. And this one doesn't go any farther back than that. Both feet are on swivels, so you can go pretty much all the way around with both of them. And the tail is on a ball joint. Nice, clean ball joint. And it's not so much clean, it's still a bit tight. And we do get a nice bit of up and down. So, pretty much basic articulation. Nothing too special. But again, for what is essentially a $10 toy, in like retrospect, it could have gotten a lot worse. But the return of accessories is here. But I do have a bit of a problem. This is the heat ray it comes with. No, I did not use the other heat rays. This is the heat ray it comes with. You see any problems with this? It's not purple. It's not this. I don't understand why they wouldn't have just recasted this in purple plastic. You did this. And you painted it this. So why has he still got to shoot out a red beam? This isn't Shin Godzilla, where he turns purple and fires a orange beam, which was fire basically, but whatever. I would have liked to see a purple beam, but whatever, that's my personal opinion. So how you work it is never been easier. Just shove it into his mouth. I'm going to be careful not to scratch any of the paint in there. And yeah, there you go. You pretty much got Godzilla shooting the beam. Does it color clash? Significantly, yes, but it still looks great. It still looks really nice. But the beam itself, it's going to be pretty much the exact same as the other Godzilla Evolved. So if you own those figures, you already know what you're getting. It's just these waves of energy, this side, this side, this side, just entirely casted in a orange, reddish plastic, almost salmon type plastic. So yeah, that's essentially the figure beam. I probably won't be displaying it with this just because I don't like the color contrast between orange and the purple. But with that being said, I'm going to see if this works. Looks a bit too white. Okay, I really don't think this works. If you're wondering what beam this is, it's the NECA bootleg Evolved Godzilla. But, so, wrapping this up, I definitely think that Godzilla Evolved is my personal favorite of the set. Again, color me biased because, oh, Godzilla, yay. It's just because you can do a lot more colorful repaints of a Godzilla than you can do with a Kong, as you'll see in a bit. But overall, this figure is killer. I love this thing. So, anyways, on to Kong.
Next up, we have the Kong with Beast Glove and Heave, which is going to be a, like I said earlier, a throwback to when he was in the final battle getting his gauntlet blasted away by Shimo. And he's got like all this ice and stuff on him, and it's just basically all the snow and stuff. So we're gonna be taking a look at him today. What I appreciate about the face is that not only does it give us new paint right off the bat with a new like white spray across the forehead and a bit towards like the sides of the head here and primarily here, but gives us new eyes. Look at those. Those are like Five Nights at Freddy's looking eyes, you know? We have like blacked out eyes with white pupils that are looking to his right. So in a way it kind of corresponds with Suko looking to the right. Which, by the way, why wasn't Suko in the set? He was technically in the final battle for like a brief moment. For takes the axe. They needed his help. But the mold is basically unchanged. It is exactly the same as the Kong with Beast Glove, just repainted. For the mouth, again, we got the individually, well, not individually sculpted. We have the individually sculpted canines, but not so much the individually sculpted teeth. But they are painted all together with like the white strips, looking very vibrant. And we do have like the kind of more grayish spray on the face, which definitely looks nice with contrast with the more darker body of brown. Going down to, let's actually talk about the spray here. The spray on this figure is honestly really good. So not only do they actually spray it on like this side of the body, but they also kind of come down here and spray it. Let's move the arm a bit. I don't want to move it too badly because if you're actually starting to notice, it's starting to scrape. I didn't even do that. I literally swiveled it and it just started. Well, I didn't start scraping, it just showed itself. So, someone at the Playmates factory already started scraping this, unfortunately. So, if there's one thing I have to point out, it's that. But, this entire, like, we actually have some spray here as well. You can tell that the spray has a lot of care into it as far as the application where it is. And it looks, again, really nice. Almost natural. And I hate saying that about a Playmates figure. It looks natural. What? Who's ever heard of that? And we do have some nice more spray here on the Beast Glove, which, again, is where he got hit. And we do have some on the hand, which is oddly enough where he got hit in the movie, where it's like he had to get the Beast Glove because he got frostbitten by Shimo, and he would have died if he didn't. So, down here we do have like the more sprays of white here and here. So it's very reminiscent of the Kong with Beast Glove from the 2-pack set. I'm literally looking at it. And here for this arm, there's not really much anything. But for the detail work, again, nothing's really much different. We have the pecs that are also painted the kind of gray, and then color contrast with the more darker body. I will admit there is a clear color difference, probably because, again, the white spray kind of maybe bled over to this piece, and then this piece was attached later, didn't really get it. But we do have some nice claw paint here, Scar paint, I should say. Looking really nice there. I'm trying to look for, oh! I'm actually surprised, I didn't realize that. It actually carries the paint over, unlike a certain repaint 2-pack. Anyway. Yeah, the detail work, again, is back. And you know, if I praised it again, I praised it then, I'll praise it again. The detail work on the fur is awesome sauce. It looks amazing throughout, like, the entirety of the body with all the fur and looking very ruggedy and very roughed out. And, again, just looks very old man Kong-like, especially down here with arms. Where we do get some more of that detail. We have, like, again, that big scab that for some reason Playmates never wants to paint blood on, which is weird. I guess it's just their own Skar because it's not on their giant version. But Kind of going down to the Beast Glove. Again, we got the return of the yellow paint with more metallic paint job here. And even though the inside of it is not painted, it still has the metal gear and like all these straps and such. And it looks very nice. It looks really awesome. And we do have, again, some more of the kind of segmenting here at the front of the Beast Glove, where he gets punched Godzilla or Skar King. And even though he never really punched her in the movie, Shimo. There you go. Anyway, so it's really cool that like they were able to carry all this paint over. I probably would have liked some more paint. I know I'm gonna sound greedy. I kind of would have liked more paint back here, because I feel like if you're getting hit by a beam of ice, there would at least be more on your back. You know what I'm saying? But whatever. The paint we do have here is nice, and I love the switch up for the pupils. They honestly probably look a little better than the orange ones. I definitely prefer the orange ones as far as like a neutral Kong looks, but this does not look bad at all. So again, overall for the new paint job, it's actually pretty well done. But moving back to the old ones, we got the skin color back on the hands and the feet. So if you look down here at the bottom, copyright info, and yeah, he's got open arms here and there. And there's really not much to talk about that hasn't been talked about already. Because unlike Godzilla, Kong is a more tamed back repaint. This is definitely going to be the more weaker repaint of the two. Even though there's 5 figures in the set. But with that being said, it's still at least a serviceable repaint. My only real gripe again is maybe it could have used some more paint like on the backside. And unfortunately, scrapage. I'm kind of scared to move this thing. But whatever. We're going to go right to articulation. For articulation, we have a swivel here at the head. So we can pretty much go a full 360, although I'm not going to try to. I guess I also forgot to mention spray on the back of the head here. Swivel hinges for the shoulders, so we can go. I'm going to use this one just because I don't want to paint rub any more than there already has. So we can go up and down like that. Swivel like this. And we also have a hinge for this elbow. And we can also swivel with the elbow. It feels a bit more fluid than the previous Kong, the Beast Glove. This wrist, you can also rotate. For the Beast Glove arm, you can hinge it up and down, but you cannot. Well, actually, you can rotate it, but it gets hindered by the back of the elbows here. So you're kind of locked in place a bit. And there's no swivel here for the wrist on the Beast Glove. Do not even try, because the Beast Glove locks everything into place, and it's one solid piece. Even though it is a seam line, there's no rotation. But you do get some swivel hinges for the legs, so you can get kind of go up, down. If you move it like this, you can go out to the side and swivel. And for the legs, knees, you can hinge up and down, and all about. So that being said, that is pretty much it for the base figure. Now, as far as accessories, it's the Beast Glove is not detachable, even though it's Kong with Beast Glove, but it's also an HEAV. And this is the exact same HEAV we got twice over. This is the 3rd time, which is going to be the one that kind of looks like, I think it's supposed to look like a praying mantis this go around. So it's going to be the new design. It's going to be a bit more robust. It's one solid piece of chrome-like plastic, and the humans are supposed to pile in here, and you get it. I'm not a fan of this, okay? Because, no disrespect to Playmates, but we're talking about a little vehicle that changes color in the movie. Has like a blue beam of light coming out of it. So when the Beef's gimmick is that it can change color, I feel like we should have at least gotten maybe like, a new coat of paint. Maybe like the camo paint with those, I forget the name of them. Those little creatures that like spew electricity. They're like They almost look like birds. You know what I'm talking about. The one scene in the movie, you know, you get it. So, but again, it's at least serviceable heave. We haven't yet another heave. If you want it, take it or leave it. I personally like to put the longest prong, which is going to be this one, inside the palm of the Beast Glove arm or the regular arm. Doesn't really matter. Let's try. I think it fits. Yeah, there we go. So he's holding it, even though realistically it should be flying behind him. And yeah, that's pretty much the Kong figure. It's again serviceable. The heave itself, nothing too special going on with it. Same thing as we've seen before, just with new paint, minus that. So yeah, overall, Kong with the Beast Glove and heave, it's definitely going to be my spoilers for my ranking, but my second least favorite figure in the set, just because I feel like this is pretty much it you can do with Kong. Like, this is pretty much it, like, as far as repaints go, because you already have the original, you have the Battle Axe version, and then you have the version with the 2-pack set, which is like all the lava, and then now you have this, the final battle version. So unless Playmates wants to do like very, very scene specific, like one frame, oh, we got to make a repaint of that. Let's pitch it to Toho and Legendary. Yeah, this is probably it. So, with that being said, still a good figure. Definitely have some duds. A little underwhelming, personally, but whatever. On to the next one. Next up, we got the new Titan on the block, Mothra. Well, not new as in like, oh, well, she's been around since 61. The newest one in the Playmates lineup, which, wow. I've got some things to say about Mothra, but let me just, we're actually start right off with accessories because, oh crud, Mothra comes with a small minifigure of Gia, which is going to be Kaylee Hoddle's character. It's actually pretty well sculpted, having a little bit of a headband right there and a green outfit here. So primarily just going to be a few colors. Obviously we got the skin color there, the black for the hair and the band itself, and a few greens for the jacket and the pants, but relatively speaking, that is it. And this is a freaking tiny little figure. Like, this is... To put this in perspective, let me pull out a figure that I'm pretty sure you guys are all familiar with if you've watched the channel. The NECA 2014. This is the 6-inch version, by the way. Look at the size difference between it. That is so small. I knew it was going to be small. I just had no idea it was going to be this small. Now I'm struggling to put him back on the shelf. There you go. But yeah, this Gia figure is tiny. I also think, according to memory, I could be wrong about this. You know, I'm a faulty human being. This might be the first time we're getting a human figure of one of the main characters in a Playmates Godzilla line. Or Godzilla line in general. That is honestly pretty interesting. Like, as far as Monsterverse goes. But Gia really is just kind of like more of an add-on. Mothra doesn't like grab her or anything. There's nothing like you can put Gia on Mothra. Plus, they're not really in scale. Because like, it'd be hard to make a Mothra in scale with... Watch, it'd be hard to make a Gia in scale with the Mothra without sizing up Mothra. But it's time to show you guys what you guys really want to see. The Mothra. Which is going to be the smallest by nature. For the sculpt, it's fairly simplistic. There's not too much details running around as far as like all the details you would want. But for the head, we do have some nice paint job with the white kind of like fuzziness around the eyes. Looks rather nice, and we have the blue eyes themselves. Looks a bit derpy from the front, not gonna lie. But we do have some like detailing where the little antenna things would be, and then we have more of the segmenting on the body. It's all just one color. which, hey, take it or leave it. It's all also like completely solid, like there's no movement in here whatsoever. And we do have some like black highlights on the main limbs. Right here, right here, and down here. And I guess where the stinger would be, because she never uses the stinger in the movie. I kind of would have liked to see that make a return, but whatever. Something I do find interesting is the way they did the wings, because I feel like Playmates looked at the wings and like, how are we going to simplify this? And then they had the idea of making them a giant decal sticker, which as far as the application itself goes, mine does have a bit of like creases here and there right out of the box, so it's not my fault. So it is a bit of a bummer, but like the decals themselves are actually done really, really well, and I do like how it looks, like as far as the printing themselves go. And it's pretty much the same thing, just mirrored on the opposite end. So you can kind of see all the entry little waves, like the weight pattern. I think this is like the most HD definition Mothra wings we've gotten. As far as like, you could just literally scan the sticker and then there you go. You got like a free render. Of course, we got also the eyes looking very ferocious. Which, by the way, is that looking at all intimidating? Trying to see. Kind of. Here we have well, let's move the wings up. Smaller wings, which are going to be, oddly enough, they're actually opposite the ends of the wings. Because, like, if you actually see, the bigger wings are more towards the back, when in reality, the smaller wings should be more towards right here, and the bigger wings should be up here. That's an interesting choice. I'm not complaining, it's just an interesting choice on their part. But as you can see from Mothra, we have, again, more of the standard, like, printing here for both ends. You got, like, the veins here printed. They're not, like, sculpted in, which would have been kind of hard to do anyway. But, again, it's like that on both ends of the wing. And we do have some copyright info here for the wings themselves right here. And we do have some, like, bumps along the way of the wings. So you kind of get, like, the general cutout. So, but for articulation, we have hinges and swivels. Interesting that they put swivels in here. But we can go up, down about, let's move everything back. It doesn't move that far back. Okay. So, you can go this far down, this far up, and can rotate pretty much all the way around. This wing can go up about that far, down about that far, and can also rotate pretty much all the way around. So, essentially, that is going to be it. As far as the Mothra is concerned, yeah, a fairly basic 6-inch scale figure. It's not 6 inches, it's actually like 12 inches wide, which would technically make it the widest Mothra. Sorry, the widest one of the set. I mean, that kind of makes sense given the size of the box plus all the other Titans. But overall, like, especially for the fact that we finally get a Mothra in the set, I think that this is awesome. I think that Playmates definitely did the most that they could with the budget and given like the scale and the quality consistency of the figures. So to really like say that this figure could have been worse, yeah, it definitely could have. They could have easily just cut corners. Although I do have one mild gripe, and that's going to be the accessories between Kong and Mothra. I think they should have swapped accessories. I think Mothra should have came with the HEAV and Kong should have came with Gia. The reason I say this is because character-wise, let's put it this way. Kong and Gia, they're practically, you get the connection between the two. There's a symbiotic relationship between the both of them. Well, there is a symbiotic relationship between these two. It's literally in the movie where we get some scenes where the HEAV and Mothra are literally together. In fact, there's a scene where Mothra saves the HEAV and flies away with it, something that she grabs. So I feel like even though Gia's here, I feel like we should have gotten this HEAV with Mothra and Kong with the Gia. So, that's my own personal opinion. Take it as you will. But personally, removing Kong and the HEAV from the situation, again, the Mothra is definitely going to be the most welcoming addition to the line, in my personal opinion. Definitely small, definitely did as much as they could. But with that being said, I think it's time to move on to the next figure. Next up, we have the Skar King with Whipslash of the set. And spoilers, this is going to be my personal least favorite figure of the set. And you're going to see why. It's not that it's bad, it's just by comparison to the other figures, it's kind of underwhelming. Very much. But let's just talk about it. In fact, let's just kind of mention the Whipslash, which we can detach it. And it's literally the exact same thing that came with the original. It's not the exact same thing as the 2-pack because that had like black accents on it. But functionality wise, it is the exact same. It is the same sash whip he wears on his person. And you can detach it like this. You can clip it back on like that. And it is also very flexible and not overly long. It's about the length of the whole figure standing up like that. And yeah, it's just fairly basic, but to attach it, you can peg it in the hand like this. Want to do it nice and slow, like that. Although, again, it's in the wrong part of the hand. And, can he? I'm not going to risk it. I don't want to break this thing. But that kind of brings us to the Skar King, which, for the head, I did comment on the head, and I did make fun of it a little bit. But the eye paint, they got rid of the blue, and they turned it yellow, which I find interesting, but, like, it looks a little odd. And not gonna lie, the whole figure with the way it's painted kind of looks like a bootleg. Honestly. Because I've collected my fair share of bootlegs. This definitely looks like a paint job for one of them. But it's a legit product, so we're going to review it as such. The eye paint, again, done in yellow, but also caked in like that red glossy paint. Like the face has a glossy finish. Actually, almost the whole body has a glossy finish where there is like this paint. And it also has a bit of a spray of like even on the nose, like this dark purplish red color. And it honestly, again, looks like Kong punched him in the face, but instead of breaking his tooth out, he broke his nose. So that's honestly what it kind of looks like. But he does have like the face done pretty well with like the war paint and the teeth. That's still done really well. And of course, when he goes up to his hair, where you kind of get more like spray of which, and the white color application as well. Moving on down to the sides where we get more like the dry brushing here of yellow for some reason, or at the back of the head, and then kind of starts out, and you get like this lineage of yellow paint, and then you kind of get to his butt cheeks where they have the yellow paint there as well. On this side of the arm, we have more yellow dry brushing, and I think we get some more here with down here as well, and right there as well. So that's pretty much where all the, well, also on the legs here at the front. So that's going to be where the yellow dry brushing is. For the chest, we do get some, it's got some paint nicks right out of the box thanks to the Whipslash, but it's alright. But we do have some like paint in the variations of the like the paint job here. So we have some pink there, and then we have the red base, and then we have the white spray. So it definitely has like a very big color concoction. And then down here we have more of like the white for the upper arms where the biceps are. And then pretty much speaking, the base paint makes a return here. It's got the kind of crappy red striped paint I'm not really that big of a fan of. And the white clenched fists also make a return with some pink highlights for the wrist here. I say highlights in almost quotations because it just, again, looks like he grazed his arm too much and he's just bleeding out. But it is on both sides here. The fists are done all right. This one's clenched. This one's open. Nice. And we got some like more like the 6-pack going on here. Going down to the legs again, we got some more like the segmenting. We have some more like gloss here of what I presume is like more of the pinkish reddish colorization, which looks all right. Down here even, and we get some more like the spray of the toes, which also look pretty snazzy. And at the bottom of the feet, there's pretty much absolutely nothing. So again, I think like the reason why this looks like a bootleg is because it just looks, I guess it's just odd seeing yellow mixed in with pink and red on a character who at never any point in time in the movie is supposed to be yellow. You get what I'm trying to say here? It definitely looks a bit odd. Because it definitely looks like a lot of the bootlegs I see on like AliExpress, or I go online and I see all these Mexican bootlegs. There's like this Mexican bootleg, a Skar King, which honestly looks really snazzy. I'll give it that, but has some funky colors. And then you get this Godzilla, which also has some funky colors, and Kong, and there's a few Sukos, and then there's like this pink Shimo, and yeah. There's a lot of weird bootlegs out there in the world, and even though this is legit, it definitely just looks like a bootleg. It doesn't feel like one because it's literally just the Skar King figure we all know. Speaking of which, we have a swivel here at the head. Yeah, we're going right to articulation, so we get a fair amount of range there. No articulation up and down. We have swivel hinges for the shoulders, so we can go pretty much up and down like that. Swivel hinges for the elbows, so we can twist at the elbow, bend in the elbow, and swivels for the wrist. A ball jointed ab crunch for the... Oh wow, that is way more squeaky than I remember being. For the ab crunch, we can go up and down with that, and side to side, and thanks to the fact that there's grooves, you can go a little bit more than you should naturally, so and you can also rotate a bit, so got some nice play. Swivel hinges for the legs, so you can go up, down, rotate, and then you can hinge the knees, which are a bit stiff on mine, but that's okay. They go back and about forward, just like that. Nothing at the feet, though. So overall, not bad. It's definitely not like the worst thing in the world. Far from it, I'll say. But it's definitely going to be, like, as far as the repaints go, going to be kind of like a bit of the most boring, to be honest. Because I guess it's just hard to color someone who doesn't really have, like, that much color anyway. Because he's primarily just composed of, like, various whites and reds primarily, and I also would have probably liked to see different colorization on the Whipslash because it is different colors in the movie, but attaching it back on, yeah, again, it's not a bad figure. It's nowhere near a bad figure. I think it's honestly pretty cool, but it's just in the set, it's gonna be my least favorite personally. So putting it back up. There you go. So, again, overall, not bad. Definitely could have been done a bit better. But, again, nothing really to say anything that hasn't been said already. And now, on to the last figure. And last, and certainly not least,
we have the big quadruped of the movie, Shimo. And might I just say, this figure, if anyone doesn't know, if you haven't watched my 2-pack set of the Godzilla vs. Shimo set from Walmart, you would know that I don't really like the Shimo that came with that set because it was a defect. Essentially, mine didn't have all like the fancy blue on it. And unfortunately, it just didn't have any of it. It was literally just a few splotches of blue and they called it a day. And, well, yeah, I pretty much gave that thing a like and handling. But this, in almost every way, is an upgrade. A significant upgrade to that original repaint. Which, let's just take a look at it. So, for the head, it's the exact same mold, of course, but you can tell that something's different, right? Yeah. Well, first we're going to start with the blue. The blue plastic, translucent plastic used, I think is the same. Hold on, wait, I gotta actually clarify this for certain. Bring in the original. Yeah, I think it's either a little bit purpler or it's just. Yeah, I think it's actually a bit darker. So it's definitely not the same, but it's definitely molded in a more purple plastic this go around, which I think looks really well done. And not to mention, you also have a bit of a spray of like a bluish indigo looking color throughout the entirety of like the upper half of the body. So you get like here on the top half of the neck and here on the forehead. And it looks really nice. But first we're going to just primarily look at the head. Of course we got like the crystal crown making a return. These spines, which are actually painted this time around. And we got some more like the paint here as well. And for the eyes, at first I wasn't a big fan, but at this point I've come to love these crazy repaints. And this just honestly looks really cool. I know what they were trying to go for like a glowing out, white out look, but it honestly kind of looks like Spider-Man. Look at that, that's straight up Spider-Man eyes. Opening up the mouth, the tongue and the teeth make a return in the basic kind of like bone yellow teeth color and the tongue as well. But it is also color that like blue spray that you get throughout the entirety of the body. And then this side is a bit more thicker when it comes to it than this side. So maybe it's a bit mismatched, but it's alright. So again, we got like the thicker blue accents. Here, the side of the body, the detail's a bit flat still, but it still has like a lot of nice spray to it, and I love the gradient. We have like the upper arm here, looking a bit more like the spray as well, and then on the lower leg as well. Down here, still not too painted, but we do again have more like the spray accents here for the interior of the body. And again, it just looks great. For the spines, not too bad. We got some nice crystal, kind of like porcupine, hedgehog looking crystal formations. Kind of goes from here to the back. And again, looks really, really, really freaking sweet. I love the spray that they chose. And even like down here, we get a bit more like segmenting as well. Back there to the legs. And for the tail is going to be a little bit problematic for me because even though the spray is there and it makes a return, I love it. The spines up here aren't painted, which kind of looks weird because you have these that are not painted and then these which are like the core of it all. And the Thagomizer, they completely forgot to paint this thing. Look at that. Now, is this a stylistic choice? I'm going to go ahead and say no, because the original had it painted. So it's almost like an opposite effect, except even then, its dorsal plates, well, I'm just going to call them dorsal plates, were painted. So why they paint these, not this, is a bit confusing. But but at the very least, it's okay. I definitely would have liked them painted, especially like the bottom. Like it almost looks cheap. It also doesn't help that this is literally how it's displayed in the box. Like literally taking this piece and then
anchor it upwards. Yeah, that's how it's displayed. But I will admit, it does look cool having like these brightly whited out, and then it kind of has like that glowing. It looks cool, but I really wish it would have color matched with the rest of the body. Like, just again, it's just more of a personal gripe. But again, for the overall like repaint itself, because there's no paint on the claws once again, but again, it's at least serviceable. But for articulation, we have a jaw hinge, which you can open pretty wide, close back up. A swivel hinge here at the head, so you can pretty much twist and turn, down about that far, up about that far. Shoulders, which you can go up about that far, down about that far, can rotate. Hold on. There we go. Do get some paint nickage on the hinge itself. That's alright. And some swivels here at the front of the legs. The back legs can only kick backwards about that far, forwards about this far, and can swivel. And then you get a ball joint here at the tail, which can go pretty much all the way around. So overall, at the very least, it's pretty good as far as the articulation is concerned. But let's talk about the accessory, which is going to be the return of the Frostbite Blast. Now, initially, wasn't really a huge fan of the Frostbite Blast, because much like Godzilla, it doesn't color match like at all. But then again, I realized it never really did, because the past releases were always a darker spine color and then the lighter beam. Although I think I would have liked this time around to be a bit color matching, but whatever. Same beam, same song and dance. You put it up. There's a peg hole in there. Just want to show the peg hole. And then you aim it like this. You see that little stick? Aim it in there. Close it up the mouth as much as you can. And there you go. Shimo is blasting away. Again, looks a little small, even for my liking, but it's not bad. I at least have to commend them. It's not bad. I definitely think that there's a lot that could have been improved, but for what's essentially, I'm going to say, my second favorite figure of the line, or the set, it could have been a lot worse, and it's a much needed upgrade from the original, and it's repaint. And so overall, yeah, I'm not going to do like the whole size comparison thing, because these are just basically repaints the third time for 4 of these figures. If you want like an individual size comparison with Mothra, I plan a review of that solely, because it is technically its own release in the Wave 2 line. So, this set, do I recommend this? Like, what are my final thoughts? Honestly, this set rules. Like, this is, in my personal opinion, the best thing Playmates has put out. I'm going to repeat that again. In my opinion, this is the best thing that Playmates has put out. This is literally like the definition of bang for your buck. What is the retail price of this thing? $45. $45 for figures that are normally about $10 each. So really, it should be $50. But no, they bumped it down to $45, maybe before taxes, of course, and you're getting 5 Titans, each with their own accessories, for the price of 1. How could you not love that? How could you not love that? Like, you're getting fancy repaints of a Supercharged Godzilla, a Frostbite Attack Kong, a new Mothra figure, which, to my knowledge, is now one of 2 ways you can get it, of course, a Skar King figure with new yellow accents, and a new Supercharged Shimo. This set is easily my favorite thing Playmates has put out. Now, am I going to go ahead and say, like, oh, well, I hope they continue doing this? You know what? I hope, like, maybe for the other Titans, maybe like a secondary Titan set? Yeah, I do think so. However, I should also probably mention, like, for me personally, this is probably going to be the last time I collect from the repaints of the GXK line. Because I know they're planning maybe some more, but at this moment in time, I don't have any plans to collect past this set, like as far as GXK Playmates themselves. Maybe Tiamat. I'm going after Tiamat and I'm going after Ghidorah. If you haven't seen my original unboxing, I basically just state that I'm grateful for the stuff I'm getting, but I also want to deviate to more like the classics because a lot of the figures I've gotten this year are more of the GXK Monsterverse stuff, which I love the Monsterverse. I love it, yes. But the GXK stuff is taking up, I kid you not, 2 and now 3 sections of my shelf, counting this. So this is probably where like I'm gonna draw the line. Like personally, I'm not quitting. I'm just probably gonna be taking a break. I don't plan on collecting what is it, the other ones that just came out, I believe, but these ones, I think that this is the perfect way to end off the year. 5 amazing Titans for the price of 1. So if you're an adult collector, maybe don't get these. They're meant for kids, of course. But if you have kids and they like Godzilla and Kong, why not? But with that being said, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who's watched this video and also my various figure reviews and such over the past year. This is going to be the last toy review of the year, as I mentioned, aside from the advent calendar, which doesn't really count. Again, thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for all the support, and thank you guys for having such an amazing holiday to my family, my friends. I'm recording this on Boxing Day, so I hope it's coming out the same day. So with that being said, like, subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone.